Chapter 1254. The strong aura made Xiao Qin, who was driving the war chariot, look as dignified as a celestial deity. Even the leader, the half-step Emperor Wu, felt somewhat stunned under this aura. Horror appeared in his heart. A flood dragon war chariot. He is the blue dragon king Xiao Qin. He snatched this war chariot from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. When everyone saw the flood dragon war chariot, they immediately guessed Xiao Qian's identity. This was originally the symbol of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Leng Xiaofan. Now, it became Xiao Qian's personal symbol. This was a great mockery of Leng Xiaofan. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's 5 people had not expected Xiao Qian's sudden appearance. They were somewhat stunned. Blue Dragon King. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin is back. However, the many guards on the city walls erupted in thunderous cheers. Back when the old city was destroyed, the scene of Xiao Qin charging out at the most dangerous moment and chopping the Buddha palm with his saber was still fresh in the minds of these guards. When that saber chopped the Buddha palm in half, boundless sunlight poured down and shone on that white figure. That scene was imprinted in the minds of the millions of people in the city. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Xiao Qin felt somewhat angry in his heart. He could roughly guess why this group of people was so fearless. Naturally, the peak of Heavenly Star Island's combat prowess was Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji's master, the Life Reaper Azura Lan Qiaofeng, a peak greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, Lan Qiaofeng could only rely on Lan Xiaobai, Elder Qin, Mo Qin, and the other blue-robed emperors. These people were not a match for the half-step Emperor Wu. However, if Lan Qiaofeng made a move to deal with this half-step Emperor Wu, he would definitely give the Western Sea Divine Dragon King a chance to make a move. At that time, when Heavenly Star Island came over to denounce Lan Qiaofeng for not knowing the rules and making a move on a junior, it would become Heavenly Star Island being unreasonable. The Great Emperor also had his own rules. If he made a move against someone below Emperor Wu, he would indeed be a laughing stock in the circle. However, if Lan Qiaofeng did not make a move, no one would be able to restrain this group of people. Hence, the other party repeatedly came to cause trouble, continuously suppressing the newly built Heaven Dragon City. Mo Qin and the others could only endure. If the matter blew up, Heavenly Star Island would be the one to suffer. Not to mention the Western Sea Dragon King's strength as a sovereign martial emperor, there was also the 7 heroes of the dragon. Right now, Heavenly Star Island was no match for this faction that had existed for more than 10,000 years. In the end, he was still lacking some foundation, and he couldn't accomplish it in one go. However, no matter what, a dignified half-step emperor Wu had attacked a martial emperor. Xiao Qin couldn't bear it. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace truly lives up to being an old subordinate of Neptune. Tell me your name. As Xiao Qin stood on the dragon chariot, he held the reins with one hand and placed the other behind his back. He looked coldly at the black-clad old man who made a move. The black-clad old man felt an inexplicable horror in his heart. Before Xiao Qian's aura, he actually felt timid. What's going on? Although my improvement in the past year is horrifying, reaching consummation blue-robed emperor, I am a half-step Emperor Wu. However, I am a half-step martial emperor. How can I cower before him, not even daring to look him in the eye? Sweat appeared on the black-clad old man's forehead. Why did such a situation happen? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Under the pressure of Xiao Qian's strong aura, the black-clad old man could not help saying his name. This old man's family name is Liu Yuanhe. I am an inner court elder of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The moment the black-clad old man said this, he regretted it. I am a half-step Emperor Wu. Why do I have to listen to a consummation blue-robed emperor? However, just as the black-clad old man wanted to say something, Xiao Qian's words stopped him. If you apologize now, I will give the Western Sea Dragon King some face and pretend that nothing happened. When Lu Yuanhe heard this, he became enraged. What a joke. You want me, a half-step Emperor Wu, to apologize to a martial monarch? Did a donkey kick you in the head, Blue Dragon King? After snatching the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Flood Dragon War Chariot, you still dare to use it so openly. You are the only one in the younger generation who can be so arrogant. Earlier, Xiao Chen's aura was too strong. Lu Yuanhe was stunned for a moment. Now, he used the anger in his heart to pull back his aura and rebuked Xiao Chen. The one who should apologize is you, you inexperienced brat. If you beg me now, I can put in a good word for you in front of the Eastern Sea Dragon King. That way, you will not die too badly. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Lu Yuanhe's nonsense. He said indifferently, I'll say it one last time. Are you going to apologize or not? The many cultivators at the city gates could not understand. Xiao Chen was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Why was he so domineering when facing the half-step Emperor Wu? Why did he keep demanding an apology? Where did he get the courage to do so? Not going to say anything. In that case, I'll take it that you have given up. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance and attacking too ruthlessly. After saying this casually, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He executed Thunder Dragon steps and soared into the air. How arrogant! I did not attack you, but you actually dared to attack me first. Lu Yuanhe's lips curled up in a cold smile. Xiao Chen came at the right time. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity that delivered itself to his doorstep. Defeating Xiao Chen was better than causing a ruckus in Heaven Dragon City 100 times. It would be sufficient to plunge Heaven Dragon City's reputation to rock bottom. However, right after Lu Yuanhe spoke, he could not bring himself to laugh. This was because Xiao Chen, who had been in his vision a moment ago, suddenly vanished. What's going on? Elder Lu, behind. He is behind you. Lu Yuanhe's companions warned him anxiously. No one expected Xiao Chen to be so fast. Trying to sneak attack me. You are seeking death. A horrifying aura surged out of Lu Yuanhe's body as he shouted. Then, he turned around and punched. The force of this punch was so great that space buzzed. The ground at the city gates trembled slightly. However, Lu Yuanhe's punch hit nothing but air. Before Lu Yuanhe could even see Xiao Chen's figure, Lu Yuanhe received a slap to the face, knocking him into the air. When Lu Yuanhe stabilized himself, he rubbed his face and looked forward. However, he still did not see Xiao Chen's figure. Lu Yuanhe's expression changed wildly. With a speed like a peal of thunder, he turned around and spoke. Paw! An even more resounding slap landed on Lu Yuanhe's face. His body flew back at an even faster speed, but he still did not see Xiao Chen's figure. Lu Yuanhe's heart was filled with horror. He pushed off the air with the tip of his foot and quickly spun forward. In that instant, a strong wind blew. With every spin, Lu Yuanhe brought with him a vast amount of the power of the world. The two slaps made Lu Yuanhe somewhat dizzy. Right now, he could not think of anything other than catching sight of Xiao Chen's figure. Paw! However, as Lu Yuanhe spun around at high speed, a finger mark appeared on his face in the 1,000th of a second, and he spun around. When Lu Yuanhe stopped, he still did not see Xiao Chen's figure, not even a shadow. Elder Lu, behind. Behind. Is he behind me? I don't believe that I can't even see your figure. Lu Yuanhe felt very sullen in his heart. However, he did not dare to turn around and attack. Instead, he turned into a flash of light, flying forward at lightning speed before turning around again. Paw! 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 The sound of slaps filled the air. As long as Lu Yuanhe turned around, he would receive a resounding slap. No matter what he did, no matter how fast he sped up, as long as he turned around, he would receive a slap. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was right behind him. Everyone could see him except for Lu Yuanhe. As long as he turned around, he would receive a slap. This comical scene caused all the guards at the city gates and the other cultivators to roar with laughter. Their laughter was incredibly piercing. Even the 4 people who came with Lu Yuanhe felt their faces burning. This time, they had truly lost a lot of face. After getting slapped, Lu Yuanhe still looked like a fool, searching for the person who slapped him. To think that this fellow would have such a day. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Every time that old fellow comes, he flaunts his might. However, no one can do anything to him. I've been suppressing this frustration for a long time. If Miss Emochin says that she does not intend to use the protective formation, does he really think that he can stir up any waves in Heaven Dragon City? When the guards in the city saw this scene, they all felt their frustrations vented. When Emochin and the others received the news, they rushed over. Originally, they were worried about Xiao Qin. However, when they saw this scene, their lips curled up involuntarily in smiles. Ha ha ha. Blue Dragon King, I see you. I see you. Lu Yuanhe, who had been slapped several thousand times in the air, finally saw Xiao Chen's figure the moment he turned around again. Xiao Chen laughed maniacally. His tone actually contained some joy. He was like a child anxiously searching for something. After finding it, he felt a sincere satisfaction. However, the spectators who saw this clearly knew that Xiao Qin had not moved at all this time, purposely letting Lu Yuanhe see him. They all felt a trace of sorrow in their hearts. It's over. Lu Yuanhe really got slapped silly. His face is already swollen like a pig's head, yet he can still laugh so happily. Why are you so happy? I just got tired of slapping you with my back to you. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. His delicate and handsome face looked very nice when he smiled. However, to others, this smile was scarily cold, like that of a demon. The resounding slap rang out again. This slap sent Lu Yuanhe flying to the ground. The other party simply could not see the speed of Xiao Chen's attack at all. Before Xiao Qin, this Lu Yuanhe was like a clown, only able to be toyed with. After Lu Yuanhe landed on the ground, his mind was still somewhat muddled. He kept saying, I see you. I see you. The other 4 blue-robed emperors of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace felt their faces burning. Their half-step emperor Wu got slapped silly. In the entire history of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, Lu Yuanhe was probably the first person to get slapped silly. Unfortunately, this first was not a glorious first. Quickly, carry Elder Lu away. This time, we embarrassed ourselves greatly. I wonder how the Vice Palace Masters will deal with us. The 4 blue-robed emperors wished that they could find a hole to hide in. How could they dare to linger? They quickly carried Lu Yuanhe far away like the wind. In the air, Xiao Qin stood upright with his hands behind his back. As he watched this group of people leave, he did not stop them. Although Xiao Qin was proud and hated evil, he was not a fool. Right now, Heavenly Star Island was not a match for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. There was no need to be too ruthless. By toying with this Lu Yuanhe today, Xiao Qin had already regained Heavenly Star Island's lost reputation. He had also helped the guards that Lu Yuanhe hurt vent their anger. That was enough. Chapter 1255. Blue Dragon King. Seeing the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's people flee, all the guards on the city walls cheered. The tyrannical air of kingship that Xiao Qin exuded slowly settled. When Xiao Qin looked back, he saw Mo Qin and Lan Xiaobai. They exchanged looks and smiled, understanding each other without saying anything. The flood dragon war chariot carried Xiaoqin away. Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai waved their hands to get the others to move back. Then, they leaped onto the war chariot. Big brother Xiaoqin, did you succeed? Mo Chen asked anxiously. Lan Xiaobai also had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Both of them knew that Xiaoqin had left Heavenly Star Island in search of a way to quickly advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. Given that Xiaoqin could even toy with the half-step Emperor Wu, he must have found a way. Xiaoqin nodded and gave a simple explanation of his experiences. Then, he said, this time, not only did I advance to consummation blue-robed emperor, but I also condensed a heart of an emperor and can cultivate primordial energy. After the two of them received a definite answer, a sincere smile appeared on their faces, brimming with a strong sense of joy. Lan Xiaobai guffawed and said, it looks like the city lord's residence will be holding a grand banquet tonight. We will not return until we are drunk. Xiaoqin replied. Then, he asked about the ins and outs of the matter at the city gates. What exactly was going on? Lan Xiaobai hesitated for a while before saying, Mo Chen, you tell him. This is your decision as well. Xiaoqin looked over doubtfully. Could there be more to this? Mo Chen nodded and said, I used the manpower of the entire Heavenly Star Island and some of the secret techniques in the Book of Heavenly Works to complete the general outline of Heaven Dragon City half a year ago. At the same time, the winery on the island and the refining mountain manor on Black Flame Island started operating as well. As you know, we have the Dragon's Gate treasure trove and the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. We have all sorts of peak ores and rare materials. As soon as the city was built, it quickly became operational. In less than a month, it became the commercial center of the Western Sea. Debayo and I worked together to take out a few treasures from the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove and hold an auction at regular intervals. The flow of people in Heaven Dragon City immediately increased, completely surpassing that of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Sea Dragon City. The various merchant associations of the Heavenly Starry Ocean are also fighting to establish themselves in Heaven Dragon City, bringing in a lot of tax revenue. Xiaoqin was slightly speechless. The Heaven Dragon City was like a behemoth. Once it was in operation, the speed at which it rose was unbelievable. Mo Chen continued, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace became envious of the huge benefits. 3 months ago, their young master brought people over, wanting to work with us. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows and asked, work together? What kind of cooperation? Mo Chen shook her head and said, although they said it was a cooperation, it was essentially banditry. They said that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace would provide security for Heaven Dragon City and then take 50% of our profits every year. Xiaoqin smiled and said, this plan is really good. Since when did we need their protection? Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on what happened after that, it was easy to guess. Naturally, Mo Chen could not agree to such a cooperation. Hence, the other party kept sending people to cause trouble. Mo Chen sized up the situation. Before Xiaoqin returned, she chose to endure and not do anything. Hence, the scene that Xiaoqin saw at the city gates happened. Lan Xiaobai added, the more despicable thing is that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young master spoke arrogantly. Back then, he even wanted to remove Mo Chen's veil. If not for Master appearing and scaring him away, the consequences would have been hard to imagine. There was such a thing. Xiaoqin felt some rage in his heart as he looked at Mo Chen. Mo Chen smiled calmly and said, it's fine. He can't get close to me. My cultivation has not fallen behind in the past year. Xiaoqin looked carefully and discovered that it was not just Mo Chen. Even Lan Xiaobai's cultivation had improved significantly in the past year, both advancing to great perfection blue-robed emperor. Mo Chen had the Book of Heavenly Works, the cornerstone treasure of an ancient sect. It was perfectly compatible with her, so it was not strange for her to have such improvements. The strange thing was Lan Xiaobai. Although Lan Xiaobai had excellent talent and had the support of the Dragon's Gate treasure, Heavenly Star Island was not an excellent experiential training ground like the astral battlefield, after all. How could he have made such improvements? Mo Chen noticed Xiao Chen's doubts. She said, I know what you are wondering. The answer lies in the Dragon's Gate's mountain rock that you brought from Bright Moon City. Lan Xiaobai said, only now do I know that the Dragon's Gate's mountain rock made from heaven-subduing rock not only has the effect of gathering luck for the sect but is also an excellent experiential training ground. There are many Dragon's Gate's heroic spirits there. You Chenxi, and the others are all cultivating there. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Back then, when he first saw the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he had indeed seen an illusion. However, he did not expect that the illusion had other mysteries and could be used for cultivation. In the 1 year that Xiao Chen was gone, the changes that happened to Heavenly Star Island caught him off guard, a pleasant surprise that was too unexpected. However, Xiao Chen could not let his joy go blind. He had to think of a way to deal with the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. What do the two of you think about the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace? Xiao Chen asked. At the mention of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the smiles on Mo Chen's and Lan Xiaobai's faces slowly vanished. Worry flashed on their faces. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. The Western Sea Dragon King was a sovereign martial emperor, and the 2 vice palace masters were as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace could summon the various marquises at any time. Simply put, this was a huge faction. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had dominated the Western Sea for more than 10,000 years. If they were not angry, they could flatten Heavenly Star Island. Mo Chen said, Heavenly Star Island still has the Bushan Palace behind it. The Western Sea Dragon King does not dare to make a move. I'm just afraid that he will play some tricks, sending people to harass us. After all, Senior Lan cannot make a move casually. Lan Xiaobai said, we do not have to worry about this right now. With Xiao Chen around, if they dare to send people to harass us, they will just be seeking their own humiliation. As Xiao Chen listened to the two, he realized that they were both very smart people. However, they could not think of any good ideas at this moment. The reason was none other than accumulations. Heavenly Star Island's accumulations were far inferior to that of a veteran overlord like the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Big Brother Xiao, you already have a countermeasure in mind. Mo Chen was very intelligent. When she saw Xiao Chen's expression, she could tell that something was amiss. Lan Xiaobai looked over curiously. Xiao Chen just returned, and he already had a countermeasure. This was too inconceivable. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I do indeed have a countermeasure. Actually, when I returned, I already thought about it. I can deal with the tough bone that is the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace and let the Western Sea Dragon King know that Heavenly Star Island is not as simple as it looks on the surface. What countermeasure? Xiao Chen's tone was calm as he slowly said, announce to the world that the Dragon's Gate will be re-established. When Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected Xiao Chen's countermeasure to be so shocking. Although they knew that Xiao Chen's future goal was to use Heavenly Star Island as the foundation to rebuild the Dragon's Gate, they did not dare to do so. However, Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai had not expected it to happen so early. This was truly unexpected. Isn't it a bit too early? Lan Xiaobai asked. Mo Chen did not say anything, but she clearly had the same question. Right now, Heavenly Star Island's accumulations were far from sufficient. During the time that Xiao Chen was away, Lan Xiaobai and Mo Chen could be considered the true decision-makers of Heavenly Star Island. There was no need for Xiao Chen to hide his thoughts from them. After organizing his thoughts, Xiao Chen said, Actually, compared to those holy lands, no matter how much Heavenly Star Island develops, we will not be able to reach their accumulations within 100 years. It doesn't matter if we announce it earlier or later. It doesn't matter. Since that is the case, why not announce it earlier? Erecting the Dragon's Gate signboard would definitely speed up Heavenly Star Island's development. When the two heard this, they were stunned. They had not thought of this problem. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed like it was as Xiaoqin said. Xiaoqin continued, I am a descendant of the Qing Emperor in the first place. Furthermore, I am the Blue Dragon King personally appointed by the Thunder King. I possess the Blue Dragon martial spirit. It is perfectly justifiable for me to erect the Dragon's Gate signboard. I have to stand upright and be open and aboveboard. There is no need to have too many misgivings. Lan Xiaobai looked at the determination and stubbornness in Xiaoqian's eyes. Then, he smiled and said, I am fine with it. From the moment you agreed to let me accompany the Haotian sect, I already made my choice. No matter what you decide, I will support you. The Xinglong scheme is your legend in the first place. I will continue to write it down. I also look forward to the martial Dao convention you promised me. Under the veil, Imochen smiled faintly and said, I never object to the things you have decided. Upon hearing the two's words, Xiaoqin felt warmth in his heart. Then, he solemnly thanked Imochen. Lan Xiaobai smiled and said, erecting a signboard might seem easy, but there are too many things to consider. Let's put this matter aside for now. You just returned to Heaven Dragon City today. Let Imochen bring you around the city. Lan Xiaobai got out of the chariot. He had to be thinking carefully about how Xiaoqin should proceed with his decision. Xiaoqin recalled the first time he met Lan Xiaobai. The other party's arrogance was still fresh in his mind. Even now, Xiaoqin was somewhat curious about it. Back then, when Lan Xiaobai went to the oceanic world, what kind of blow did he suffer that made him lose the idea of riding the Xinglong scheme by himself? Put away the war chariot. I'll bring you around Heaven Dragon City. Imochen's words pulled Xiaoqin back to reality. He smiled faintly and put away the Flood Dragon war chariot. Then, he followed Imochen and strolled around Heaven Dragon City. The streets and alleys were filled with people. The entire Heaven Dragon City was dozens of times more lively than before it was destroyed. Only by walking around could one feel such a change. Occasionally, the patrolling guards would greet the two respectfully when they saw them. After Imochen brought Xiaoqin around the bustling business district, she led Xiaoqin to the unique Heaven Dragon dueling ground. Every detail of the dueling ground was modeled after the Dragon's Gate's ancient city. Several things had already lost their inheritance. Being able to reappear in Heaven Dragon City was very attractive to some cultivators. For example, there were walls with the Dragon's Gate sages carved on them. As long as one cleared a few stages, one could personally touch them and feel the martial techniques the sages left on the walls. There were many such things. As Xiaoqin walked around, he discovered that several experts of the Heavenly Starry Ocean chose to set up camp here. There were even Half-Step Emperor Wu who opened a dojo and built his own dueling ground. Chapter 1256. Imochen explained, clearly, we cannot focus on every aspect of the construction of a city. After the general outline was done, I contacted the various merchant associations of the Heavenly Starry Ocean and got them to participate. This is a major reason why Heaven Dragon City is so prosperous now. Imochen's explanation was a great eye-opener for Xiaoqin. Her insight and horizons completely surpassed Xiaoqin's in this aspect. If Xiaoqin were in charge of the construction of Heaven Dragon City, he definitely would not have thought so far ahead. As Xiaoqin looked at the bustling Heaven Dragon City in the plaza in the middle of the city, he felt extremely moved. When Xiaoqin first met Imochen in the Cloud Sea domain, he probably could not have imagined that such a girl would personally help him build a city that would revive the Dragon's Gate. To Xiao Qin, reviving the Dragon's Gate was actually something he could do. What Xiao Qin excelled at was the cultivation of the martial Dao. If not for Lan Xiaobai and Imo Qin, he would not even know how to revive the Dragon's Gate. As for the future of the Dragon's Gate, Xiao Qin did not have much thought or ambition. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate was out of a sense of responsibility as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. However, if Xiao Qin wanted to be like the Qing Emperor back then, leading the Dragon's Gate to rule the entire Kunlun realm, he would not be interested. Xiao Qin's pursuit was the supreme martial Dao, to break through to the peak. The tragedy of the Dragon's Gate's destruction in the past also told him that he could not go overboard with some things. The Qing Emperor looked like he swept through the world, unrivaled. However, there was a fact that could not be ignored. The Dragon's Gate was destroyed at the hands of the Qing Emperor. What Xiao Qin hoped for was a healthy Dragon's Gate, one that could continue the inheritance of the Dragon's Gate's sect masters. Even if Xiao Qin died one day, the spirit of the Dragon's Gate could continue on, never to be extinguished. However, this seemingly simple desire was filled with variables. The factions that feared the Dragon's Gate were not willing to see the words Dragon's Gate reappear in the world. This time, Xiao Qin wanted to make his stance known to the world. Xiao Qin was a descendant of the Qing Emperor. The Xiao clan's bloodline flowed in his veins. He was duty-bound to rebuild the Dragon's Gate. Why did he have to act like a thief and hide? It was not like he was doing something shameful. As Imo Qin watched Xiao Qin stroll around the plaza in a daze, she understood his pain. Too many factions in the Kunlun realm feared the words Dragon's Gate. No matter how simple Xiao Qin's wish was, in the eyes of these people, they absolutely could not let Xiao Qin fulfill it. When Xiao Qin made the decision to announce the rebuilding of the Dragon's Gate to the world, the one under the most pressure would definitely be Xiao Qin. When the news spread, it would definitely shake up the entire Kunlun realm. On that day, the insignificant Heavenly Star Island might not be able to withstand such pressure. Xiao Qin had obviously considered all of this, but he still made this decision without any hesitation. Big brother Xiao Qin, what are you thinking about? Imo Qin laughed, interrupting Xiao Qin's thoughts. Xiao Qin recovered his wits and smiled. He did not give a direct answer. He opened his palm, and a flower appeared. It was the dragon blood flowers that he found in the dragon grave. There is nothing to thank you for. These are dragon blood flowers that I found in an 8-star dragon grave. Take them. Under the veil, Imo Qin revealed a joyful smile. She cupped her hands together and accepted the flowers. The flowers drifted down from Xiao Qin's hands and piled up in Imo Qin's hands. Hee hee. The dragon blood flower is an extremely rare existence. If I bring these flowers to the auction of the Heaven Dragon in the lower realm, they will definitely cause a huge commotion, Imo Qin said with a smile. Xiao Qin stopped what he was doing and said, "It's best if you don't. Keep them for yourself. I still have other treasures that can be placed in the auction. These are my gifts to you." Imo Qin nodded and carefully put away the dragon blood flowers. "Whatever you say. Come, I'll bring you to the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. That place has already become a forbidden land of Heavenly Star Island." Xiao Qin was very curious about the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as well. He really wanted to take a look. What exactly was inside the mountain tablet that allowed Imo Qin and Lan Xiaobai to improve so much? Through Imo Qin's conversation, Xiao Qin learned that Lan Xiaobai had accidentally touched this mountain tablet and discovered its mysteries. After entering, he found himself in an ancient battlefield. After killing his way out of the battlefield and arriving in the real world, he was shocked to discover that the martial techniques that he practiced in the illusion could be used in the real world. However, at this moment, only an instant had passed in the real world. After hearing Imo Qin's explanation, Xiao Qin could not help but feel even more interested. To think that the things that he learned in the illusion could be used in the real world. Furthermore, no matter how much time passed in the illusion, it was just the blink of an eye in the real world. To cultivators whose time was precious, this was simply a great killing tool. After a while, the two left Heaven Dragon City and arrived at the foot of the tallest peak of Heavenly Star Island. This peak towered into the clouds. Spiritual energy lingered around it, and it was lush and green. Xiaoqin had chosen this peak to be the Dragon's Gate's summit long ago. There were many talented children on the mountain who received the teachings of Yu, Jin Lin, Lu Ku, and the others. They were the future of the Dragon's Gate. This was the Dragon's Gate's summit in the first place. Furthermore, the existence of the mountain tablet made this place even more important. Hence, the masters of Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji personally oversaw this place. To prevent information from leaking out, aside from a few trustworthy people, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet was not given to anyone else. Halfway up the mountain, Xiaoqin saw this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet in a secluded and quiet place. Xiaoqin had chosen the location of the mountain tablet himself. The mountain tablet was made of heaven-subduing rock. When placed at a suitable location, it could guard luck and gather the surrounding geomancy. The Qing Emperor had written the words Dragon's Gate on the mountain tablet. Every stroke of the two ancient words was like a powerful bladesman brandishing a treasure saber, clean and efficient, boundlessly free and at ease. Near the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, Xiaoqin saw two people seated cross-legged with their eyes closed. Their expressions changed continuously as if they were in some kind of illusion. Gong Yangyu and Xianyuan Zhangtian. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. Why are these two old friends from the Sky Dome realm here? Chen explained, Heaven Dragon City has recently become famous. Furthermore, this is your territory. Many of your cultivators pretended to be your old friends and came to join you. However, most of them were swindlers. She saw through them and verified their identities. You should know them, right? Xiaoqin nodded to indicate that he knew them. Then, he revealed a faint smile on his face. It was good that they came. People tended to reminisce about the past. Furthermore, the Dragon's Gate needed these outstanding talents to join it. Now, the name of the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, was already known to everyone in this vast and boundless oceanic world. The stories about Xiaoqin spread like wildfire, like he was a living legend. It was not strange for people to pretend to be his old friends and come to Heavenly Star Island. Where's Senior Lan? Why don't I see him? Xiaoqin asked, finding it strange as he looked around. Wasn't Senior Lan supposed to personally guard this place? Ha! Even you can discover him. In that case, I'm called the Life-Reaping Azura for nothing. Lan Chaofeng silently appeared beside Xiaoqin. It was like he had been there for a long time. Then, he disappeared without a trace. This startled Xiaoqin. No wonder even a sovereign martial emperor feared him. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would not even know how he died. Lan Chaofeng smiled as he looked at Xiaoqin. That pair of eyes made Xiaoqin feel like he could not hide any secrets. Not bad. It looks like the rumors are true. Little friend, your harvest this year is pretty good. Xiaoqin asked, Senior already knows about it. Lan Chaofeng nodded and said, news travels very fast in Emperor Wu's circle. You are one of the hottest topics in our circle. Even if I do not leave my residence, I know about your various exploits in the Dragon Grave Sea, the Dark Sea, and the Human Demon Sea. Xiaoqin did not find this strange. Emperor Wu was the peak of the entire Kunlun realm. Ordinary people would find it hard to see or hear news about them. However, that did not mean that they did not exist. They paid attention to the entire Kunlun realm at all times. There was no major matter that they did not know about. As the two spoke in riddles, Chen could not make heads or tails of their conversation. However, she could tell that it was good news about Xiaoqin, so she did not mind. You are here to check out this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, right? This mountain tablet is indeed profound. Even someone of my cultivation actually got lost in the illusions. When Lan Chaofeng mentioned the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he also appeared shocked, unable to understand it. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. Senior can use this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. I can use it, but it is not very useful. After all, after advancing to martial emperor, the cultivation of law energy is no longer of much use. I have already tested it. There is no way to cultivate primordial energy in there. It is more for cultivating law energy and tempering one's combat techniques, Lan Chaofeng explained. This is not bad. If I have time in the future, I can come and experience it properly. After chatting with Lan Chaofeng for a long time, Gong Yangyu and Xianyuan Zhantian woke up one after another. When the two saw Xiao Qin, they naturally showed pleasant surprise on their faces. Xiao Qin had always been easygoing to his own people, never putting on airs. This made Gong Yangyu and Xianyuan Zhantian feel that they had come to the right place. After saying their goodbyes, Mo Chen led Xiao Qin to the top of the mountain. There, he saw Yu, who was currently teaching a group of youths martial arts. Xiao Qin could not tell that this Yu was originally a pampered young Mississippi. Now, when she taught a group of children, she was very methodical and had the proper bearing. Her aura had changed greatly. Originally, Xiao Qin had been planning to observe quietly before visiting an old friend. However, the sharp-eyed Yu discovered him. She immediately dragged him out excitedly, wanting him to teach this group of children on the spot. She even wanted him to take a disciple. Right now, how could Xiao Qin have any intention of taking a disciple? However, he did not know how to deal with Yu's coaxing and pestering. In the end, Mo Chen, who had been watching from the side for a long time, smiled happily and helped Xiao Qin resolve this problem. However, Xiao Qin still promised Yu that after he advanced to martial emperor, he would come and take a disciple. After that, the two went to visit Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, Lu Ku, and Xiao Xian, the first batch of people who had followed Xiao Qin to Heavenly Star Island of their own volition. When Xiao Qin saw that these people's cultivations all improved at a startling rate, he relaxed. In the end, he did not let them down. Back then, when these people agreed to come, Xiao Qin was most worried that staying on Heavenly Star Island would affect their cultivation in the Haotian sect. Now, it looked like his worries were unfounded. If they had remained in the Haotian sect, they would not have improved as much as they did now. Chapter 1257. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned dark. However, Xiao Qin was in high spirits. After being outside for a year, he felt like he had returned home. He could not get enough of the sights. Mo Chen tirelessly led Xiao Qin around, bringing him to the refining pavilion on Black Flame Island. The scene of more than 10,000 blacksmiths of the Mo clan refining treasures at the same time was rather shocking. This sight made Xiao Qin unable to resist himself, so he also joined in to satisfy his cravings. When the sky was about to brighten, Mo Chen brought Xiao Qin to her winery to rest and savor the wine that she personally brewed. When they arrived at the winery, Xiao Qin remembered the matter that he promised the Flame Rock Sovereign, so he took the opportunity to mention it to Mo Chen. Mo Chen smiled gently and said, "This is a small matter. Big brother Xiao Qin, just give me the instructions." At this moment, the sky was turning bright. The rising sun would soon bring boundless light and sweep away the darkness of the entire world. The two drank and chatted, not planning to go anywhere for now. They would watch the sunrise first. The morning sun arrived as scheduled. The sunrise over the sea was something one could never get tired of watching. This was the rising sun that represented a new life. Every time one looked at it, one would feel surging hope, filling one with fighting spirit. Mo Chen elegantly drained the wine in her cup. Then, she said, "Big brother Xiao Qin, there are actually many places in Heaven Dragon City that you have not been to yet. Today, I'll bring you to the merchant district first." The people in charge of those merchant associations all want to meet you. All right. Xiao Qin happily agreed. Those large merchant associations were the gods of wealth of Heaven Dragon City. There were only benefits to befriending these people. Miss Mo Chen, there is news from the transportation formation. It says that honored guests will be arriving soon, and they want you to make preparations. Just at this moment, a guard quickly walked over from the pavilion, bringing a letter. Mo Chen took the letter and glanced at it. Then, her expression changed slightly as she handed it to Xiao Qin. Trouble is here. I'm afraid that we can't continue walking around today. Why did the three holy masters send people over? Xiao Qin asked with a slight frown after reading the letter. Actually, the letter said Bushan Palace. However, right now, the Thunder King did not care about Bushan Palace. The three holy masters were in charge. To Xiao Qin, there was no difference between the Bushan Palace and the three holy masters. Mo Chen said slowly, I have a bad feeling. Xiao Qin put away the letter and thought for a while, I have a bad feeling. Mo Chen waved her hand and dismissed the person, not wanting to disturb Xiao Qin's thoughts. In name, Heavenly Star Island was still under the jurisdiction of the Martial God Palace. Furthermore, it was different from the sects that joined the Martial God Palace. Dragon, Heave, Chin, Heavenly, Heave, Chin, was, under, He, Dragon, Heavenly Star Island, was somewhat special. Back then, before the people of the three holy masters left, they destroyed many of the buildings on the island, even the transportation formations. However, Xiao Qin's conferred land was rather special. Back then, before the three holy lands people left, they destroyed several buildings on the island, even the transportation formation. Back then, the Bushan Palace did not mention the proportion of the profits from the conferred land. This was because they did not believe that Xiao Qin could develop, and they did not care about this small amount of profit. What else could the Bushan Palace have to send people to assist and protect Xiao Qin? Aside from envy, Xiao Qin could not think of any other reason. Why did the Bushan Palace send people now? Aside from jealousy, Xiao Qin could not think of any other reason. Xiao Qin did not like the people of the three holy masters at all. During the king conferral ceremony, the three holy masters made things difficult for him in secret. When Xiao Qin arrived at the human-demon paradise, the three holy masters even sent people over, openly falling out with him. Mo Chen knew that Xiao Qin did not like this group of people. She suggested softly, how about we turn off the transportation formations to the Bushan Palace and ignore this group of people? All the transportation formations in the Bushan Palace system were connected. However, the transportation formations were like the airports of Xiao Qin's previous life. He could freely choose which routes to turn off. Once the transportation formations were turned off, the people of the Bushan Palace would not be able to teleport over. Xiao Qin said after some thought, there's no need. The people that the other party sent this time are extraordinary. Even if we turn off the transportation formations, we might not be able to delay them for long. Instead, it will give them an excuse to reprimand us. Go and inform all the upper echelon of Heavenly Star Island to come. Give them the grandest reception. Let me see what kind of tricks these lackeys of the three holy lands have up their sleeves. Mo Chen's heart skipped a beat. Even turning off the transportation formations would not stop them. Could it be that the other party sent someone with Emperor Wu as their leader? Emperor Wu could tear space and move extremely fast. From the Kunlun continent to the Heavenly Starry Ocean, he would only need half a day to cross this boundlessly long distance. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin, Lan Xiaobai, and Mo Chen stood together at the transportation formations of Heavenly Star Island. Yu Chenxi and the others stood behind them. All the core members of Heavenly Star Island were present, quietly waiting for the Bushan Palace's envoy to arrive. No one knew when the Bushan Palace's envoy would arrive. Lan Xiaobai took advantage of the free time to discuss the important points of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment with Xiao Qin. Last night, I looked through many ancient texts. There are many grand re-establishment ceremonies in history. There are many etiquettes and ceremonies to take note of. I've organized them roughly. After this matter is over, you can take a look. Xiao Qin smiled and said, I'll leave this matter to you. Once you have the plan, you can make the arrangements yourself. I trust you. Xiao Qin's trust allowed Lan Xiaobai to release his bated breath. He was afraid of outsiders interfering in this matter. Since Xiao Qin was so assured, it would not be difficult to make the arrangements. The ancient re-establishment ceremonies are rather extravagant. I feel that we can omit some unnecessary things. The only thing is paying respects to the ancestors. We cannot be careless about this, Lan Xiaobai continued. Xiao Qin nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. The extravagance was not important. What was important was his responsibility to the ancestors of the Dragon's Gate. As Xiao Qin spoke, the transportation formation flickered with a multicolored light. The two stopped talking, and everyone's expressions turned grave. Everyone knew that this person did not come with good intentions and would not be easy to deal with. The light stopped flickering, and a fiery red azure wand appeared in the center of the transportation formation. The azure wand possessed the bloodline of the vermilion bird, an ancient mutated beast. It represented a noble status and possessed extremely strong control over fire. This azure wand exuded a strong aura. Xiao Qin estimated that even if his 4 deep-sea flood dragons worked together, they would not be a match for this azure wand. There was a total of 5 people on the back of the azure wand. All of them wore the faint golden clothes of the Bushan Palace. Of the 5, one was the most special. The others were all standing, but he sat on the back of the azure wand, resting with his eyes closed. This person did not look old. A picture of the vermilion bird, a divine bird, was embroidered on his collar. He must be an elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, a holy land. When Imogen saw this person, she felt startled. Xiao Qin was right. Emperor Wu was indeed among the people who came. He had some doubts in his heart. He did not know how Xiao Qin was able to predict this, to be able to guess it. Actually, it was not hard to guess. In the human demon paradise, Xiao Qin had killed many half-step Emperor Wu by himself. The people of the 3 holy masters' land already understood that without Emperor Wu, they would not be able to suppress Xiao Qin. The azure wand covered in flames spread its wings, and the divine beast bloodline flowing in its body spread out, pressing down on Xiao Qin's side. Whoosh! Under the pressure of this aura, some people on Xiao Qin's side could not stand stably, feeling strained. After all, the azure wand's blood contained a trace of the vermilion bird's bloodline. After this divine beast bloodline was activated, ordinary people would find it hard not to be suppressed. The leader of the people on the azure wand's back revealed a cold smile. It looked like they were doing this on purpose to put on a show of strength to Xiao Qin's group. Chi! Just as Xiao Qin was preparing to deal with this divine might alone, little yellow feathers suddenly came out of the immortal spirit ring. The moment the palm-sized little yellow feather came out, it easily neutralized the divine might from the azure wand. After the huge azure wand saw little yellow feather, its flames burned endlessly. It trembled slightly. The Bushan Palace's envoy on the azure wand's back also started shaking. The leader did his best to control the azure wand, but it was useless. Little yellow feather's figure suddenly enlarged. It glared at the azure wand, thoroughly frightening it. A strong wind blew, and the azure wand retreated in horror. It prostrated itself on the ground, trembling. This sudden change happened in an instant. The 4 or 5 people on the azure wand's back were caught off guard, and they were flung off. Aside from the middle-aged man with the vermilion bird embroidered on his collar, the other 4 fell to the ground, covered in dust. Only then did they quickly stand back up. Little Yellow Feather flapped its belly with one of its wings in the air as it laughed, looking incredibly cute. The group of people from Heavenly Star Island could not help laughing as well. Even Xiao Qin could not help revealing a smile on his face. Is it very funny? Xiao Qin, is this how you treat the Bushan Palace's envoy? Everyone says that you are arrogant and conceited, considering everyone else beneath you. Today, I finally get to see it for myself. The leader of the group suppressed his anger as he walked over to accuse Xiao Qin. The middle-aged Emperor Wu, who was seated cross-legged, seemed to move in slow motion. He opened his eyes in the air and slowly landed on the ground. A formless emperor's might, working together with the leader of the group, swept over silently. The fight unfolded invisibly. The Golden Crow Holy Beast helped Xiao Qin gain a small victory. Then, the other party's Emperor Wu immediately made a move, unleashing his emperor's might. Indeed, those who came did not come with good intentions. How arrogant! Do you know who I am? I am Wang Feng, one of the 10 patrolling elders of the Bushan Palace. That person over there is Elder Xing of the Law Enforcement Hall. He kills the traitors of the Bushan Palace and has the authority to act first and report later. The patrolling elder named Wang Feng showed a sullen expression as he pressed forward. Who gave you the courage to be so rude to us? Are you trying to rebel? A strong aura combined with that Elder Xing's emperor's might made it hard for the group to breathe. Isn't it just a moment of carelessness and falling off the bird's back? Why are you putting on airs, trying to accuse us of such a big crime? Jean Lin had a fiery temper. He simply could not stand the other party's aloof attitude, so he could not help saying this angrily. Wang Feng mocked, where did this trash come from? You don't even know the rules. Do you have the right to speak here? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to block Jean Lin. Then, he looked at Wang Feng and said, you want to talk to me about the rules? Very well, I will talk to you about the rules. Xiao Qin did not discipline his spirit beast well, causing it to be careless and frighten your Azure One. I apologize to all of you. Chapter 1258. Wang Feng felt somewhat surprised at how rational Xiao Qin was, not angered into doing something rash. Wang Feng felt somewhat surprised. At the same time, he felt dissatisfied. If the other party did not make a mistake, he would not be able to catch him. He said coldly, this beast is frighteningly bold. Do you think it will be fine just because you apologized? Break one of its wings and punish it severely. Xiao Qin was being unreasonable. Everyone on Heavenly Star Island was enraged. This was completely unreasonable. If a holy beast broke one of its wings, it would be crippled. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He went along with the other party's words and said, you are right, not wrong at all. However, spirit beasts are mischievous, but that is just their nature. The one at fault is me, the master. Blood spurted out. The one who should be punished should be me. I will receive this saber strike on his behalf. Without giving Wang Feng a chance to react, a short saber appeared in Xiao Qin's hand. Pu Ci. Then, he stabbed it into his chest, causing blood to spurt out. Wang Feng was standing rather close to Xiao Qin. Blood splattered all over his face. He quickly took 3 steps back, somewhat frightened. How ruthless! Seeing the unchanging expression of Xiao Qin, this thought appeared in the hearts of the Bushan Palace's group. They were all shocked. Even Emperor Wu revealed a strange look in his eyes. Patrolling Elder, what do you think of this punishment? Xiao Qin asked coldly as he drew the bloody short saber. The blood on Wang Feng's face had not dried yet. As he looked at Xiao Qin, horror filled his eyes. When he heard Xiao Qin's words, his voice trembled as he said, yes, yes. This matter is over. Let's go and talk about proper matters. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He shouted coldly, "Who told you that this matter is over? How is it not over?" Wang Feng felt somewhat weak from Xiao Chen's gaze. He did not know why, but he felt nervous. Xiao Chen continued, "What did you just call me?" "Xiao Chen." "If I don't call you Xiao Chen, what should I call you?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Call me Xiao Chen. I earned 1,000,000 battle merits and was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King and personally appointed by the Thunder King. Anyone in the Bushan Palace who has not become an emperor is not allowed to call me by my name." "Who gave you the guts to call me by my name? Are you doubting the prestige of the Thunder King and disapproving of my identity as the Blue Dragon King? Or do you have ulterior motives and are up to no good? Speak." Xiao Chen stepped forward, the killing intent in his words growing thicker. Finally, he shouted, causing Wang Feng to tremble. Wang Feng's heart thumped heavily, and cold sweat covered his back. His face was pale, and he could not say a word. "I was wrong, Blue Dragon King." Wang Feng struggled to get up with great difficulty. Before Xiao Chen's domineering aura, he was forced to apologize. "Do you think a simple apology is enough? That's not what you said earlier." Xiao Chen's expression didn't change at all. Wang Feng raised his head and demanded angrily, "What do you want? Do you want to chop off one of my arms?" Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "Since you are following the rules and trying to frame me, then I will follow the rules as well. This king can follow the rules and kill you for the crime of great disrespect. Today, I will only chop off one of your arms. You should rejoice." The moment Xiao Chen said that, the air seemed to freeze. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen really wanted to chop off one of this envoy's arms. How could that be? "Stop!" The law enforcement hall's elder Xing immediately shouted. Whoosh! A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen ignored this cold shout. He drew the lunar shadow saber and directly chopped off Wang Feng's left arm, whose momentum had fallen to rock bottom. "Ah!" A miserable shriek rang out. Blood spurted out from the wound on Wang Feng's arm. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so ruthless and bold, really chopping off one of his arms. Amid the miserable shriek, the group from Bushan Palace was frightened silly. After a while, they reacted and quickly picked up Wang Feng's severed arm. Then, they bandaged the wound. If they treated it in time, it would not be difficult to reattach the arm. However, it would definitely be much less nimble. "You actually really attacked." Elder Xing could no longer suppress his rage. An overwhelming killing chi surged towards Xiao Chen. A heavy emperor's might pressed down on Xiao Chen like a mountain. Elder Xing walked towards Xiao Chen step by step. The entire place was tense. Lan Xiaobai and the others all placed their hands on their weapons. They did not have a good impression of the martial god palace. They had come to Heavenly Star Island step by step. These people, who established Heavenly Star Island step by step, did not agree to this. Under the leadership of the three holy masters, the Bushan Palace not only did not provide any help, but they even secretly played tricks on Heavenly Star Island. Without doing anything, Xiao Chen wanted to reap the fruits of his labor. These people, who established Heavenly Star Island, would never agree. As for Xiao Chen, this went without saying. The three holy masters had already shed all pretense of cordiality with him. If not for the fact that the three holy masters' minions still had the skin of Bushan Palace, these people would not have been able to come to his conferred land to flaunt their might. Xiao Chen would not show any mercy and teach them a deep lesson if these people came to his conferred land to flaunt their might. Now, Xiao Chen only broke one of Elder Xing's arms. Seeing Elder Xing walk over step by step, Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He faced him head-on, not showing any fear at all. Xiao Chen did not care about the first Heaven Emperor Wu's insignificant emperor's might. You injured a patrolling elder. According to the rules of Bushan Palace, I can kill you right now, Elder Xing said, enunciating every word. The law enforcement hall was a fearsome department within Bushan Palace. When dealing with rebels, they had the authority to act first and report later. Their methods were cold, and they did things cruelly. They were a great deterrent to the entire human race. This time, the three holy masters sent a law enforcement hall elder over for one of their main purposes. It was to intimidate Xiao Qin, to prevent him from acting rashly. Who knew, not only did Xiao Qin make a move, but he even chopped off one of Wang Feng's arms right in front of this elder. Elder Xing could not tolerate this at all. Since when did someone dare to make a move and injure someone in front of the law enforcement hall? Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "Rules. Who was the one who did not follow the rules first? Who was the one who labeled me first? Who was the one who pointed at my nose and said that you broke one of my spirit beast's wings? Are you even qualified to talk to me about rules?" Xiao Chen's words were like knives, drawing blood with every strike, forcing Elder Xing to be unable to find any rebuttal. "I am a law enforcement hall elder. I have the authority to act first and report later. I will kill you now, you disgraceful traitor." Elder Xing grew anxious and prepared to make a move, to show Xiao Qin the true rules. Rules were dead, but people were alive. Being stronger than you was the rule. Xiao Qin stepped forward and snorted coldly. "Why don't you give it a try and see what kind of place this is? Let's see who kills who in the end." The upper echelon of Heavenly Star Island behind Xiao Qin, Lan Xiaobai and the others, also stepped forward with a flourishing aura, pressing over. Where was this? This was Heavenly Star Island, the Blue Dragon King's conferred land. Everyone was united. Their aura and mentality instantly suppressed this Elder Xing, causing his actions to pause. Even further away, Elder Xing raised his head and accidentally saw a figure standing there silently. However, when Elder Xing looked carefully, he could not find that person. It was like that person had always been there, but it also seemed like he had never appeared. Elder Xing was startled. This time, he was truly startled. Heavenly Star Island was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The upper echelon of the island were all extremely loyal to Xiao Qin. Their hearts were all united, and they all had the courage and boldness to face death calmly. "Elder Xing, never mind. This time, I was the one who did not follow the rules first. You can't blame the Blue Dragon King. Let's talk about proper matters first." Wang Feng, who had just bandaged his wound, saw that the situation was not right, so he admitted defeat. With a cold harumph, Elder Xing walked to the back of the hall. The tense atmosphere relaxed. Emochan rushed over and removed the short saber from Xiao Chen's chest in one go, then helped him bandage his wound. "Does it hurt?" Emochan saw Xiao Chen's lips twitch, and she felt some heartache. This person was too ruthless to himself and ruthless to his enemies. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. Actually, there is no need to bandage it. The wound will close up on its own in a while." "Nonsense. That way, you will die of pain. If I apply some medicine, it will lessen the pain, and you will recover faster." Mo Chin insisted. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, but he could only accept it helplessly. After bandaging Wang Feng's chest, Xiao Chen said, "Jin Lin, lead the way for the envoys to the main hall of the city lord's residence." After saying that, Xiao Chen led a group of people over. Now, only the 5 envoys from Bushan Palace and Jin Lin, who was leading the way, remained around the transportation formation. No one else gave this group of envoys a second glance. No one liked this group of people. Jin Lin glanced at Wang Feng's wound and smiled. "One-armed hero, please. You." When Wang Feng saw Jin Lin's mocking expression, he gritted his teeth hatefully. This person, whom he looked down on earlier, actually dared to mock him now. Jean Lin smiled and said, "Sorry, I have a bad temper. That's just how I speak. If there is anything that is not pleasing to the eye, just keep it to yourself. In any case, one-armed hero, you do not care about me." After saying that, Xiaochen flung his head back and took the lead, not caring whether this group of people could keep up or not. This is too much of a bully. If this fellow were in the Tianwu domain, this old man would have crippled him in minutes, Wang Feng cursed angrily. Unexpectedly, this minor character that he looked down on earlier was now riding on his head. Elder Xing looked around, seemingly wary of a certain figure. When he heard Wang Feng's words, a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. "This is Heavenly Star Island. You are flaunting your prowess here. It serves you right to chop off an arm." "Damn!" Wang Feng cursed. From the very start of this mission, everything had gone wrong. The proper matters would be even more difficult to handle. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, Xiaochen sat in the host's seat in the center. Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai stood on his left and right. On the right were Wang Feng and Elder Xing. It was not convenient for Wang Feng to drink tea with one hand. He only wanted to quickly finish the mission that the three holy masters gave him and quickly leave this place. "I'll cut to the chase. Blue Dragon King, your conferred land has not signed a contract with the Bushan Palace to hand over the profits. This time, we are here to represent the Bushan Palace to discuss this. After you sign the contract, we will leave." Mo Chen received the contract from the other party and whispered a few words into Xiao Chen's ear. Then, Xiao Chen put down his teacup and smiled. "Interesting. You want to take 30% of the profits without doing anything. How shameless are you?" Wang Feng no longer had his initial arrogance. He said, "The profits can be discussed. Furthermore, we do not need to do anything in the first place. The words Bushan Palace are sufficient." Xiaochen found this somewhat funny. "That's enough." Wang Feng said righteously, "Of course. With the Bushan Palace behind you, who would dare to touch Heavenly Star Island? Just based on these 3 words, each word can take 10% of the profits. 3 words means 30%. Now, we can negotiate. We only want 10% of the profits for your Heavenly Star Island." Chapter 1259. Xiaochen burst into laughter. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. After laughing until his stomach hurt a little, Xiaochen seemed to agree with this statement. "Yes, that makes sense. However, can we use the specialties of Heavenly Star Island to replace this profit? Can we guarantee that the quantity is unique?" Wang Feng and Elder Xing exchanged glances. They felt that it was fine as long as they did not return empty-handed. Some of the specialties of Heavenly Star Island were rather valuable in the Kunlun continent. "Sure. I wonder what specialty the Blue Dragon King intends to use. Is it Heavenly Star Island's secret treasures, fine wine, or divine ore?" Wang Feng asked. Xiaochen shook his head. "None of them. There are more than that. As long as the 3 holy masters say so, we can have as many as we want." "What is it?" Xiao Chen's words piqued Wang Feng's interest. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he condensed 2 clumps of air and tossed them to Wang Feng and Elder Xing. "What is this?" "Is this air?" Wang Feng and Elder Xing asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chen said, "That's right. That's right. It is the unique air of Heavenly Star Island. I will give you as much as you want." Wang Feng and Elder Xing immediately realized that they had been fooled. They stood up furiously and said, "Xiao Chen, what is the meaning of this? Don't push your luck." Xiao Chen said calmly, "I don't mean anything because the words Bushan Palace are like air here. Air for air, none of us will lose out. You're going too far. This was the first time that Elder Xing had been toyed with so miserably, and he couldn't hold himself back any longer. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded, and a guard walked in. He cupped his hands and said, "Castellan, there's urgent news from the city gate. The two young masters of the West Ocean Dragon Palace and the East Ocean Dragon Palace have arrived at the same time and requested to see you." The young masters of the West Ocean Dragon Clan and the East Ocean Dragon Clan came at the same time. The envoy from Bushan Palace was already troublesome enough to come at this time, and now there were two more. The Blue Dragon King has an honored guest. Ha ha. In that case, let's put this aside for now. When Wang Feng and Elder Xing heard this, they immediately knew that trouble had come for Xiao Qin. A smile appeared on his face, and he sat down at the same time, preparing to see how Xiao Qin would deal with two young masters at the same time. If Xiao Qin couldn't handle it, he could take the opportunity to teach him a lesson and let him know his place. "Are the two of you not going to leave?" Mo Chen, who was beside Xiao Qin, asked. The one-armed Wang Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. We already know about the relationship between Heavenly Star Island and the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas. They are not very harmonious. Recently, their relationship with the West Ocean Dragon Palace was like fire and water. Since we're here, we naturally have to lend a hand and mediate." Elder Xing snorted coldly. "Does the Blue Dragon King need you to mediate? Didn't you hear others say that we are heir?" Wang Feng slapped his head and said, "I forgot about that. In that case, let's watch how the Blue Dragon King teaches the two young masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace and the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace a lesson, raising the prestige of our Bushan Palace." The two echoed each other, clearly intending to watch a good show from the sidelines, waiting for Xiao Qin to make a fool of himself. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with them. He would deal with the situation as it came. He already had enough trouble. He did not mind the two young masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palaces coming at the same time. Then, he waved his hand and instructed the guard, "Invite the two of them in." The guard hesitated for a while before asking, "Should we invite their attendants in as well?" Xiao Qin felt excited. The reason the guard hesitated to ask this question was probably because the attendants of these two were not simple. "It's fine. Let them in together," Xiao Qin said decisively after thinking for a while. If these two wanted to watch a joke, then let's see who the joke was. Yes. The guard left to carry out the order. At this moment, Wang Feng and Elder Xing were much more relaxed. They drank tea and chatted casually, occasionally glancing at Xiao Qin. They wanted to see some suspicion on Xiao Qin's face. Without a doubt, they could not see anything. "I don't believe that he'll be able to hold on forever. Judging from the guard's tone, he's not going to be able to hold on." Based on that guard's tone, the two young masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palaces probably brought an expert of the same level as Emperor Wu. Heavenly Star Island has a mysterious Emperor Wu holding down the fort. A regular Emperor Wu would not be able to suppress him. It's fine. At that time, I might as well provoke him. Given his temper, he will definitely not let the person behind the scenes make a move. Furthermore, if he let the person behind the scenes make a move, he would be weaker than the two Divine Dragon Palaces. In front of the two Dragon Palaces, they are inferior. You should know that the Dragon Palace Masters are not here. As long as he dares to make a move, I will personally teach him a lesson. When have I, the bona fide Emperor Wu, ever been fooled by a junior? The two sent voice transmissions, discussing countermeasures. They had to make good use of this opportunity that was presented to them. Not long after, Ling Xiaofan and another young man in a red dragon robe walked into the main hall. An old man followed each of them. Indeed, the two old men were first heaven martial emperors, Emperor Wu. As they walked, they had a majestic gait. Their auras were like mountains, and their gazes were like sabers, deterring others from looking directly at them. The moment the four entered, they discovered Wang Feng and Elder Xing, who were seated at the side. They revealed suspicious expressions in their eyes. Before Xiaoqin could say anything, Wang Feng smiled and said, "The two of you should be the young masters of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace and the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. We are the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Inspection Institution of the Bushan Palace. We are just here to drink tea. The few of you can just ignore us. In the eyes of the Blue Dragon King, we are just air." The moment Wang Feng said that, smiles appeared in the eyes of Leng Xiaofan and that youth. They had long heard that the Blue Dragon King did not get along with the three holy masters in charge of the Bushan Palace. It looked like the rumor was true. After the casual greetings, Leng Xiaofan looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Brother Xiao, is my Flood Dragon War Chariot good enough?" Xiaoqin smiled calmly and said, "Many thanks for Brother Leng's gift. There are not many people who can be as generous as Brother Leng. It is passable for me." Leng Xiaofan's face sank as he said angrily, "Don't give me that. If you do not return the war chariot to me today, don't blame me for not giving you face. Even the Thunder King cannot cover for snatching the war chariot of my Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace." The red-clad youth at the side said, "You drained an elder of my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace until he became an idiot. You have to give us an explanation today. Don't go overboard with some things." "What a fellow!" Wang Feng and Elder Xing both sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected Xiaoqin to be so bold. Not only did he snatch the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, but he also drained an elder of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace until he became an idiot. Leng Xiaofan and Elder Xing did not stand on ceremony with Xiaoqin at all. This time, they brought Emperor Wu here, intending to forcefully suppress Xiaoqin and make him submit. Perhaps they could force the person behind the scenes to make a move. That way, the palace masters of the Eastern and Western Dragon Palaces would have an excuse to make a move. Wang Feng looked around and took advantage of the situation to say, "Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, don't go overboard. Since you snatched the war chariot, then return it to someone else. Even if you injured someone, you have to apologize. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences of ruining the reputation of my Bushan Palace." Leng Xiaofan's group felt surprised. Unexpectedly, this person from the Bushan Palace actually spoke up for them. Now, they felt even more confident. Xiaoqin glanced over and smiled coldly. "Since when do I need you to tell me what to do? Who do you think you are? I am the patrolling elder of the Bushan Palace. I have the authority to protect the reputation of the Bushan Palace. What you did ruined the reputation of my Bushan Palace, so I have to do something about it." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Is it up to you to do something about it? Groveling like you, clearly admitting that you were wrong, is ruining the reputation of my Bushan Palace. Are you even fit to be a patrolling elder? I think you are muddled and need to clear your head." "Paw!" Xiaoqian's figure flashed. His speed was boundlessly fast. Before Wang Feng could react, a five-fingered handprint appeared on his face. "You dare to slap me?" Wang Feng roared angrily as he rubbed his face. Xiaoqin said coldly, "Let me see if your skin is made of flesh or not. To think that you are this shameless. To think that you are actually speaking up for an outsider on my Heavenly Star Island. I have long found the people of the three holy masters as lands an eyesore. You delivered yourself to me and even dare to criticize me. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? This slap is aimed at you. You better behave yourself. If you speak out of turn again, I will take your life." Xiaoqian's forcefulness stunned Wang Feng. He rubbed his face for a long time, unable to say anything. When Wang Feng saw the disdainful gaze of Ling Xiaofan's group, his face burned even hotter. The patrolling institute was different from the law enforcement whole. It was not a powerless organization. Instead, it was an organization with real authority within the Bushan Palace. The patrolling institute had a lot of authority. Normally, it was awe-inspiring and did not need to be particularly strong. However, Wang Feng, who was used to being awe-inspiring in the Bushan Palace, did not expect him to not follow the rules, not caring about the three holy masters at all, daring to humiliate Elder Xing like that. Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. Elder Xing could no longer endure it. No matter what, he had to teach this brat a lesson. Otherwise, he would really become lawless. I'm going overboard. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and stood up. I know what you are thinking now. I also know that you have endured for a long time. I'll give you this chance now. If you can defeat me fair and square, I will return this heavenly star island with both hands. If you lose, scram immediately. Xiao Chen spoke the words in his heart first. Elder Xing felt like something was stuck in his throat. It was extremely unbearable. And you all. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked at Ling Xiaofan and the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. Since you even brought Emperor Wu over, why the need to speak so much nonsense? Let's settle the matters between cultivators in a duel between cultivators. I will do as you all wish. As Emperor Wu, do you all dare to fight with me, a consummation blue-robed emperor? As long as one of you can defeat me, I will leave immediately. The silent Xiao Chen suddenly erupted, startling the group of people. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiao Chen took the initiative to challenge the three Emperor Wu without any provocation. What Xiao Chen said was what these people were thinking. However, for some reason, when Xiao Chen said it himself, the three Emperor Wu felt it was strange. Instead, they did not dare to say anything. Should they agree or not? They fell into a momentary state of anxiety. Lan Xiaobai and Mo Chen exchanged glances. They both saw worry in each other's eyes. Elder Xing, agree to it. This fellow is reckless. Let's fulfill his wish today, Wang Feng said impatiently, his face burning. Wang Feng said in a rush, his face burning. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Chapter 1260. However, Elder Xing hesitated. Recently, there was a piece of news circulating in Emperor Wu's circle. It was extremely explosive. The Qing Emperor's descendant comprehended the sharp spirit finger, the flame rock sovereign's consummate technique, in 10 days in the Black Sea. Originally, Elder Xing felt that this rumor was too fake. How could someone comprehend the secret of a sovereign martial emperor in 10 days? That was a bit too nonsensical. It was simply unbelievable. However, based on Xiao Chen's current appearance, filled with confidence, could he have really comprehended the sharp spirit finger? If that was the case, it would be problematic. The sharp spirit finger could gather all the energy in the body at one point. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, this sharp spirit finger would be sufficient to injure them. After all, they were only first heaven Emperor Wus. Before cultivators who had not advanced to martial emperor, even if they were half-step Emperor Wus, they were aloof existences. However, in Emperor Wu's circle, they were at the bottom. Elder Xing, agree to his request. What are you hesitating for? After we win, we will be able to complete our mission perfectly. Seeing that Elder Xing still did not agree, Wang Feng could not help feeling anxious. However, Elder Xing cursed Wang Feng in his heart for being an idiot. Even the two Emperor Wus of the Divine Dragon Palaces are not anxious. Why is this fellow so anxious? He is Emperor Wu. It is natural for him to win. However, if he lost to Xiao Chen, his reputation would be completely ruined. If that happened, his reputation would be completely ruined. From then on, he would become a big joke in the circle of martial emperors. The two Emperor Wus of the Divine Dragon Palaces also thought the same and did not make a decision. They wanted to wait for Elder Xing to speak first. Then, they could see Xiao Chen's strength first before making a decision. This was a foolproof plan. Just like that, they waited for each other. The place became strangely quiet. When faced with Xiao Chen's forceful request for a battle, the three Emperor Wus remained silent at the same time. No one would believe that a mere blue-robed emperor in the Great Perfection Realm could make all three Emperor Wu stay silent out of caution. Xiao Chen laughed out loud. His presumptuous laughter was filled with mockery. No wonder you guys are only Emperor Wu of the first heaven. With such courage, I guess you guys will never have the courage to go through the thunder tribulation of the second heaven. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. I don't have time to waste with you. Send the guests out. The three Emperor Wus were so angry that they were shaking. But the more Xiao Chen acted like this, the more they felt that he was unfathomable. It wasn't that they were afraid of Xiao Chen. They were just afraid of the 1 in a million possibility of it happening to them. For an Emperor Wu to defeat a great perfection blue-robed emperor, the victory was not glorious at all. It was only natural. However, if there was such a 1 in a million possibility of defeat, then it was over. They would become Xiao Chen's stepping stones, unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, along the way, there were simply too many legends about him. When facing such a man, it was hard to choose between a rock and a hard place. When Xiao Chen said to send the guests off, the few Emperor Wu's faces flashed with shame. Send the guests off. Xiao Chen, don't think that you can resolve today's matter so easily. I don't believe that you are so strong that there are no limits. Ling Xiaofan felt aggrieved. He had brought Emperor Wu's here to humiliate Xiao Chen and take back his Flood Dragon war chariot. Who knew that under Xiao Chen's forceful request for a battle, the Emperor Wu he had brought would actually cower? This was unacceptable to Ling Xiaofan. In his impulse, Ling Xiaofan wanted to attack Xiao Chen directly. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's red-clad young palace master roared furiously and charged over together with Ling Xiaofan. Youthful and arrogant, Ling Xiaofan and the red-clad young palace master gave off a sharpness that was much stronger than that of the three older generation Emperor Wus. While the others were fearful and apprehensive, Ling Xiaofan and the red-clad young palace master did not need to worry so much. At worst, they would just lose. Ling Xiaofan just could not stand Xiao Chen's current strong aura. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You overestimate yourself. Ling Xiaofan, do you still think that I am the white-robed Xiao Chen who came to the heavenly starry ocean 3 years ago? Today, let me tell you that the gap between us is 10,000 times larger than you imagine. Back then, for the sake of the Neptune headscarf, you schemed against me. Today, I will return it to you. Kneel for me." When facing the charging Ling Xiaofan, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to think about the flaws in his opponent's moves. He simply threw a palm strike, directly using force to break technique. Xiao Chen used his strong cultivation and strength to crush all the other party's techniques. When Xiao Chen's palm strike landed, it was like the sky collapsed. Ling Xiaofan felt all the state and aura of his martial technique crumble in that instant. Xiao Chen's palm strike expanded infinitely in Ling Xiaofan's eyes. His heart sank for some reason. Horror spread throughout Ling Xiaofan's entire body. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to retreat but found that it was already too late. Paw! Xiao Chen's palm landed on Ling Xiaofan's shoulder, and primordial energy flowed out of his palm. This was a strong energy that Ling Xiaofan had only seen from his seniors. It flowed through his entire body, and he fell to his knees. Purple primordial energy flowed through Ling Xiaofan's body. The strong restriction instantly rendered him immobile, and he could only kneel. Compared to Ling Xiaofan, the red-clad youth's cultivation was weaker. The instant Ling Xiaofan wanted to retreat, Xiao Chen sucked hard and pulled him back. Xiao Chen smacked down with his left hand, and he fell to his knees beside Ling Xiaofan with a plop. The two knelt at nearly the same time. From the moment they attacked to the moment Xiao Chen restrained them, all happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The two Emperor Wu behind them could not stop them at all. This resulted in Ling Xiaofan and the red-clad youth being humiliated by Xiao Chen for nothing. Young Master. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's yellow-clad old man was the first to react. He exclaimed. With a flash, his figure moved so fast that no one could catch him. Soon, he arrived before Xiao Chen. The other person took this opportunity to arrive before Ling Xiaofan and the red-clad youth, wanting to make a move and remove the restriction on them. The other party charged over ferociously. Xiao Chen took a step back. With each step, 3 lightning whirlpools appeared on his chest. You are truly boundlessly arrogant. To think that you dare to attack the young master. Don't blame this old man for disregarding seniority and attacking you. The yellow-clad old man attacked in rage. Everywhere his palm wind passed, it tore apart the air, giving off an intense light. In an instant, the tables and chairs in the main hall shattered, and the entire city lord's residence shook violently. Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai immediately flashed out at the same time. This level of exchange was no longer something they could interfere in. If not for the newly built Heaven Dragon City being a secret treasure in itself, the main hall would have collapsed. Xiao Chen was not startled or angry, he was not anxious or impatient. He prepared the sharp spirit finger and counted in his heart. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, kill. After the sharp spirit finger finished preparing, Xiao Chen's sullen face suddenly surged with killing chi. 9 lightning whirlpools appeared in his chest, giving off thousands of lightning bolts. All the energy gathered on his fingertip. The light in the main hall dimmed. Only the electric light on Xiao Chen's fingertip remained as dazzling as the sun. Pu Ci. Blood spurted out, and the yellow-clad old man went flying. A black hole appeared in his palm, and half his palm disappeared. You really comprehended the sharp spirit finger, the consummate technique of the flame rock sovereign, the yellow-clad old man exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at his palm in a daze. The yellow-clad old man's heart trembled. Fortunately, he had not been careless with his earlier palm strike and used all 100 strands of primordial energy. If he had been careless, his entire arm would have been blown off. The sharp spirit finger allowed the flame rock sovereign's fame to spread far and wide. Even primes did not dare to casually touch this consummate technique. It truly lived up to its reputation. Oh no! There is primordial energy in the 2 young palace masters' bodies. We cannot casually remove the restrictions. On the other side, the black-clothed old man's forehead was also drenched in cold sweat. An anxious look flashed across his eyes. The Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master and the sweating black-clad old man looked at the yellow-clad old man, who was in a daze. Xiao Chen had complete control over the situation. Even Emperor Wu might not be omnipotent against him. To Emperor Wu, who cultivated the golden body, losing half his palm was not a serious injury. Even if his heart was blown up, given a certain amount of time, he would be able to recover. However, the golden body of a first heaven martial emperor had not reached the point where it could recover instantly. His arm was temporarily crippled, and his combat prowess immediately dropped by 30%. When the yellow-clad old man saw the missing palm, he looked at Xiao Chen, shock and rage flashed in his eyes. There was also a faint fear in his eyes. With the sharp spirit finger, this fellow really had the ability to fight against First Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen quickly removed the restrictions on the 2 young palace masters. If anything happens to the young palace masters, the Eastern Sea Dragon King and the Western Sea Dragon King will absolutely not let you off. The black-clad old man could not remove the restrictions. Sweat covered his forehead as he roared at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Watch your attitude. So what if I kill these two people? Don't forget that they were the ones who attacked me first. If you shout again, I will cripple these two people." When the black-clad old man heard that, he asked sullenly, "What do I have to do for you to release them?" "It's very simple. Someone, help me write 2 contracts. Young Master Lang, didn't you come to ask for the war chariot? Now, sign here and hand over the war chariot to me. Furthermore, compensate me for the loss of 10,000 essence stones. Didn't this Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master want my Heavenly Star Island to hand over the profits? Now, sign here and guarantee that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace will never mention this matter again and compensate me with 10,000 essence stones as well." The moment Xiao Qin made his request, the 2 Divine Dragon Palace old men became enraged. 10,000 essence stones. Are you crazy? How can we possibly take that out? 10,000 essence stones equaled all the wealth of First Heaven Emperor Wu. Even if they could take it out, they could not bear to do so. Xiao Qin retorted calmly, "Is that so? You can't bear to take it out, but the Divine Dragon Palace can. After repeatedly coming to my Heaven Dragon City to cause trouble, do you really think that there is no interest at all? You. This is too much of a bully." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Seniors, you are being too serious. This little one is just a consummation blue-robed emperor. How could I dare to bully the aloof Emperor Wu? If you are not willing, then so be it. Someone, send our guest off." Ignoring the 2 old men who were so angry that they trembled, Xiao Qin continued, "The weather is cold, and it is so cold at night. It would not be good for the 2 young palace masters to injure themselves by kneeling like this. Remember to add some blankets for them at night. Agree to it." Ling Xiaofan could not move at all. He glared at Xiao Qin and said through gritted teeth. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master felt very sullen, but he still said the same thing. Ling Xiaofan was not even willing to kneel here for a moment. How could he want to kneel for another night? Absolutely not. Chapter 1261. Aside from feeling sullen, Ling Xiaofan felt even more helpless. Back then, when Xiao Qin first came to the heavenly starry ocean, Ling Xiaofan felt helpless. With just a thought, he could think of a way to deal with Xiao Qin, causing Xiao Qin to not even dare to go to his own fief. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Qin had been improving, and so had he. But now, with a single palm strike, he was forced to kneel in front of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was a monstrous genius. No one in his generation could compare to him. Ling Xiaofan could not let him become an emperor. This was the only thought in his mind. He absolutely could not let Xiao Qin become an emperor. In the future, the great tribulation of wind and fire would definitely kill him. Right now, he had to endure all the humiliation for now. Whoever had the last laugh would be the real winner. Since the 2 young masters had spoken, the 2 Emperor Wu-level experts of the Dragon Palace had no choice but to take out all their belongings and save them as ransom. Just thinking about it made him feel humiliated. The great Emperor Wu was actually toyed with by a blue-robed emperor in the Great Perfection realm. Xiao Qin received the essence stones with satisfaction. Then, he patted Ling Xiaofan and the red-robed man's shoulders and said, "Take them away. The restrictive spell will be lifted in half an hour. Young man, don't let us seize the opportunity. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold in the future." The 2 old men each carried a person and retreated with lightning speed. They were not willing to stay in this troublesome place any longer. Aside from the people of Heavenly Star Island, only the Bushan Palace's Wang Feng and Elder Xing remained in the main hall. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Men, get another set of tables and chairs. I will continue to discuss the matter of handing over the prophets with the envoy from Bushan Palace." "Ha ha ha, Blue Dragon King, you must be joking. Let's not talk about prophets anymore. We'll leave now. Sorry for disturbing you." He saw that Xiao Chen was able to force 2 Emperor Wus to hand over 10,000 origin essence stones. Wang Feng had long since been scared out of his wits. If this continued, he did not know how Xiao Chen would play him. This was not a place for humans. In the future, even if Xiao Chen was beaten to death, he would never come back to Heavenly Star Island again. Wang Feng's footsteps were hurried, clearly flustered. He quickly left this place with Elder Xing. When Imo Chen and Lan Xiaobai saw the 3 Emperor Wu leave, their worried hearts relaxed at the same time. Looking at the white figure, his eyes were filled with admiration. In Kunlun, of the younger generation, who could compete with the emperor and control the situation with a smile? Only Xiao Chen. The 3 Emperor Wus arrived unexpectedly at the same time. This startled Lan Xiaobai and Imo Chen. 1 Emperor Wu was already a headache. What would happen if 3 came? However, Xiao Chen calmly dealt with them. Not only did the 3 return empty-handed, but he even managed to extort 20,000 origin essence stones out of Emperor Wu's hands. The result was like a dream. Even now, the 2 still found it unbelievable. "Xiaobai, pick a date for the news of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Do it within a month." Xiao Chen turned around and spoke with a grave expression. He did not show any joy at the results of the battle. Feeling confused, Lan Xiaobai asked, "Why? Didn't you just force the 2 Dragon Palace's young palace masters to sign a contract, forbidding them from coming to Heavenly Star Island to cause trouble?" Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. "Why do you think I could control the situation, forcing the 3 of them to return empty-handed and unable to do anything to me?" Lan Xiaobai opened his mouth to answer. However, when the words reached his mouth, he felt that the answer was not right. After thinking hard, he could not think of an accurate answer. "Why?" Imo Chen calmed down and thought for a while. Then, she had an answer in her heart. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Because of strength." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "That's right. It is because of strength. Even when facing 3 Emperor Wu at the same time, I have trump cards and do not fear them. Only in this way can I have the confidence to always be overbearing in terms of aura. The fist is the biggest rule. Contracts and whatnot can be reneged at any time. I just have an excuse. In the future, when facing the Divine Dragon Palace, I can use reason to force them and gain an advantage." Lan Xiaobai suddenly understood. However, he still did not understand. "Then, what does all this have to do with announcing the news of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate in advance?" Xiao Chen sat down on the chair that he had already replaced. Then, he said, "I already exposed my strength, and the other party will definitely not take this lying down. Do you think that with my strength, I can cause any waves before the 3 Holy Masters and the Divine Dragon Palace? Now that the other party is prepared, it will be hard for me to deal with them the next time they come looking for trouble. We can only announce the news of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate in advance and disrupt their plans so that we can control the rhythm ourselves." Lan Xiaobai was not stupid. After Xiao Chen explained, he immediately understood. "I'll do it right away. Imo Chen, get Elder Qin to come over. I have something to discuss with him." The sense of crisis in Xiao Chen's heart made him unwilling to stop for even a moment. Originally, he had not intended to expose his strength before the Dragon's Gate was re-established. He had strength on par with Emperor Wu. Once it was exposed, some of the tacit understanding between the Thunder King and the other primes would be broken. However, he had no choice today. He had to expose it. Fortunately, the three Emperor Wu had too many misgivings and lost their drive. Shao Chen only exposed the sharp spirit finger. No one knew that he had 100 strands of primordial energy. This was a blessing in disguise. After a while, the Haoqian sect's elder Qin arrived at the main hall. Shao Chen went straight to the point, saying, "Elder Qin, I would like to meet the Haoqian Emperor." "You should have a way." "The Haoqian Emperor? No, now it should be the Haoqian Prime, Ingzongtian." The other party had cleared 3 sovereign tribulations in a row, crossing 9 heavens. Like the Thunder King Sang-mu back then, he already possessed the strength of a prime. Shao Chen had never formally met the Thunder King before, nor had he spoken to the Thunder King. He always felt that there was some distance between them. In Shao Chen's heart, the only person he could truly rely on was this Prime Martial Emperor, who he had a heart-to-heart talk with before. Shao Chen needed this senior's permission to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Otherwise, he would not be confident. After announcing the matter to the world, there would be huge waves and boundless pressure. Elder Qin was not surprised by Shao Chen's sudden question. He smiled and said, "The sect master instructed me long ago that if Heavenly Star Island runs into any unsolvable problems, this old man can shatter this jade strip and get him to make an appearance." However, young Master Shao has never had a chance to use this jade strip. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it now? There really is. Indeed, I guessed right. Shao Chen said respectfully, "I'll have to trouble Elder Qin. Give me the jade strip. It is indeed time to use it." It is good that young Master Shao has decided. Elder Qin flicked his hand and tossed out a jade strip. After Shao Chen caught it, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "If there is nothing else, this old man will take his leave first." Clearly, Shao Chen had something he wanted to discuss with Ingzongtian alone. So, Elder Qin tactfully left. Without any hesitation, the moment Elder Qin left, Shao Chen directly shattered the jade strip. Ka-sieh. The jade strip shattered into countless pieces. Each piece flickered with a crystalline light, looking dreamy and beautiful. Before Shao Chen's curious expression, the countless pieces of light gathered and changed. Finally, they formed an image of Ingzongtian in front of Shao Chen. "Little brother Shao, why are you looking for me?" Ingzongtian asked with a smile, appearing to be in good spirits. Shao Chen said politely, "Big brother Ing, I intend to announce the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate to the world within 1 month." The moment Shao Chen said that, the smile on Ingzongtian's face immediately vanished. Then, he asked gravely, "Why are you in such a rush?" "In my opinion, you are not a rash person or a maniac with wild ambitions. Is there some other reason?" Shao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Although Ingzongtian was a senior, he did not seem to have a generation gap with Shao Chen. Shao Chen could easily guess Shao Chen's difficulties. Nodding, Shao Chen explained Heavenly Star Island's current problems. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was eyeing Heavenly Star Island covetously. Heavenly Star Island was not strong enough to resist them. Shao Chen needed to establish the Dragon's Gate's name and let them know the strength behind Heavenly Star Island. Only then would the other party not dare to make any rash moves, giving Heavenly Star Island space to survive. At the same time, Shao Chen expressed his intentions. He was only here to re-establish the Dragon's Gate out of a sense of responsibility after the death of the Qing Emperor. He did not have any ambitions, nor did he want to rule the world. Shao Chen did not have the time, energy, or interest to do so. As long as he could continue the Dragon's Gate's inheritance and live up to that sense of responsibility in his heart, it would be fine. Ingzongtian had been listening all along, not interrupting. After Shao Chen finished speaking, he said, "I understand what you mean. When the time comes, I will personally make a trip over." As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, re-establishing the Dragon's Gate is a matter of course. There is no need to hide or sneak around. Shao Chen revealed a trace of joy on his face. Many thanks, big brother. It's fine. There is no need to stand on ceremony. You are a descendant of the Qing Emperor in the first place. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate is a matter of course. There is no need to sneak around or hide. Since you are open and above board, what is there that cannot be made public? No matter how big the matter is, I will help you shoulder it. The Haotian Prime, Ingzongtian, did not hesitate to agree to Xiao Chen's request after he finished speaking. With Big Brother's words, even if there is a huge wave, I am confident of shouldering it. Xiao Chen's words were not humble or flattering. What else could give Xiao Chen more confidence than the promise of a prime? Big Brother Ing, can I meet the Thunder King? Xiao Chen made another request after hesitating for a while. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, there is no need. The Thunder King has been watching you. If he wants to meet you, it would be hard for you not to. If he does not want to, no one will be able to see his true body. Remember these words of mine. Although the Thunder Sovereign has rarely interfered to help you along the way, he has always been watching over you. As long as he is around, no one in the entire Kunlun realm will dare to touch you. Whoosh! After Xiao Qin said this, all the motes of light scattered like fireflies. Ing Zongtian's figure vanished. A flame lit up in Xiao Chen's eyes. That was a surging determination. A faction that had disappeared for 10,000 years would be re-established within 1 month. The storm that Xiao Chen brought would definitely affect the entire Kunlun realm. No matter where one was, this news would cause a stir. The enemies in the open would definitely be enraged. The enemies in the dark would not be able to hold back and jump out. Not everyone was happy to see the Dragon's Gate rise. Back then, the Qing Emperor made too many enemies. After the Qing Emperor fell, all the factions that participated in the destruction of the Dragon's Gate would absolutely not let the Dragon's Gate re-establish smoothly. Chapter 1262. Come, then. Let the storm come even more ferociously, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Unknowingly, he had already been in the Kunlun realm for close to 8 years. Ever since he announced his identity as a descendant of the Qing Emperor, he had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Lan Xiaobai was still helping to choose a date. Xiao Chen could not possibly stop, either. The sense of urgency made him cultivate even more anxiously. 20,000 essence stones were sufficient for Xiao Chen to cultivate for a long time. He did not have to worry about resources at all. Aside from cultivating primordial energy, Xiao Chen spent all his remaining time on comprehending and refining his saber soul. After Mo Chen found out about Xiao Chen's request, she contacted the various large merchant associations in Heaven Dragon City. Adding on the connections of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, she helped Xiao Chen obtain a total of 10 peak-grade Demon Fiend rocks. Even after using so many connections, she managed to obtain only 10 peak-grade Demon Fiend rocks. This showed how rare these things were. According to Mo Chen, as long as they appeared in an auction, people on the level of Emperor Wu would immediately buy them. Furthermore, even sovereign martial emperors would be interested. Being able to obtain 10 peak-grade Demon Fiend rocks for Xiao Chen was already very incredible. Even those holy lands might not be able to do this within a short time. Naturally, 10 peak-grade Demon Fiend rocks was insufficient for Xiao Chen to raise his 70% comprehended saber soul to 100% comprehension and transform it into a saber domain. However, raising it to 80% comprehension would not be a problem. If he was lucky, he could raise it to 90% comprehension. As Xiao Chen sat on the peak that belonged to him, he held a peak-grade Demon Fiend rock in his hand. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen started to use his saber soul to touch the Demon Fiend rock, tempering his saber soul. Using the Demon Fiend rock to cultivate was not easy. It would trigger a negative heart demon, which was extraordinarily dangerous. If one was not careful, one's mind would be injured. When Xiao Chen's saber soul touched the Demon Fiend rock, a layer of black demonic qi covered his body. The demonic chi changed, looking like a human demon surrounding him. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. A large amount of abyss demonic energy appeared out of nowhere and attacked Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Monstrous waves surged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Black demons with ever-changing figures appeared in his sea of consciousness. Sometimes, these demons would take on the appearance of Xiao Chen's fiendish appearance. It was extremely strange. What he saw wasn't an illusion, but it wasn't real either. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. The true sea of consciousness could be said to be completely calm, without any ripples. However, if left unchecked, these illusory demons would eventually injure the main body. Not only his will, but his soul and mind would also suffer significant damage. In serious cases, their souls might even be devoured by the devil, turning them into a homicidal maniac and completely falling into the path of the devil. Demonic Fiend Rock. Just from its name, one could tell that it was no ordinary natural treasure. Using it to take shortcuts was like dancing on a tightrope. Kill, 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 kill. The demons let out miserable shrieks that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. The sound waves surged into the air, their auras horrifying. Xiao Chen's heart remained as calm as still water. His gaze turned sharp as he held a saber in his hand. This was the true form of his saber soul. He said coldly, "If my heart does not waver, it is all an illusion. Die." In this surging sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen clashed intensely with the demons. The dangerous scene was no less than a real battle. In fact, it was even crueler. Sometimes, the demons would not only take on Xiao Chen's appearance but also Ao Jiao, Lu Riyue, Mo Qin, and everyone else related to Xiao Qin. If Xiao Qin hesitated, thousands of sabers would pierce his heart, inflicting extreme pain and torture. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had to maintain a calm heart amid this frenzied massacre. He could not lose himself in the massacre. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to cultivate a saber soul. After Xiao Qin chopped down all the demons, an illusory seven-colored, glassy saber light appeared in his sea of consciousness. This was the essence of the demon fiend rock after the negative demons were removed. According to the test's performance and the grade of the demon fiend rock, different amounts of essence would appear. This is my first time seeing a seven-colored saber soul essence. Peak grade demon fiend rock is indeed extraordinary. In the past, when Xiao Qin used superior grade demon fiend rocks, silver essence appeared. This time, however, it was a multicolored one. Xiao Qin wondered what level his saber soul would reach after absorbing it all. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and pushed off the ground, flying towards that seven-colored light. As Xiao Qin brandished his saber light, the multicolored essence of the saber soul was absorbed into the saber in his hand. When the saber light was completely absorbed, Xiao Chen's expression changed. When the saber light in his hand was completely absorbed, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. All the illusions vanished. He had already exhausted the demon fiend rock in his hand. Xiao Chen's gaze turned even sharper. It felt like he could pierce through space with a gentle stab, inspiring fear. Xiao Chen anxiously sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. He discovered that the illusory small saber beside the lightning talisman had become even more corporeal. 76% comprehension. What an incredible effect. With another demon fiend rock, my saber soul can definitely advance to 80% comprehension. There are also 9 peak grade demon fiend rocks. Who knows, I might be able to advance my saber soul to 90% comprehension and form my own saber domain. Xiao Chen exclaimed joyfully. He had not expected the effects of the peak grade demon fiend rock to be so good. In reality, there was a reason for this. If it were another emperor using this demon fiend rock, he would not be able to achieve such an effect as Xiao Chen did. Firstly, this was Xiao Chen's first time using the peak grade demon fiend rock. Naturally, the effects would be extraordinary. For any natural treasure, the first use would have the greatest effect. After that, the effects would slowly weaken until there was no effect at all. Secondly, it had to do with Xiao Chen's mental state. His heart was as calm as still water, completely unaffected by the negative emotions. Killing all the demons without sparing a single one would naturally achieve the best effect. If a large number of demons remained and could not be killed, the impurities in the demon fiend rock would not be removed so cleanly. Perhaps not even half of the 7-colored essence would be left. When one's mental state reached Emperor Wu's level, the higher one went, the more one would discover the effects of one's mental state. After tossing aside his thoughts, Xiao Chen took out the second peak grade demon fiend rock and continued to cultivate. The first time, Xiao Chen had spent half a day to eliminate all the demons. This time, he only needed 4 hours. However, the improvement he obtained shocked him. 79% comprehension. Xiao Chen was still a step away from 80% comprehension. This blow shattered his dreams. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "The effects are weakening very quickly. To think that I can use 10 demon fiend rocks to break through to a saber domain. How naive." If Xiao Chen could advance his saber soul to a saber domain before the ceremony, he would be more confident when facing Emperor Wu's mockery. Even without the cycle banner, he could hold his own against a second heaven Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen sighed somewhat helplessly. Then, he continued to absorb the third peak grade demon fiend rock. After he finished, his saber soul reached 80% comprehension. However, Xiao Chen did not feel much joy. With this third demon fiend rock, his saber soul had only reached 80% comprehension, not even 81%. If this continued, not to mention 100% comprehension saber soul, even 90% comprehension would be an unattainable goal. An 80% comprehension saber soul cannot create an absolute suppression. Compared to a 70% comprehension saber soul, there is no qualitative difference. Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Then, he took out the remaining 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks and entered deep thought. What should I do? Within 1 month, I will announce to the world that I am re-establishing the Dragon's Gate and send out invitations. I already exposed the sharp spirit finger as a trump card. If I do not have another trump card, how am I going to suppress those insignificant people? Feeling anxious, Xiao Chen could not think of any solution. The effects of the demon fiend rocks gradually decreased. As Xiao Chen absorbed them over and over again, the effects became weaker. Why do I have to absorb them over and over again? Why not gather them together and absorb all 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Inspiration flashed in his mind as he came up with such an idea. What are you thinking of doing? Don't mess around. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen line up the 7 demon fiend rocks as if he wanted to refine them at the same time. This startled her. I plan to refine all 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time and risk it all. Idiot. To think that you are really planning to do that. Demon fiend rocks are evil items in the first place, not anything good. Refining just one is already fatal. You want to absorb them all at the same time. Are you tired of living? Ao Jiao scolded, don't think that you are the only smart one who thought of this. Some madmen have tried it before. Refining demon fiend rocks at the same time can multiply the effects. However, one can only refine 3 peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time. That is the limit. If one exceeds this limit, they will either go crazy, their souls will scatter, or they will become crippled. None of them will have a good ending. Even if one can refine 3 at the same time, that would be a deity race cultivator with extraordinary mental energy. Few people of the other races can do that. Xiao Chen's originally hesitant expression became more resolute when he heard this. Xiao Chen had transmigrated and reincarnated. His mental energy was more than twice that of irregular humans in the first place. Furthermore, He cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, making his mental energy even stronger, already condensing it into magic energy. In terms of mental energy, even the deity race's Emperor Wu did not have many people stronger than Xiao Qin. Of course, in terms of usage of mental energy, Xiao Qin was definitely not as good as the deity race cultivators. Back then, when Emperor Forsaken made a move, he returned without any results. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin felt more confident. Ao Jiao, I never do things rashly. However, this time, I have to take a gamble. The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate is very important. I do not have the corresponding strength. Just the Haoqian Prime alone will not be able to suppress that group of small fries. Pu Ci. Before Ao Jiao could reply, Xiao Chen's 80% comprehended saber soul came out of his forehead with a flash. The instant the 80% comprehended saber soul appeared, all the Blades men on Heavenly Star Island felt a formless force that made the sabers in their hands tremble. The saber intent that radiated out buzzed endlessly. Fortunately, this moment ended as quickly as it came. When the saber's soul came in contact with the 7-peak Great Demon Fiend rocks, the scattered saber intent immediately vanished. Black fog shrouded the summit, and a sinister wind blew. A horrifying demon moved unpredictably in the black fog. Such a mysterious phenomenon attracted the attention of all the cultivators around the mountain range. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying demonic chi on the peak where Xiao Qin cultivates? That demon is very horrifying. With just one look, the dark side of my heart surged, unable to suppress my murderous intent. Chapter 1263. Oh no! Could Big Brother Xiao Qin have entered a state of berserking qi deviation? Yu Chenxi, Xianyuan Zhantian, Gong Yangyu, and the others all gathered at the foot of the mountain, all of them speaking anxiously and worriedly. Some people could not resist rushing up the mountain to take a look. Stop right there. No one is to move. The Life Reaper Azura Lon Chaofeng appeared silently. When he saw the dark clouds covering the mountain and the ever-changing demons, his expression suddenly changed. I heard that Lon Chaofeng asked Mo Qin to collect peak-grade demon fiend rocks. Could this little fellow have taken that path? Senior Lon, what's going on? Did Big Brother Xiao Qin enter a state of berserking qi deviation? Lon Chaofeng did not say anything. He formed hand seals and quickly formed hand seals. The primordial energy in his body surged, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Then, Lon Chaofeng pointed to the sky, and a vast barrier directly sealed off this place, including the mountain where Xiao Qin cultivated. Even Lon Chaofeng found it somewhat taxing to seal off such a large place. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said calmly, "Keep today's matter a secret. Xiao Qin cannot be disturbed by anyone right now. If anything goes wrong, this little fellow will be completely destroyed. The few of you, scatter to the periphery. If you discover anyone suspicious and do not heed the first warning, you can directly make a move. I will personally guard this mountain." Yes. Lon Chaofeng had never seen Lon Chaofeng so anxious before. After hearing his orders, Yu Chenxi and the others did not say anything else. They scattered to guard the periphery. As for Lon Chaofeng himself, he personally remained at the foot of the mountain to guard Xiao Qin. As Lon Chaofeng looked at the terrifying black demonic qi on the mountain, he said with lingering fear, "This little fellow. That is a taboo that even I do not dare to touch." Just how many peak-grade demon fiend rocks did he absorb? 3, or did he surpass the taboo and refine 4? If Lon Chaofeng knew that Xiao Qin refined 7 in one go, he would disregard everything to stop Xiao Qin. In the chaotic sea of consciousness, demons and monsters danced wildly and a boundless baleful aura surged continuously. The moment the phenomenon first appeared, the surging murderous aura instantly caused Xiao Qin's heart to waver. Slaughter, hatred, pain, jealousy, and various other negative emotions assaulted him, causing him to be unable to endure it and almost collapse. So painful, so painful. Amid the chaos, Xiaoqin could not even form a saber soul. He held his head with both hands and knelt on the ground. The expression on his face changed unpredictably, showing pain and conflict. In his eyes, the world was completely distorted. Those demons that were born from negative emotions. In his heart, it was distorted and exaggerated beyond recognition. The entire world was a blur, and he couldn't see anything clearly at all. Refining 7 top-grade devil fiend rocks at the same time would multiply the effects, but the danger would also multiply. As soon as he appeared, he gave Xiaoqin a show of strength. If he didn't wake up, his entire soul would be occupied by negative emotions, and he would become a devil who would kill without blinking an eye. Throughout history, there had been many outstanding talents and ambitious overlords who fell to demon fiend rocks. This was not strange at all. Shortcuts were not that easy to take. The torture continued, and the pain intensified. Xiaoqian's mind turned chaotic as he howled in pain. Piercing auditory hallucinations appeared in Xiaoqian's ears. Horrifying mysterious phenomena appeared before him, and despair filled his heart. Gaga gaga. You are just an arrogant maniac. Do you think that you are very incredible? If not for the Thunder Sovereign standing behind you, who knows how many times you would have been killed already? You are just a bastard. Serves you right to be chased out of your clan. Your blood is cold, and your heart is ice. Serves you right to be rejected by others. Serves you right to die before advancing to martial emperor in 5 years. Piercing auditory hallucinations rang out in Xiaoqian's ears. Even when he covered his ears, he could not block out this sound. Endless illusions appeared before Xiaoqin. The most horrifying one was when he underwent his great tribulation of wind and fire, burning to death on the emperor's road, dying while he was just 1 step away from the emperor's door. When Xiaoqin saw it with his own eyes, it was like experiencing it for himself. It felt incredibly real. Everyone in the world started mocking Xiaoqin. Indeed, he was a short-lived person. Meteor, oh, meteor. Whoever laughs last is the true hero. These people included the Zodiac Hall's young master, Di Wuk, the Ghost Monarch's personal disciple, and the Xingtian's followers. There were also the people that Xiaoqin once trampled on, all of them laughing wantonly. The laughter was piercing, overlapping with the auditory hallucinations. It was so painful that one wished for death, on the verge of collapse. A voice of despair rang out in Xiaoqian's heart. Just give up. Living is too tiring. Who is as bitter as you, becoming Emperor Wu and getting attacked by half of the primes in the world? Who is like you? Driven by the responsibility in your heart, wanting to restore the sect of your ancestors? However, you have to hide and sneak around. You live in fear, fearing that if you take a wrong step, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. You even implicate your friends and family. Who is as lonely as you? You clearly have someone you love, but you do not dare to bring her to your side, fearing that someone will harm you and make an irreparable mistake. Who can understand your helplessness? You are clearly just walking your own path, yet you suffer from all sorts of people, clowns, insulting and mocking you endlessly, whether openly or in the dark. Blue Dragon King, looking at the world, who is as bitter as you? Who is as lonely as you? Who is as bitter as you? Who is as lonely as you? Give up. Give up. You have to hate. You have to hate that bastard Qing Emperor for leaving behind a huge mess for an innocent person like you to bear. You have to hate. You have to hate that hypocrite Thunder King. You are clearly being hunted down, yet he watches from the back and does not make a move. You have to hate. You have to hate those insignificant people. Who gave them the authority to wantonly insult? No matter whether you are right or wrong, they will curse you and curse you to hell, waiting for you to be consigned to eternal damnation, watching you make a joke of yourself. Xiao Chen's eyes turned hazy, appearing somewhat crazed and somewhat cold. He muttered, "Right, I have to hate. I have to hate. I have to hate that heaven is unfair to me. The Qing Emperor caused my emperor's path to be filled with suffering. The Thunder King is putting on an act for my own good. There are so many insignificant people gossiping about me." At the foot of the mountain, Lan Chaofeng's expression suddenly turned wild. His barrier shook continuously, and his surging demonic flame and baleful aura soared into the sky. What's going on? How many peak-grade demon fiend rocks did he refine at the same time? Lan Chaofeng stood up with a grave expression. A horrified expression flashed in his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Qin, who was on the verge of falling into depravity, felt significantly less pain. If you want to kill and cannot find the Qing Emperor, then kill all the descendants of the Qing Emperor. Those Shao clan members in the Sky Dome realm all have the bloodline of the Qing Emperor. They all deserve to die. If you want to kill the Thunder King, that hypocrite. That old fellow is immortal for 10,000 years and should have died long ago. If you want to kill all the dancing clowns and insignificant people. Do not leave a single one alive. The voice in Xiao Chen's heart rang out again. His eyes turned scarlet, and a strong killing intent surged from his entire body. That's right. I want to kill. I want to kill. I want to kill. Kill. The voice in Lan Chaofeng's sea of consciousness shouted. In reality, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Kill! Rumble!" Immediately, the originally shaky barrier crumbled. Boundless demonic qi formed a black pillar of light from the summit and soared into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Lan Chaofeng took a step back and muttered, "It's over. I can't hide even if I wanted to now. What's going on?" Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai rushed over and asked with horror on their faces, not understanding what happened. Lan Chaofeng waved his hand and said with a grave expression, "Don't ask anything. Spread out and don't let anyone near. You will not be able to block people on the level of Emperor Wu. Let them in. I'll guard them." Right now, Xiao Chen is at the most crucial moment. He cannot allow anyone to disturb him. He already has half a foot in the deep abyss, entering the demonic Tao. Ah! Stepping into the deep abyss, entering the demonic Tao. These words frightened Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai into paling, and they could not help crying out. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Mo Chen muttered, somewhat at a loss. Lan Chaofeng sighed. This fellow probably pushed himself too hard, wanting to have another trump card on the day of the ceremony. Never mind, this is not the time to speak nonsense. Quickly organize the people. Don't let ordinary people pass through. If he really kills someone, he will never be able to turn back. Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai could hear the urgency in Lan Chaofeng's words. They did not dare to linger, immediately leaving to carry out the order. As Xiao Chen's conferred land, Heaven Dragon City had risen very quickly recently. It would be impossible to say that there were no experts of hostile factions hiding in the city. This was an extremely normal thing. The various large factions were very intertwined with each other. They all infiltrated each other. The Holy Lands were no exception. Normally, Mo Chen and the others would not care. After all, the other party did not do anything. They could not possibly chase him out just because he was strong. However, at this crucial moment, this was what they feared the most. As long as the other party caused trouble and entered the demonic Tao, it would be over. At the same time, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's heart again, where the demonic flame gathered. You want to become a demon. Only by becoming a demon can you be free. Only by becoming a demon can you be omnipotent, fearless, able to kill whoever you want. Fall into the darkness and become a demon. The voice in Xiao Chen's heart gave off a boundless temptation. I want to hate, I want to kill, I want to become a demon. The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the world and making it bright. Heavenly Star Island was as calm as usual. However, it was accompanied by the heart-wrenching word, kill. At the peak that belonged to Xiao Chen to the northwest of Heaven Dragon City, an overwhelming demonic light soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky darkened, as if it was night, pitch black. Only that black demonic light was piercingly bright and eye-catching. Immediately, the entire city turned flustered, not knowing what to do. The dark clouds made everyone flustered and tremble. What's going on? Is a great demon about to appear? What a horrifying demonic flame! I have only seen such a scene in the Black Sea. A greater heavenly emperor Wu fell into the demonic Tao and killed half the people of the sea region. Finally, the 13 great bandits had to work together to kill that person. However, isn't that the peak of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin? How can there be such a horrifying demonic flame? Could it be that the Blue Dragon King entered Berserking Qi deviation? Chapter 1264. The city was in an uproar. This news was explosive enough. It was hard for people not to be shocked. That's probably true. The Blue Dragon King's power is growing too fast. It's not surprising that he would go berserk. Let's go take a look. Those who were not afraid of death could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and rushed towards the mountain peak. In an instant, figures flickered in the sky. Tens of thousands of people soared into the air, all flying towards the same direction. The scene was incomparably spectacular. At the same time, in a few inconspicuous shops in Heaven Dragon City, several ordinary-looking old men walked out and looked coldly at the soaring demonic light. Among them, there were people from the immortal Holy Lands like Zodiac Hall, Five Poison Sect, Myriad Fiend Island, Yin Yang Paradise, and Moon Palace. There were also people from ancient families and forces like the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas. Without exception, they were all emperors. A few of them even had the strength of Emperor Wu at the second sky. In just 1 year, the Heaven Dragon City became the center of the Western Sea. The speed of its rise was unprecedented. The various major factions of the Heavenly Starry Ocean all saw this and did not lower their guard. Even if they didn't want to be enemies with Heaven Dragon City, they had to show that they valued this city. They had sent their emperor-level experts to guard the city. It could appear instantly in unexpected situations, such as when the Heaven Dragon City's West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed. The hidden Emperor Wu would jump out and stop the West Ocean Dragon Palace from taking all the territories. For example, Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin had suddenly gone berserk. Now that there was an emperor-level powerhouse present, they could make a good decision. After a while, many martial monarchs sneered and made up their minds. They silently walked towards the mountain peak. There were also a few Emperor Wu who chose to remain neutral after remaining silent for a long time. For example, the experts of the Myriad Fiend Island, the Lunar Palace, and the Yin Yang Paradise did not act rashly. At the peak where Xiao Qin was, Mo Chen and the others saw batches of cultivators rushing over. After failing to persuade them for a long time, they chose to kill. I repeat, this is the forbidden area of the Heaven Dragon City. Anyone who dares to come near will be killed. Mo Chen said coldly, killing a small perfection blue-robed emperor who tried to barge in with a palm strike. There were at least 1 or 2 corpses of cultivators who had tried to barge in, but had been killed. Such a cold and frightening scene finally shocked the people who came to watch the show. After all, no matter how heavy their curiosity was, it was needless to say which was more important compared to their lives. Step down, all of you. You won't be able to interfere in today's matter. There's nothing interesting to see inside. Lan Xiaobai's words were calm, but there was an undeniable tone in his tone. Although it was a request, it was also an order. With some corpses as a foil, his words were filled with deterrence. Despite their reluctance, some of them still retreated obediently. After retreating for 10,000 meters, they stopped and continued to watch from afar. Jean Lin could not help cursing. This group of people is really not afraid of death. Asking them to retreat is for their own good. Even now, they are not willing to leave. Lan Xiaobai rubbed his temples and said, "Never mind. We have already retreated far enough. It's up to them." Emochan said worriedly, "Earlier, there were at least 5 Emperor Wus who passed through our blockade." Lan Xiaobai turned his head and said, "I know. I'll leave this to Master. We can no longer block existences on the level of Emperor Wu." Emochan hesitated for a while before turning her head back and asking, "Do you think that big brother Xiaoqin can return?" Lan Xiaobai was not in a rush to answer. After a while, he said, "I believe him. Although he looks cold on the outside, his heart is warm. I don't believe that he will fall into the demonic Tao." At the foot of the mountain, Lan Chaofeng looked coldly at the 4 people in front. He said, "The Heavenly Province Academy, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the 5 Poison Sect, and the ancient noble clans Old Jiang. I really did not know that this insignificant Heaven Dragon city hid so many Emperor Wus." When the 4 saw Lan Chaofeng, they were slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Lan Chaofeng, who was known as the life-reaping Azura, would appear at this moment. After thinking for a while, the elegant old man from the Heavenly Province Academy said, "Senior Lan, you have seen the situation for yourself. The Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin has already taken half a step into the demonic Tao. This is the best time to kill him. If he really becomes a demon, he will bring a calamity to the entire heavenly starry ocean." "That's right. You are also aware of his talent. Once such a demon matures, I dare say that he will endanger the entire Kunlun realm. Senior Lan, you should not stop us. You should charge up with us and kill this demon while he is still in the cradle." Lan Chaofeng retorted indifferently, "What are you arguing about? Isn't he still half a step into the demonic Tao? Don't label him as a demon so early. At the very least, he has not killed a single person yet and has not formally entered the demonic Tao yet. If we really wait for him to become a demon, it will be too late. Senior Lan, you'd better not be blind and become a sinner for all time," the old man from the 5 Poison Sect said in a strange tone, his words extremely vicious. "If you want to protect someone, you have to see when. If we kill him now, the Thunder King will not dare to say anything. We are killing a demon, a powerful demon. He will be remembered in history as a hero." The black-clad old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace said righteously, "Senior Lan, it's fine if you don't make a move, but don't stop us. Don't think that we are afraid of you just because you are the life-reaping Azura. Even if we attack together, you might not be a match for us." The ancient noble clan's Old Jiang took a step forward, feeling a sense of danger. Lan Chaofeng smiled coldly and said, "After not making a move for so many years, do you really think that I, the life-reaping Azura, am an old man?" A horrifying killing chi suddenly erupted from Lan Chaofeng's body. The 4's eyes turned dazed as they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind Lan Chaofeng. There were even the corpses of famous Emperor Wu bobbing up and down in the sea of blood, shrieking miserably. The 4 immediately panicked. Just how many Emperor Wu did this fellow kill to generate such a horrifying killing chi? Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. Before the ancient noble clan's Old Jiang could understand what was going on, his 2 arms flew up at the same time, and blood spurted out from his arms. However, to the others, Lan Chaofeng did not move at all. However, a dagger flickering with cold light had appeared in his hand at some point in time. The dagger danced between Lan Chaofeng's fingers as he said indifferently, "Breaking your arms is a lesson for you. You are just a group of First Heaven Emperor Wu. Killing you is no different from killing dogs. Scram. However, just at this moment, a flash of starlight flashed, taking advantage of the moment when Lan Chaofeng attacked. Lan Chaofeng's heart sank. Oh no. I let the people from Zodiac Hall sneak in. Furthermore, based on the aura, it is a second Heaven Emperor Wu. However, if Lan Chaofeng gave chase at this moment, the four before him would definitely not just obediently retreat. Lan Chaofeng immediately fell into a dilemma. He could only let that astral palace Emperor Wu fly to the summit. Up at the summit, the voice in Xiao Chen's heart continued to shout enticingly, I want to become a demon. I want to become a demon. I want to become a demon. I want to make Xiao Chen say this personally. Boundless hatred filled him with murderous intent, and the murderous intent pushed him 1 foot into the abyss of becoming a demon. Many outstanding talents in history ended up entering berserking chi deviation because their mental states failed to keep up as their strength increased. As a result, they lost themselves in the face of desire. Xiao Chen's mental state was several times higher than that of his peers. Even many of the older generation could not compare to him. Unexpectedly, refining 7-peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time triggered a heart demon that was too strong. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen fell for it, not giving him any buffer time at all. The small hatred in Xiao Chen's heart magnified infinitely, turning into a surging killing intent. Right now, as long as Xiao Chen took another step forward, he could no longer turn back. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was already completely suppressed. Although he still had a weak trace of rationality, he put up a final resistance. He didn't say that he wanted to become a demon. However, if he encountered external pressure, he would be able to resist it. However, if he ran into any external pressure, he would turn into duckweed, swept away by a wave. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, felt very anxious. However, she could not think of any good ideas. At this moment, no one else could help Xiao Chen. He could only rely on his own willpower. However, Xiao Chen's willpower, which had always been successful, was put to a severe test this time. He could fall at any moment. What should I do? What should I do? No matter how much Ao Jiao thought about it, she could not think of any good ideas. Refining 7-peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time. Since ancient times, no one had ever been so bold. Even those madmen would not dare to do such a thing. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen's peak will of thunder suddenly gave off a loud roar. The strong might of thunder exploded in his sea of consciousness. The will of thunder, which was only 1 step away from becoming an innate thunder crystal, let out its own furious roar at this moment. The bewitching voice in Xiao Chen's heart paused momentarily before this explosion of thunder. The roaring thunder could rupture eardrums and make one's heart tremble. However, to Xiao Chen at this moment, it sounded as pleasant as celestial music. His heart, which had been suppressed by chaos, finally obtained temporary peace. Several heartwarming scenes appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen learned the Saber Dao under Lu Rui's tutelage on Qingyun Peak. The many disciples of the Xiao clan in Mo City knelt down and pleaded for Xiao Chen. During the king conferral ceremony, the Thunder King stepped forward and personally saved Xiao Chen from Emperor Forsaken. On Heavenly Star Island, the gazes of his companions filled with respect and hope. Along the way, I have never been alone. Amid the mysterious phenomenon, the murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes receded like the receding tide, his hatred vanishing. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. When he thought of what happened earlier, he felt a lingering fear. How dangerous! It did not give me any buffer time at all. If not for the will of thunder shocking the baleful aura for a moment at the crucial moment, the consequences would have been dire. Originally, Xiao Chen's mental state was not weak. However, the heart demon was too strong, not giving him any buffer time from the start. As long as Shao Qin had a chance to catch his breath, given his mental state and strong mental energy, he would be able to recover his mental state in an instant. When the countless demons in front saw that Shao Qin had woken up, they continuously created all sorts of illusions and terrifying illusory sounds, trying to pull Shao Qin back into a state of massacre. Chapter 1265. However, it was clearly impossible for the same move to work on Shao Qin twice. Gurgle. Gurgle. When the move failed, all the demons started moving at the same time. Then, they gathered together and turned into a mountain-sized demon. It looked as disgusting as one could imagine. However, what shocked Shao Qin even more was yet to come. The mountain-sized demon transformed continuously. Finally, it turned into a black-clad man who looked exactly the same. This person's face was filled with evil intent, and he held a black saber in his hand. He gave Shao Qin a familiar yet strange feeling. "Who are you?" The black-clad man smiled and said, "I am you, and you are me. However, your heart is usually very stable, never giving me a chance to appear." Shao Qin suddenly startled awake. He understood that this was the other him formed by the desires and the various negative emotions in his heart. Everyone had good and evil sides. No one could avoid them. Naturally, Shao Qin was no exception. This was somewhat problematic. With the support of the 7-peak grade demon fiend rocks, Shao Qin did not know how strong his evil thoughts would be. If he died here, he would be completely erased. "Thank you for your arrogance, giving me a chance to appear. Go in peace. I will carry your desires and live on." The black-clad man's lips curled up in a sinister smile. Then, his figure flashed as he charged at Shao Qin. The saber technique that the black-clad man attacked was Shao Qin's specialty, flawless bright moon. However, this moon was a black, evil moon. It gathered evil thoughts and inspired fear. How fast! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Shao Qin attacked at lightning speed. He also used flawless bright moon to clash. The two moons competed with each other. Two saber chi, one black and one white, clashed at the same time. In the end, Shao Qin's saber chi instantly scattered. The black saber chi contained a berserk killing intent, knocking Shao Qin back and causing him to vomit blood. "How can it be like this?" Shao Qin asked, feeling doubtful. The black-clad man walked over step by step. He smiled and said, "I know everything you know. I have this endless massacre and evil thoughts to use. However, you can only defend your heart. How can you compare to me?" Whoosh! With a flash, the man in black did not give Shao Qin a chance to overtake him. He began to suppress Shao Qin. The various killing moves that Shao Qin usually used were displayed in an even more brutal manner in the hands of the black-clothed man, and each move was much more powerful than the original. "Too weak. You can't use this move like that. With just this bit of skill, you still want to walk down the road of Emperor. How naive." In just 10 moves, Shao Qin was already covered in cuts and bruises. On the other hand, the black-clothed man was orderly and skillful. Every time he lost, Shao Qin would ruthlessly taunt him. Shao Qin calmed down and thought of another move, momentary glory. Yes, it was momentary glory. He had personally comprehended this move, and he needed to experience it himself to be able to use it. As an evil will, the other party would never have thought of this. Saber lights flickered, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena coalesced into a scene of Shao Qin standing proudly on the peak of a mountain and all the outstanding talents falling. The black-clothed man smiled and said, "This is what you understand as glory. However, in my heart, true glory is like this." After saying that, the black-clothed man also chopped down with momentary glory. The outline of the scene did not change. However, behind the black-clothed Shao Qin in the scene was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. White bones piled up everywhere. The two scenes clashed intensely. The two stretched out their hands at the same time and said softly, "Break." Whoosh! Space shattered, and all the scenes intertwined, forming an intense clash. The two were evenly matched. It was the black-clothed man's turn to be startled. "What's going on?" "My glory used the corpses of the outstanding talents to form a sea of blood. How can his glory compare to mine?" A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His heart became even more resolute. He smiled and said, "Indeed, it is as I expected. You do not understand me at all. You do not understand my glory. You do not understand my hot-bloodedness. Similarly, you do not understand my sorrow." When Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, saw the killing qi in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly vanish, she revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. Although the demonic qi had not disappeared, Xiao Chen had already woken up. He withdrew the foot that was halfway into the deep abyss in the end. Suddenly, a beam of starlight rushed up from the foot of the mountain. Its speed was faster than the human eye could react to. In one moment, it was still at the foot of the mountain. In the next moment, it appeared before Xiao Chen. The afterimage behind Xiao Chen had yet to fade away. It gave the illusion of a bright beam of starlight stretching over, never stopping. The starlight gathered, and an old man with a goatee appeared before Ao Jiao. He wore clothes embroidered with stars. The goatee looked at Xiao Chen with shock in his eyes. He muttered, "What a powerful blue dragon king. Even when one foot is halfway into the deep abyss, he can still pull himself back. I did not waste a 9-star divine movement talisman in vain. Just so I can stimulate the killing intent in your heart and push you into the deep abyss." After saying that, the goatee started storing up power, preparing to attack Xiao Chen's main body and stimulate Xiao Chen's instinctive killing intent. Scram! Just at this moment, a beam of golden light flew out from Xiao Chen's finger. Ao Jiao stood on Little Yellow Feather, bathed in a golden flame, charging out like a goddess. The goatee old man was slightly stunned. When he saw that Ao Jiao was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, he immediately revealed a cold smile. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even the great perfection blue-robed emperor dares to tell me to scram. Scatter. The goatee old man flipped his palm, and a purple star banner appeared. Then, he casually waved it at Little Yellow Feather like he was chasing away a fly. The surging starlight gathered and kicked up a small starlight hurricane. The starlight seemed to condense into a solid wind that howled. Everywhere it passed, space cracked. Ao Jiao did not panic. Her gaze turned grave, and Little Yellow Feather's body burned with light. Its aura suddenly soared, and it spat out a clump of flame. This clump of golden flame was extraordinary. One could vaguely see the vague shape of a sun in it, like a newborn solar star. Strictly speaking, the sun was also a star. In the Zodiac Hall, the Solar Astral Palace ranked first was also the Solar Astral Palace. The flame that Little Yellow Feather spat out was a secret technique of the Golden Crow race, the Solar Astral Flame. It was said that a peak adult golden crow could spit out a miniature sun when it opened its mouth, capable of destroying a continent. Although this clump of solar astral flame was far from the legendary scene, there were already some hints of it. The starlight from the purple star slowly melted under the heat of this solar astral flame, eventually assimilating into it. When the goatee old man saw this scene, he was stunned. The Golden Crow Holy Beast. The Golden Crow Holy Beast was born in the sun. From the moment it was born, it carried the might of the sun. It was known as the Lord of the Stars. Any starlight would pale in comparison to it. The Golden Crow was a holy beast that all those who cultivated astral energy dreamed of obtaining. It was also the bane of all those who cultivated astral energy. Wild joy appeared in the goatee old man's eyes. A young golden crow. The heavens are helping me. I used the heavenly astral divine movement talisman at the right time. Otherwise, this golden crow would not be mine. Break. The goatee old man spun the astral banner. This time, he paid 120% of his attention, no longer as casual as before. In one strike, he used 80% of his primordial energy to drive the astral banner in his hand. With a loud bang, the solar astral flame shattered. When the flame shattered, a flaming meteor rain fell from the sky above the mountain, flickering in the sky. Little yellow feather, I'll leave it to you. A determined look flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. Then, she pushed off Little Yellow Feather's back and soared into the air. Little Yellow Feather cried out twice as if telling Ao Jiao not to worry. Its figure shook, and its body suddenly split into countless flaming golden feathers. Thousands upon thousands of flaming feathers gathered on Ao Jiao's body, looking like a suit of battle armor made of golden thread, burning with a divine fiery light. Life's sacrifice, the golden crow race's forbidden technique. What exactly is this little golden crow's background? The goatee old man's eyes turned doubtful. The golden crow could obtain the inheritance of its ancestors in its bloodline. It could learn by itself and comprehend all sorts of secret techniques. However, this life sacrifice art was a forbidden technique that only the golden crow race's king could execute. After obtaining the golden thread battle armor made of Little Yellow Feather's life sacrifice, Ao Jiao's aura became incredibly strong. Xiao Qin hovered in the sky. From a distance, she looked dazzling with golden light and misty flames. She looked holy and dignified, like the Valkyrie of ancient legends. Ao Jiao's eyes narrowed as she held her two sabers. Then, she sent out a beam of golden flaming light, taking the initiative to charge at the goatee old man. The might of a great sun surged out. The goatee old man discovered that the astral energy he used was completely suppressed. This was undoubtedly a fatal threat to him. He came from the Zodiac Hall. All his martial techniques and cultivation techniques were related to astral energy. Suppressing astral energy was equivalent to crippling half of his strength. Xiao Qin stabilized the situation for now. The life sacrifice had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would be able to deal with this insignificant great perfection blue-robed emperor in one move. Whoosh! Whoosh! Golden light flickered continuously in the air. Ao Jiao's exquisite figure created beams of light in the air as she surrounded the goatee old man and attacked him relentlessly. This was a dazzling battle that dazzled everyone's eyes and overwhelmed them. Time ticked by, but Ao Jiao's might did not diminish. The goatee old man calmly brandished the purple star banner in his hand, forming an impenetrable defense. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can last. Although the goatee old man was in a sorry state, he did not panic at all. This was because he knew that once the time limit of the life sacrifice was up, Ao Jiao would immediately return to her original form. At that time, he could draw out the astral energy and kill this girl in one move. However, just at this moment, an intense killing chi surrounded the goatee. Before the goatee could react, he saw saber lights flickering with electricity appear around him. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, boundless saber lights flickering with electricity formed a world of sabers. Saber domain. What's going on? For the first time, horror appeared in the goatee old man's eyes. Emperor Wu, who could comprehend a saber domain, had the ability to kill someone of a higher cultivation. This was extremely horrifying. Lan Chaofeng. It must be Lan Chaofeng coming over. Back then, the Life Reaper Azura was able to kill countless Emperor Wu. Even sovereign martial emperors feared him because he comprehended a saber domain. Chapter 1266. Senior Lan, I know my mistake. Please show mercy and give me a chance. As the goateed old man looked at the vast and boundless island of lightning, he immediately panicked. He was only a second heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. He had managed to fool Lan Chaofeng by using a divine movement talisman. If the other party really wanted to fight, the goateed old man would not be a match for him at all. Furthermore, his astral energy was suppressed. Give you a chance. Did you give me a chance when you charged up the mountain? A cold snort resounded, and the Thunder Saber domain withdrew, compressing the entire space. The goateed old man, who was locked down in the Saber domain, had nowhere to hide. Tens of thousands of electric saber lights pierced through him. At the same time, 5-colored starlight descended from the sky. Xiao Qin, who held the cycle banner and drove the 100 strands of primordial energy in his body, flew over. The saber light seemed to recognize him, automatically opening a path for him. The starlight of massacre, despair, ruin, death, and grief merged on the banner tip. Pu Ci. The saber lights pierced the goateed old man's heart of an emperor. When Xiao Qin drove the cycle banner with 5 strands of primordial energy, he had been somewhat strained. Now, not only was it easy, but the starlight driven by the 100 strands of primordial energy was also several times mightier. The goateed old man vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Qin in shock. It's your saber domain. That's right. Unfortunately, you are already a dead man. Xiao Qin expressionlessly put away the banner. With a thought, the Thunder Saber domain turned into 100 strands of electric light and returned to his forehead. Wounds covered the goateed old man's body, flickering with electric light. Saber intent lingered in the wounds, preventing Emperor Wu's golden body from healing them quickly. However, even if all the wounds were added together, they could not compare to the wound at the goateed old man's dantian. That was a black hole, and the old man's heart of an emperor had already vanished. Pu Ci. 2 flaming golden saber lights crossed each other and instantly chopped off the goateed old man's head, killing him. The one who made the move was naturally Ao Jiao, who was wearing a golden armor. She looked like a god of war, and her body emitted endless pressure. Xiao Qin felt somewhat confused. Since when had Ao Jiao become so strong? Just as he was about to say something, he discovered that the golden feathers on Ao Jiao's body were slowly falling off. A moment later, the feathers converged and burned into a ball of flame. When the flame dissipated, a pure white egg appeared in front of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the golden crow egg that little yellow feather hatched from? What had happened while he was fighting the evil spirit? How did little yellow feather end up like this? Ao Jiao carefully put away the golden crow egg. She looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Don't worry too much. Little yellow feather used the life of the golden crow race as a sacrifice. When the solar divine flame hatches, it will undergo another nirvanic rebirth." Xiao Qin knew that it would not be that simple. After some thought, he asked, "How many years?" If little yellow feather cannot find the legendary solar divine flame, it will need 500 years before it can be reborn. The solar divine flame was a legend in the Kunlun realm. No one had ever seen it before. That was to say, Xiao Qin was certain that little yellow feather would only appear after another 500 years. 500 years. Xiao Qin's heart suddenly felt heavy. 500 years was a very long time. Little yellow feather had been sleeping in the sky dome realm for tens of thousands of years. It had only been a few years since it reappeared, yet it had to sleep for another 500 years. Xiao Qin truly owed little yellow feather too much. Ao Jiao consoled him, "It's fine. Even without this experience, little yellow feather will undergo a nirvanic rebirth. This is a tribulation that the king of the golden crow race has to endure. It only sleeps. When it wakes up, it can still see us. Nothing has changed. Come, let's go down." "Right." Ao Jiao hugged the golden crow egg and returned to the immortal spirit ring. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple electric light, rushing down the mountain at lightning speed. At the foot of the mountain, the number of Emperor Wu gathered had increased from the original 4 to 9. However, when they saw the cold expression on Lan Chaofeng's face, none of them dared to take a step forward. 2 people lay on the ground, trying to sneak up. In the end, Lan Chaofeng dealt a heavy blow to them, injuring their hearts of an emperor and causing them to fall to the ground, unable to get up. What's going on? Earlier, the demonic qi was overwhelming. Now, there is no demonic qi at all. The 5 beams of starlight earlier were clearly a martial technique of the astral palace. It is very likely that the elder of the Zodiac Hall used a killing move to severely injure the Blue Dragon King when he entered a state of demonic qi. That is to say, the Blue Dragon King is already dead. That is most likely the case. However, it is really hard to say now. Whether he is dead or not, we have to go up and confirm it. The elder of the astral palace must have left by now, leaving this troublesome place. The martial emperor elders from the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas, the 5 poison sect, and the Heavenly Province Academy discussed in soft voices. Their expressions were very complicated. This was a rare major event. The attention-grabbing Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin actually entered a state of berserking qi deviation, taking one step into the demonic Tao. This was simply an opportunity bestowed to them by the heavens. Unfortunately, Lan Chaofeng blocked this place, suppressing everyone's desire and preventing them from using it. Lan Chaofeng's expression turned uncertain. Even now, he did not know what the situation at the summit was like. The natural laws there were in chaos. After an intense battle, mental energy would not be able to detect anything. However, the demonic qi was gone, and an astral palace martial technique appeared. All these signs pointed to an extremely bad situation for Xiaoqin. Whoosh! At this moment, a bolt of purple lightning shot down from the peak of the towering mountain. With a crisp sound, the white-clad Xiaoqin landed in front of Lan Chaofeng. Xiaoqian's long hair fluttered in the wind, looking very elegant. He did not look injured at all. Xiaoqian's eyes were as calm as still water, not showing any signs of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. Didn't you enter a state of berserking qi deviation? The old man from the 5 poison sect asked in shock. The other Emperor Wu elders also showed shock on their faces. They could not accept this fact at all, feeling somewhat stupefied. How could this be? Not only did Xiaoqin not die, but he also did not enter a state of berserking qi deviation. Furthermore, he did not seem injured at all. Lan Chaofeng smiled and said, "Little fellow, you finally came out. This old man did not block so many clowns for you in vain. What else do you have to say? Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin is here all fine and dandy. Who was the one who wanted to slay the demon?" Xiaoqin thought for a while and guessed what was going on. He smiled and said, "Seniors, the demon that you want to slay, is it me?" The 5 poison sect elder who shouted the loudest smiled abashedly and said, "How could that be? We only saw the demonic qi rushing into the clouds here and worried that the Blue Dragon King was in danger, so we came to take a look." That's right. Earlier, the demonic qi rushing into the clouds covered the entire Heavenly Star Island. Could it be that we came to take a look? Little Yellow Feather fell back into a deep slumber, causing Xiaoqian's killing qi to linger. He said rudely to this group of Holy Land elders who harbored evil intentions, "Naturally, there is no harm in taking a look. Now that we have seen enough, why don't we scram?" "What did you say?" Hearing Xiaoqian's rudeness, the few Emperor Wu elders all raged. If Lan Chaofeng had told them to scram, it would have been fine. After all, Lan Chaofeng was terrifyingly strong. However, Xiaoqin was a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Unexpectedly, he dared to be so rude to them. No matter what, they could not accept this. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Am I not clear enough?" When I call for you, scram immediately. This is my private cultivation ground. You are not welcome here. Lan Chaofeng, who was at the side, felt startled. Xiao Chen's killing chi was very dense. The sharpness hidden in the killing chi was as sharp as a saber. What exactly happened at the summit? However, it was fortunate that this killing chi was rather pure. There was no berserk, bloodthirsty, or any other attribute mixed in. Now, Xiao Chen had indeed recovered his clarity. Ha! I heard that after some people entered a state of berserk chi deviation and entered the deep abyss, they knew how to hide. They looked no different from ordinary people on the surface. However, in reality, their hearts had already changed, losing their original heart. Such demons are even more sinister and vicious. The black-clad old man from the 5 poison sects smiled coldly as he spoke in an indifferent tone. The other emperor Wu thought about it and understood. This was an elder of the 5 poison sect. He could not stand Xiao Chen's tone and wanted to teach him a lesson, so he found a random excuse. The smile on Xiao Chen's face did not diminish. He said indifferently, "You are really full of nonsense. Did you not hear me telling you to scram? How many more times do you need me to repeat myself? How pig-headed." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he withdrew his smile. Then, the electric dragon under his feet burst forth, and he arrived before the black-clad old man like he teleported. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. The tip of Xiao Chen's finger shot out, and a clump of flickering electric light covered all the surrounding light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, before the others could understand what happened, there was a loud bang, and the black-clad old man went flying. A bowl-sized hole appeared in the black-clad old man's chest. Blood flowed endlessly. "All of you, scram. Don't stay here and join in the fun," Lan Chaofeng said. Lan Chaofeng said. He feared that Xiao Chen would be tainted by killing chi after clearing his heart demon. After flipping over, the 5 poison sect elder, who was preparing to fight with Xiao Chen, vomited a mouthful of blood when he heard Lan Chaofeng's words. As the black-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen, he said coldly, "Don't think that you can defeat Emperor Wu just because you comprehended the sharp spirit finger. Today, on account of Senior Lan, I will not lower myself to your level." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He had not used his full power in this sharp spirit finger, and it could already injure this old man. To think that the other party dared to spout such nonsense. He was truly arrogant and ignorant. "You are not convinced. I'll give you a chance 3 days from now. Let's have a fair fight at the Blue Dragon Plaza in Heaven Dragon City. We won't rest until one of us dies. Do you dare to accept?" The black-clad old man, who was about to leave with Emperor Wu after saying those words, was stunned when he heard that. The black-clad old man turned around and smiled. "Senior Lan, does his words count?" "Xiao Chen, you." Lan Chaofeng said, trying to persuade Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen waved his hand and sent a voice projection, telling Lan Chaofeng not to worry and that he had his own plans. 3 days from now, Xiao Chen could use this battle to announce the news of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment to the world. This would be a good start to the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. These people could not escape responsibility for Little Yellow Feather's misfortune. He had to leave one of them behind to pay the price, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Xiao Chen agree, the black-clad old man laughed maniacally. "You probably do not know how valuable your head is. Since you want to send yourself to death, I'll fulfill your wish. 3 days from now, I will come to collect your head." Chapter 1267. The martial emperors of the Heavenly Province Academy, the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas, and the ancient noble clans all looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Xiao Chen had relied on his sudden attack and the sharp spirit finger to send the black-clad old man flying earlier. Furthermore, based on the might of Xiao Chen's sharp spirit finger, it was not very profound. If it were the complete version of the sharp spirit finger, the black-clad old man would not even be able to stand up. There was only one possibility: Xiao Qin had not practiced the sharp spirit finger to perfection, only reaching small perfection. Xiao Qin wanted to challenge Emperor Wu with his half-baked sharp spirit finger as a consummation blue-robed emperor. That was no different from a fool's dream. Ha! The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. We will definitely come and watch 3 days from now. The Emperor Wu's left one after another, their loud laughter filled with disdain. After the other Emperor Wu's left, Lon Chaofeng's face immediately sank. "Little fellow, are you crazy?" Xiao Qin raised his head and asked, "Why do you say that?" Lon Chaofeng replied solemnly, "I do not deny that you can hold your own against Emperor Wu right now. However, that is just that. If you really want to fight to the death, given Emperor Wu's golden body and the strength of his primordial energy, you will definitely die if this drags on. The sharp spirit finger is indeed fearsome when used to deal a fatal blow. However, in a true battle to the death, the other party will not give you a chance to deal a fatal blow. The moment you use the sharp spirit finger will be the moment of your death." When Xiao Qin heard this stern reprimand, he did not feel any repulsion. He could still hear the concern in Lon Chaofeng's words. Smiling faintly, Xiao Qin said, "This junior would like to exchange pointers with senior. Are you sure about exchanging pointers with me?" Lon Chaofeng asked. Xiao Qin nodded. "I'm sure." Lon Chaofeng thought of something. He smiled and said, "Very well, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Do your best. I will suppress my strength to that of a first heaven layer Emperor Wu and have a proper exchange with you. If you can defeat me, I will allow you to go up 3 days later." After saying that, Lon Chaofeng extended his right finger and tapped his chest a few times, using a secret technique to suppress his cultivation. And from the looks of it, it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. This somewhat confused Xiao Qin. In his eyes, Lon Chaofeng was now a genuine First Heaven Emperor Wu. If not for knowing Lon Chaofeng's true strength, Xiao Qin would have fallen for the other party's tricks. When Lon Chaofeng saw Xiao Qin's curiosity, he explained with a smile, "In the past, I had some small tricks as an assassin. Sometimes, I had to lower my strength before I could perfectly conceal myself. Once I execute this secret technique, I will have to wait at least half a day before I can recover my strength. So, you can exchange moves with me without worry." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Senior seems to be very confident. Using only a first heaven layer, you will not be able to block me." When Lon Chaofeng heard that, he was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "You are worried about me. Worry about yourself, then. To put it bluntly, I feel that a first heaven layer Emperor Wu is a little too much." "Very well. In that case, sorry for the offense." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. The instant he raised his head, he stretched out his hand and hacked down with his saber. In that instant, an electric light tore through the air. Xiao Qin drove all 100 strands of primordial energy in his body and gathered them on his saber. The pure white lunar shadow saber flickered with light as it casually chopped down. Everywhere it passed, black tears appeared in space. The strong primordial energy surged in Xiao Qin's body, driving the surrounding power of the world to form 100 roaming dragons dancing around wildly. This caused the world to change. Space twisted, and the different scenes in the surroundings spun quickly. Lon Chaofeng goggled, not daring to believe the scene before him. He smiled helplessly and said, "Little fellow, you were so quiet. It turns out that you were hiding such a great trump card. You made this old man worry for so long. You nearly tricked me as well. However, this little bit of skill is not enough to shake me." Xiao Qin brandished the dagger in his hand, and strands of primordial energy leaped about. 100 formless roaming dragons appeared behind Lan Chaofeng as well, causing space to twist and the surrounding scenery to change unpredictably. Dang! Lan Chaofeng casually swung the dagger and blocked Xiao Chen's lightning-fast saber strike. The instant the weapons clashed, the world spun around and space twisted. When Mo Chen and the others rushed over, all they saw was a distorted scene. In that scene, Xiao Chen's and Lan Chaofeng's figures were stretched infinitely, impossible to see clearly. After the group focused all their mental energy into their eyes, they finally managed to peer through the layers of distorted space and see a clear image. In the air, Xiao Chen actually used his flawless saber technique to fight evenly with Lan Chaofeng in close combat. Lan Chaofeng's two disciples, Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji, were stunned when they saw this. To think that Master does not hold an advantage in close combat. Master has always said that even sovereign martial emperors do not dare to get within 3 centimeters of him. This time, he really met his match. Although the group was shocked, their earlier worries were already swept away. Right now, it was clear that Lan Chaofeng and Xiao Chen were exchanging pointers and not a battle to the death. This meant that Xiao Chen had already walked out of it and cleared his heart demon. Whoosh! Suddenly, everyone felt an extremely strong might and pressure, forcing them back 100 meters uncontrollably. They felt as if a rock was pressing down on their chests. The two were originally evenly matched in the air. Suddenly, Lan Chaofeng was forced out. Many treasured sabers flickering with electricity buzzed endlessly around Xiao Chen. With a thought, Xiao Chen could form a saber. Saber domain. These two words appeared in the minds of Mo Chen and the others at the same time. Xiao Chen comprehended a saber domain. In the Emperor Wu realm, experts who could comprehend a domain were rare. However, Xiao Chen, a consummation blue-robed emperor, actually comprehended his own saber domain. Sharp spirit finger. Xiao Chen, who had used the saber domain to create an opportunity, quickly executed his killing move. This time, he used the sharp spirit finger at full power, not holding back at all. 9 electric whirlpools gathered in Xiao Chen's chest. With a thought, they gathered at his fingertips. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out, causing the entire space to shake violently. Everyone nearby felt an intense pain in their eardrums. Xiao Chen's timing was very ruthless. It happened to be the instant Lan Chaofeng was caught off guard and sent flying by his thunder saber domain. Lan Chaofeng had no time to dodge this finger strike, he could only take it head-on. Electric light burst out, and Lan Chaofeng's clothes were blasted to shreds. His skin was charred all over, and his hair stood on end, flickering with lingering electric light and giving off black smoke. After the fallen Lan Chaofeng stood up, he looked like a refugee fleeing for his life. He no longer had the air of an expert or senior. Master! Master! Are you all right? Lan Xiaobai and Lan Chaofeng asked as they walked over to support Lan Chaofeng, pinching their noses. Lan Chaofeng angrily flung the two away. His face was already charred from the explosion, making it impossible to make out any expression. He snorted coldly and said, "You are really ruthless. If not for my Emperor Wu golden body already reaching the 6th heaven, you would have taken my old life." It could be seen that the skin on Lan Chaofeng's body was rapidly growing back. Lan Chaofeng waved his hand and looked coldly at Xiao Chen before turning to leave. After Lan Chaofeng left, Lan Chaofeng and Lan Xiaobai could no longer hold back their laughter. Xiao Chen landed and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Xiaobai, was I too ruthless?" Lan Xiaobai could not stop laughing. It's fine, it's fine. This master of mine loves to brag. In the past, when he taught us, he always suppressed his cultivation to the same level as ours, beating us up miserably. This time, you have taken revenge for us. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. He said, however, "Senior seems to be angry." Lan Chaofeng guffawed and said, how can I not be angry? You blew your own trumpet, and you even turned black. Don't say anything. Let me laugh for a while more. Ha ha ha. However, suddenly, Lan Chaofeng discovered that Xiao Qin was continuously signaling him with his eyes. Lan Xiaobai also recovered his serious appearance. A bad feeling spread in Lan Chaofeng's heart. When he turned his head back, he happened to see Lan Chaofeng, who had already changed his attire. He said awkwardly, "Master, I absolutely did not mean to laugh at you." Lan Chaofeng interrupted him. "I understand. You just missed the way I taught you in the past. Starting tomorrow, I will undergo special training for a month." "Don't. Master." Lan Chaofeng wailed. Lan Chaofeng sized up Xiao Qin again, causing Xiao Qin to feel nervous for some reason. This time, he had really gone overboard. "Little fellow, you really comprehended a saber domain. Come with me," Lan Chaofeng said with a straight face as he walked forward. Such a stance made Xiao Qin feel even more nervous. Along the way, Lan Chaofeng did not say a word. This made Xiao Qin feel even more unfathomable. Just like that, after walking for about an hour, the two arrived at an even more desolate mountain peak. Xiao Qin knew that this was where Lan Chaofeng usually cultivated. This old man liked peace and quiet. Lan Chaofeng turned around and looked at Xiao Qin. Then, he circled around Xiao Qin and said with a smile, "Brat, you are really good. Since this old man became famous, I have never embarrassed myself like this." Xiao Qin smiled awkwardly and said, I don't dare. Senior is too serious." Lan Chaofeng said with a sullen expression, "You don't dare. What else do you not dare to do? Even if it is for the upcoming Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, there is no need for you to work so hard and refine more than 3 peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time. Tell me, how many did you refine?" Lan Chaofeng's stare made Xiao Qin feel somewhat guilty. He whispered, 7. 7. Lan Chaofeng cried out hoarsely, his eyes wide open. "What should I say to you? Never mind. Perhaps I don't understand the pressure you are under. 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks. No wonder you could comprehend your own domain." Although Lan Chaofeng's words were stern, Xiao Qin could still sense the concern hidden in them. So, he did not dare to rebut. "Back then, I was like you, thinking that I could undergo 3 sovereign tribulations and reach prime in one go. In the end, I ended up in such a state." When Lan Chaofeng recalled the past, he revealed a rare sadness in his eyes. "Undergoing 3 sovereign tribulations in a row. That works too." Xiao Qin looked at Lan Chaofeng with some surprise. Unexpectedly, this old man had such a past. Chapter 1268. Lan Chaofeng explained, "Don't find it strange. The Ying Zongtian you know underwent 3 sovereign tribulations in a row, gaining the strength to fight with primes. Back then, the Thunder King was the same. However, my baleful aura is too heavy, and I overestimated my strength." Xiao Qin said quickly, "Senior, don't worry. In the future, when this junior really becomes a martial emperor, I will definitely help you search for divine herbs that can extend your lifespan." Lan Chaofeng smiled and said, "It's good that you have the intention. There is no need for you to worry about this. I know my own matters the best. I called you here for another reason." "What is it?" "Show me your saber domain." Although Xiao Qin did not know what the other party was planning, he still did as he was told. "Senior, please move back a little." Boom! With a thought, thousands of saber lights shot out of Xiao Qin's body. The sabers flickered with electricity, buzzing endlessly. Strong saber intents gathered together. Wherever the saber pointed, a sharp aura seemed to be able to pierce through space. If it were a weak person standing in front of Xiao Qin, this sharp aura would have pierced thousands of holes into them. Xiao Qin, who was in the saber domain, was like a sovereign king. Everywhere he looked frightening, giving off a trace of the grace of a saber sovereign. That's it. Lan Chaofeng, who was in the air, smiled coldly and took a step forward. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The sabers in Xiao Chen's saber domain all shattered, turning into electricity and disappearing. This startled Xiao Qin. How can it be like this? It looked like the saber domain was about to crumble. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged continuously, turning into many sabers that shot out from his body, maintaining the saber domain from crumbling. However, this was still not enough. Every time a saber appeared in Xiao Chen's body, it would immediately shatter. In the end, the speed at which the saber domain formed could not keep up with the speed at which it shattered. When the saber domain completely crumbled, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and took 3 steps back, feeling dizzy. Suddenly, a fine drizzle fell from the sky. Lan Chaofeng walked over step by step in the rain. The curtain of rain blurred Xiao Chen's vision. He could not see clearly whether it was a person or a saber that was walking over. He reached out his hand to wipe his face, but to his surprise, he discovered that his hand was covered in blood. Only now did he realize that his entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. Every drop of rain that fell from the sky contained a boundless saber intent. Every drop of water was a murderous saber. The dagger spun around Lan Chaofeng's fingers, and the rain stopped. Coincidentally, Lan Chaofeng walked over to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was startled. Whose saber domain is this? A dagger was a short saber. Strictly speaking, a domain comprehended with a dagger could naturally be considered a saber domain. You are not stupid. This is indeed my saber domain. But why? You want to ask why I didn't use it when I fought you, right? Little fellow, your timing was so accurate. If I really tried to use it, I would have to fully open my saber domain, and you would die on the spot. Xiao Qin felt shocked. To think that a saber domain could be used like that. This was truly an eye-opener. Your saber domain cannot even be considered a basic saber domain. It is very rough and full of openings. Even if I did not comprehend a saber domain, I have hundreds of ways to break it for you. Xiao Qin suddenly startled awake. Why was Lan Chaofeng looking for him? He quickly bowed and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior, please guide me. Lan Chaofeng smiled without saying anything. He did not rush to agree to Xiao Chen's request. Instead, he asked, I can teach you, but you have to tell me what other trump cards you have. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, honestly speaking, this junior still has an emperor-grade secret treasure. That 5-colored starlight that fell from the sky earlier was actually the peak strike of this junior's secret treasure. Lan Chaofeng felt slightly stunned. Then, he scolded jokingly, Brat, you indeed still have more trump cards. 100 strands of primordial energy, the initial Thunder Saber domain, and an Emperor-grade secret treasure. You tricked that old man from the 5 poison sect. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lan Chaofeng's laughter stopped. Then, he changed the topic. However, it is fine if you tricked him. Why did you trick this old man as well? Lan Chaofeng was temperamental, his emotions changing unpredictably. Xiao Chen found him somewhat unfathomable, not daring to reply. Brat, you are really black-hearted. However, you still have some comprehension ability. I'll teach you a move or two, then. Let me ask you first, what is a saber domain? If you do not answer well, I will not teach you, Lan Chaofeng said. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. Back then, you were the one who said that I could do whatever I wanted. However, Xiao Chen could only say this in his heart. Right now, he had to think of how to answer Senior Lan's question. What was a saber domain? Initially, when a bladesman comprehended saber intent, it was just a form of intent. One could feel it but not grasp it, unable to see it clearly. After it advanced to a saber soul, it became tangible, something that could be clearly seen in the sea of consciousness. However, after it advanced to a saber domain, it became formless again, even more ethereal. It was like it had become a hazy state. One could not see it, touch it, or feel it. However, one could sense its existence just by looking at it. With a thought, the saber domain would immediately form, and that aura would burst forth from one's body. However, what exactly was a saber domain? Xiaochen really could not say. After thinking for a long time, he still could not describe it. Lan Chaofeng looked at the frowning Xiaochen and revealed a mocking smile, waiting for Xiaochen's answer. I don't know. After a moment of silence, Xiaochen answered honestly, unable to answer. Lan Chaofeng appeared stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "You are really a brat. You are very honest. If you give a long speech now, thinking yourself infallible, I will definitely turn around and leave. What I want is for you to not know." Xiaochen felt somewhat stunned. That works too. Is that for real? Senior, don't lie to me. Lan Chaofeng smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? Something like a saber domain is ethereal and formless. Even I cannot explain it clearly. If you can explain it so clearly and logically, I really don't know how to teach you." When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. Lan Chaofeng's words made him feel enlightened. The Thunder Saber domain is not for you to play around with. You are like a hedgehog, wrapping yourself up in it. I'll first teach you how to go from power to subtlety. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own ability. Although Lan Chaofeng said that, his gaze as he looked at Xiaochen clearly brimmed with anticipation. Perhaps he saw a shadow of himself in Xiaochen, and he didn't want this young man to end up like him. From force to subtlety? Xiaochen asked in confusion. Lan Chaofeng nodded and said, "That's right. Right now, your grasp of the Thunder Saber domain is still at the level of power." What is subtlety? Simply put, it is when others cannot see your saber but can clearly feel your saber domain. For example, my upper water saber domain. With a thought, the drizzle falls silently. Even though the saber light cannot be seen, the saber is everywhere. Xiaochen immediately understood. That is to say, my Thunder Saber domain has to hide the saber light in the lightning. That's right. That is the direction. However, it is not as simple as you say. What you need to do is to merge your entire power into space. It is not as simple as hiding the saber light in the lightning. Instead, you need to hide your power in this entire space. With a thought, lightning and electric light will come out. Saber intent filling the air is everywhere and can be used by you. Lightning and electric light came out. Saber intent filling the air was everywhere. Xiaochen felt like he was enlightened. His entire being became enlightened. Lan Chaofeng had opened a door for him that he had never seen before. I'll show you the difference. Lan Chaofeng stretched out a finger and tapped Xiaochen's forehead. Instantly, many scenes flickered, forming a coherent image that appeared in Xiaochen's mind. In the scene, Lan Chaofeng hovered in the air. His long hair fluttered about, and strong winds howled. Many short sabers with cold light floated beside him. Lan Chaofeng's body exuded a boundless aura. His entire being seemed to merge with the saber domain around him. Everywhere he looked, Xiaochen's mind trembled. That aura was too sharp. How strong! This saber domain pushed Lan Chaofeng's aura to its limits. Xiaochen asked himself if he would concede defeat on the spot. However, he kept feeling that something was off. Although this aura was strong, it was not as shocking as the scene of Lan Chaofeng walking over step by step in the rain. I understand now. Senior is directly telling me the difference between before and after entering refinement. Indeed, I have to make a comparison before I can see the difference. The scene continued to change. Lan Chaofeng started fighting continuously. Xiaochen watched carefully, not wanting to miss a single detail. Before entering refinement, Lan Chaofeng had won every battle, chopping off his opponent's head. However, he always had wounds of various sizes on his body. That saber domain looked terrifyingly powerful, but his opponent would always have a chance to break it and injure Senior Lan. After entering refinement, Lan Chaofeng won every battle. However, Senior Lan never got injured again. The saber intent filling the air was truly everywhere. Do you understand now? Lan Chaofeng asked as he withdrew his hand. Xiaochen nodded. I don't fully understand, but I understand what Senior is trying to say. You only have strength, but you can't completely grasp it. You will always be found by your opponent. Only by being omnipresent and pervasive can we strike fear into our opponent's hearts. That's right, saber domain, saber domain. The emphasis is not on the word saber, but on the word domain behind it. Inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind. Senior, does that mean that in the future, cultivating the saber domain will transfer to the state of space? Lan Chaofeng revealed a gratified smile in his eyes. Just a hint and you understand. However, this is not something you can touch on right now. The state of space is broad and profound. Minor Heavenly Emperor Wu can only scratch the surface of it. Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu can only gain some understanding of it. Only sovereign martial emperors can reach small perfection. The peak sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm are all people with high attainments in the state of space. However, there is no need for you to think so much now. Just focus on comprehending from power to subtlety. Continue watching. I will demonstrate my state of water to you again. As Lan Chaofeng taught Xiaoqin, Lan Xiaobai and Mo Qin did not remain idle either. They were anxiously making arrangements for the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony in secret. The time was already set. All that was left was for Xiaoqin to decide, and he could announce it to the world. On the other side, the news of Xiaoqin starting a life-and-death battle with the 5 poison sects Martial Emperor Elder 3 days later instantly spread throughout the entire Western Sea. After that, it quickly spread through the heavenly starry ocean and reached the Kunlun continent. Chapter 1269. In less than a day, all the upper echelon of the peak factions of the Kunlun realm received this news. In the circle of martial emperors, this piece of news caused a huge commotion. Almost every martial emperor who met would talk about this news at the same time. Emperor Wu had always been aloof. No matter how strong cultivators who had not advanced to martial emperor were, they were like ants in Emperor Wu's eyes. Such a situation had persisted for many years. However, now, a consummation blue-robed emperor was going to challenge someone who had been a martial emperor for many years. This was simply too shocking. If an ordinary person did this, everyone would just treat it as a joke and not care. However, this challenger was the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, a youth who had created many miracles. Before he advanced to martial emperor, everyone in Emperor Wu's circle knew about him. The weight of this challenge was too great, so much so that Emperor Wu had to pay special attention to it. There was no other reason than the challenger's name. In a mountain manor in Heaven Dragon City, the few Emperor Wus who went to slay demons gathered together. Old Bai, your challenge this time kicked up a storm in our entire Emperor Wu's circle. How confident are you? An old man from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace asked. Right now, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had the greatest conflict with Xiaoqin. Naturally, they paid the most attention to this battle. As long as Xiaoqin died, the hearts of Heavenly Star Island's people would naturally die as well. The 5 poison sects Old Bai smiled and said, I do not dare to say that I am completely confident, but I have a 99% chance. I have already been a martial emperor for 500 years. As long as we can drag this out for 2 hours, he will not stand a chance at all. The cultivation techniques and martial techniques of my 5 poison sect will make him beg for death. However, that Xiao Chen's sharp spirit finger is rather horrifying. Old Bai, you should be careful, an old man from an ancient noble clan said calmly. A hint of fear flashed in Old Bai's eyes. Of course, but it's not a trump card anymore. His telepathic finger hasn't been trained to perfection. I'll be able to deal with him if I'm careful. Besides, it's not like I'm completely unprepared. What preparations? The others asked curiously. The power of the telepathic finger was boundlessly ferocious. Could it be that Elder Bai already had a way to deal with it? Old Bai smiled mysteriously. There is still one more day. You will know when the time comes. I can only say that a major character of the Kunlun continent's deity race sent a clone here last night and came into contact with me alone. Emperor Forsaken. The others gasped in surprise. Emperor Forsaken was a big shot second only to the Thunder King, yet he was personally participating in this duel. Elder Bai neither denied nor admitted it. He said coldly, in short, this brat will die after tomorrow. The resources exchanged for his head will definitely be enough for me to pass the second heavenly tribulation. Envious expressions flashed in the eyes of the other Emperor Wu's. Xiao Chen's head was really valuable. Normally, no one dared to touch him. However, this time, he was the one who challenged them. In a battle to the death, if he killed Xiao Qin, there would be no need to worry about the Thunder King's revenge. Xiao Qin only had himself to blame. The few Emperor Wu's people started to congratulate Xiao Qin in advance. After the Qing Emperor, Xiao Qin was a thorn in many people's sides. If Xiao Qin died, it would not be just the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace but the many holy masters of the heavenly starry ocean who would be grinning from ear to ear. Elder Bai's smile widened, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He was just waiting to kill Xiao Qin when the time came. At the summit of the desolate mountain, heavy clouds churned in the sky for a kilometer around Xiao Qin. Thunder rumbled in the clouds. Although one could hear it, one could not see it. All the light within 1,000 meters seemed to have gathered on a single person. That was a white figure. His figure did not look very majestic. His delicate face did not give off a very tyrannical feeling. However, when he stood at the summit, he was very eye-catching. Even without doing anything, he could instantly attract everyone's attention. Be it the tall mountain under one's feet, the clouds in the sky, or the rumbling thunder, everything would vanish. When you step into this 1,000-year area, everything will disappear. All you will see is this faintly discernible white figure, who has gathered all the light in this world. Xiao Qin watched all this with satisfaction. His lips curled up in a satisfied smile. After 3 days of Lan Chaofeng's guidance, Xiao Qin finally understood what going from momentum to subtlety was. Simply put, going from momentum to subtlety was hiding the originally vast aura in all the unknown details of the entire space. Unfortunately, 3 days was too short. Xiao Qin could not comprehend much and could not achieve Lan Chaofeng's silent drizzle. Silent and in harmony with the sky, there were no openings, no weakness to exploit. If Xiao Qin improved further, he could even hide the thunder and make the heavy clouds vanish. With a thought, the area within 1 kilometer became his domain. Lightning moved as Xiao Qin willed. The saber intent filling the air was everywhere. However, this was fine. Xiao Qin was already very satisfied with his improvement in 3 days. Suddenly, Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent surged out. He moved 1 kilometer in 1 step and swung his saber. He discovered that with this step, the thunderclouds in the sky silently moved 1 kilometer. However, it was still centered around Xiao Qin. It was like nothing had changed. The only thing that changed was the hidden saber intent. When Xiao Qin swung his saber, all the rocks, withered grass, and tree branches within 1 kilometer burst out with a startling saber intent. The saber intent filling the air was everywhere, making one feel that there was nowhere to hide within 1 kilometer. It was like everything was his enemy, the entire world rejecting him. All this was because Xiao Qin drew his saber. By the time Xiao Qin sheathed his saber, the saber intent filling the air instantly vanished, turning into nothing. The earlier scene was like an illusion, never having happened. Not bad. You have already reached the initial step of going from power to subtlety. The area within 1 kilometer is your world. No matter what kind of domain, be it the saber domain, the sword domain, the water domain, or the fire domain, the focus is on the last domain. Xiao Qin scattered his saber domain, and the thunderclouds vanished. Then, he said humbly, "It is still not enough. Compared to Senior, I am far from it." Lan Chaofeng smiled and said, "At least you are aware of your limitations. However, I have nothing else to teach you. You have already grasped the basics. You just need to slowly comprehend it." "Senior, I have a question." "Speak." Lan Chaofeng said straightforwardly. After some thought, Xiao Qin said, "I want to know how to fight with an opponent of the same domain and find their weakness. For example, how should I break Senior's superior water saber domain?" When Lan Chaofeng heard that, he laughed loudly. "What a brat. You are really bold, daring to ask anything. Have you heard of the saying, teaching the disciple to starve to death? Right now, you are not trying to starve me to death. You are clearly trying to force me to death." Xiao Qin smiled and did not say anything. Now, he more or less understood Lan Chaofeng's temper. This old man had a strange temper, but he was definitely not the kind of person who haggled over minor matters. Indeed, after Lan Chaofeng finished laughing, he said, "Don't overthink. There is no trick to this. You feel that my superior water saber domain is not easy to deal with, but I also feel that your thunder saber domain is not easy to deal with. The one who goes further and comprehends it more thoroughly will have the advantage in battle. Are you satisfied with my answer?" Xiao Qin thought about it for a while before commenting, "Not really. However, one day, I will find the weakness of your domain. There is no such thing as nothing without a weakness." Lan Chaofeng glared at Xiao Qin and said, "You really dare to brag. In the entire Kunlun realm, even the Prime, the Thunder King, would not dare to say something like that." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not refute Lan Chaofeng's words. The reason he said this was related to his flawless saber Dao. The flawless Dao never believed that there was anything truly perfect and flawless in the world. If Xiao Qin did not even have this bit of skepticism, then his Dao would instantly crumble. His perseverance as a bladesman would crumble, and he would lose his heart. Whoosh! The sound of wind came from the foot of the mountain. That was the sound of someone rushing over at an extremely fast speed, giving off sonic booms. Xiao Qin and Lan Chaofeng did not turn their heads back. They each sensed for a while and knew that Lan Xiaobai had arrived. "Xiaobai is here. Your battle with that old man should be starting soon." The Five Poison sect is famous for its poison attacks. However, at Emperor Wu's level, he has cultivated the golden body. There are very few poisons in the world that can threaten Emperor Wu. However, you do not have the golden body yet. So, you have to end this battle quickly. It would be best if you finish off your opponent within 1 hour. Lan Chaofeng was still very concerned about Xiao Qin. He gave Xiao Qin a detailed explanation of the upcoming battle and some things that he needed to take note of. As long as you end the battle within 1 hour, even if you are poisoned, it will not affect the battle. Xiao Qin memorized everything. Then, he performed a cup fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Lon Xiaofeng waved his hand, and his figure slowly vanished. "I will not see Xiaobai. This fellow is very crafty now. Previously, he mocked me even more than Tianqi did." Right after Lon Xiaofeng left, Lon Xiaobai landed with the wind. He asked doubtfully, "Where's Master? I seem to have seen him earlier." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "I have something to do, so I left first." "Have you chosen the time?" "I have. It is on the 28th of this month." Xiaoqin calculated. Today was the 13th. That was to say, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would officially start half a month later. For the re-establishment ceremony, I referenced the re-establishment ceremonies of some ancient sections. Then, I made some changes based on the situation in Heaven Dragon City. As I said previously, the main event is to pay respects to the ancestors. Lon Xiaobai continued, "When Heaven Dragon City was first constructed, Imochen used the bodies of those Dragon's Gate's war venerates to build a blue dragon tomb in the north of the city. That is where we will pay respects to the ancestors." Xiaoqin nodded, having no objections. Even after these Dragon's Gate's war venerates died and turned into puppets, they still guarded the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove until they died. Xiaoqin continued to guard the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, not resting until death. He, Xiaoqin, did 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows. Perhaps not all of these ancestors were of the Dragon's Gate's Xiao clan's direct line of descent. However, they were loyal and could not be erased. "Come, then. Come with me to meet that old man from the 5 Poison sect. We have to announce the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate to the world." Chapter 1270. Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he spoke casually. There was no nervousness in his tone at all. No one could tell that Xiaoqin was a consummation blue-robed emperor challenging a bona fide Emperor Wu. It was like the person he wanted to kill was just a nobody, a dancing clown. Lon Xiaobai sighed in his heart. News of this battle had spread like wildfire, startling the entire heavenly starry ocean. However, the main character of this matter was actually this calm. Xiaoqin wondered what the 5 Poison sect's senior Bai would think when he learned that Xiaoqin wanted to sacrifice an emperor to his saber. The location of the decisive battle was set at the Blue Dragon Plaza. This was the only place in the entire Heaven Dragon City that had a dueling ground for Emperor Wu. As long as there was space for people to stand near the plaza, it was already occupied. Looking down from the sky, the place was densely packed with people, looking like ants. The Emperor-level dueling ground with formations was empty, no one had gone up yet. Senior Bai was surrounded by a group of Emperor Wu's old friends. He was not in a rush to go up. Due to his status, if Xiaoqin did not come, he absolutely would not go up first. He would just stand there and wait like a fool. Whoosh! Suddenly, an intense commotion rang out in the plaza, shaking the entire place. Old Bai and the others shifted their gazes and looked at the entrance. Indeed, it was Xiaoqin, accompanied by Lon Xiaobai, walking in slowly. "Senior Bai, we will congratulate you in killing the Blue Dragon King with your own hands. Use this head to show the might of our heavenly starry ocean's Emperor Wu." That's right. For the past few centuries, us old fellows have rarely made a move in public. Senior Bai, don't let us down. Senior Bai smiled sinisterly. Don't worry. He will definitely die today. No one will be able to save him. Senior Bai tore space and landed on the arena. Then, he looked at the strolling Xiaoqin and shouted coldly, "Blue Dragon King, come up and receive your death." Elder Bai of the 5 Poison sect shouted coldly, causing the clamor in the plaza to die down. Xiaoqin looked up and paused for a second. He ignored the conversation with Lon Xiaobai and walked toward the arena unhurriedly. Old Bai was stunned, and his eyes burned with anger. Xiaoqin had actually ignored him. "Blue Dragon King, come and receive your death." Master Bai shouted again. This time, he used the power of his heaven-rank law. His voice was so loud that the entire Blue Dragon Square began to shake. The towering stone pillars and statues began to sway with this roar. Some of the weaker cultivators even felt their chi and blood surging, unable to hold back their words. There were even some who couldn't withstand the shout and directly coughed up blood. Emperor-level powerhouses are indeed unfathomable. If their strength were any lower, their voices would be enough to kill. This is really horrifying. I heard that this 5 poison sects by Feng is Emperor Wu of the first heaven of still water. It has been several hundred years since Emperor Wu made a move in the heavenly starry ocean. This time, Xiaoqin is probably done for. Discussions broke out everywhere in the plaza. The 5 poison sects by Feng's roar successfully showed everyone Emperor Wu's unfathomable strength. However, Xiaoqin remained indifferent. He raised his head and glanced at Bai Feng before continuing to walk forward unhurriedly. The tense atmosphere immediately turned somewhat strange. One was furious, and the other was unhurried, completely ignoring the other party's challenge. Ha! Interesting. This Blue Dragon King is actually ignoring him. This is probably the first time someone has given the bona fide Emperor Wu the cold shoulder. What exactly is this Blue Dragon King planning? I heard that this time, the Blue Dragon King's head can be exchanged for a rank 8 sect. Isn't the 5 poison sects elder by a little too excited? If it were me before Emperor Wu, this roar would scare me out of my wits. To think that Xiaoqin did not react at all. As Emperor Wu, Bai Feng heard all these chatter very clearly. Every word they said made him feel extremely humiliated. As a martial emperor, when had he ever been ignored like this? Blue Dragon King, come and receive your death. Rage burned in Bai Feng's heart. This time, he roared, infusing his primordial energy into his voice. He was going all out. There was a thunderous, ear-splitting sound. The stone on the stone pillars and statues in the plaza all fell off. Cracks appeared on the ground. Several people's eardrums ruptured on the spot, causing intense pain. With such might from the shock waves, one could easily imagine how much pressure Xiaoqin, who bore the brunt of it, endured. However, even so, Xiaoqin remained calm and collected. He did not get angry at all, nor did he show any grave expression. After glancing at Elder Bai, Xiaoqin turned his head back and said goodbye to Lan Xiaobai. Then, he headed for the arena alone, unhurriedly. Spatial formations from the Dragon's Gate's secret cannon covered the ground of the arena in the Blue Dragon Plaza, completely changing the spatial laws there. It was somewhat similar to the arena in the Four Seas Hero Gathering in Bright Moon City. However, it was of a higher level, able to endure a startling battle on the level of Emperor Wu. Up in the arena, Bai Feng's rage had already reached an unbearable level when Xiaoqin ignored his challenge 3 times. Bai Feng only had one thought in his mind: the instant Xiaoqin stepped into the arena, he would deal a fatal blow to show Xiaoqin the price of ignoring him. No one had ever dared to ignore him like this before. Xiaoqin walked over step by step and finally climbed onto the arena. After performing a cupped fist salute, he looked at Bai Feng. In his heart, Bai Feng was already a dead man. Let's see how confident you are. However, you ignored me again and again. Die. Bai Feng did not even bother exchanging any pleasantries with Xiaoqin. After Xiaoqin finished bowing, he roared ferociously and charged over. Venomous Dragon Claw. Bai Feng's figure flashed, and he turned into a venomous dragon. Black clouds filled the sky, immediately covering the sun. Then, he swung his claw. It was like a huge, ancient, evil dragon swung its claw down from the clouds. The huge dragon claw nearly covered half the arena. The dragon claw was pitch black. Not only was it horrifying, but it also contained poison. The moment this move was executed, it immediately incited startled cries. He truly lived up to his reputation as Emperor Wu. An inferior-grade profound martial technique did not require any time to store up power. It could be executed as one wished, displaying a perfect and flawless state. Many people in the Blue Dragon Plaza knew an inferior-grade profound martial technique similar to the venomous dragon claw. However, no one could execute it as easily as Bai Feng did and maintain a perfect state. Bai Feng perfectly merged the speed of his execution and the mysteries of his martial technique. However, the expressions of the cultivators who came with Bai Feng changed slightly. They did not show much joy. This is not good. This Bai Feng lost his rationality due to his rage. Didn't he say that he would drag this out? Indeed. Clashing head-on like this is exactly what Xiao Qin wants. He has never suffered when clashing head-on with the sharp spirit finger. That's not right. Bai Feng is Emperor Wu, after all. His mental state will not fall into disorder so easily. He must be doing this on purpose. Remember that night, when he said that Emperor Forsaken's Will clone came into contact with him? An old man from the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace suddenly recalled this matter. The expressions of Emperor Wu immediately changed. He smiled and said, "The older the ginger, the spicier." As Xiao Qin looked at Bai Feng, who turned into a venomous dragon and tore space with one claw, his eyes flickered as he pondered. Emperor Wu's mental state cannot be broken so easily. This fellow attacked in rage. He might be purposely giving me an opportunity to make a move. I might as well beat him at his own game and see how he deals with it. Feeling confident, Xiao Qin stepped forward and gathered 4 electric whirlpools at his chest. Using half of his energy, Xiao Qin executed the sharp spirit finger. The sharp spirit finger was the strongest secret technique in the heavenly starry ocean. The moment it was executed, it shattered the dragon claw without losing any momentum. The lightning-quick finger continued forward, aiming for the vital point of Bai Feng's heart of an emperor. Dang! However, to Xiao Qin's surprise, the indestructible, unbreakable sharp spirit finger actually got blocked. The rebound of the force knocked Xiao Qin back. Caught off guard, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Bai Feng laughed loudly, trying to play with me. You are still too inexperienced. This is just a small trick. I sold you an opening, and you actually took it for real. Only now did Xiao Qin clearly see that the other party's heart of an emperor had a breastplate covered in divine marking stuck to the other party's heart of an emperor. This heart was not the heart of a heart but the heart of an emperor. The divine markings on the breastplate were extremely familiar to Xiao Qin. He raised his eyebrows and said softly, "This is the deity race's secret treasure, the breastplate. Only the deity race's Emperor Wu has it." Bai Feng laughed loudly and said, "It is too late for you to know now. The sharp spirit finger is useless against me. Let's see what other trump cards you have to fight with me. Blue Dragon King, it would be impolite for me to refuse your head. I will accept it." How despicable. To deal with a consummation blue-robed emperor, the great Emperor Wu actually sought out the deity race to borrow the heavenly heart mirror. This was truly flabbergasting. If Xiao Qin were fighting with someone of the same cultivation, using a secret treasure was understandable. However, when facing a consummation blue-robed emperor, doing so was too degrading. Everyone in the plaza felt nervous for Xiao Qin. What was he going to do now? Although Bai Feng's actions were shameless, he did not break the rules. There had never been any rules in a battle to the death. Xiao Qin wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and glanced indifferently at Bai Feng. Who told you that my sharp spirit finger only has this much might? What? Without giving Bai Feng any time to feel shocked, 9 electric whirlpools flickered at Xiao Qin's chest. Light flashed, and the 9 electric whirlpools gathered at Xiao Qin's fingertip at the same time. The sky immediately turned dark, so dark that one could not see their own fingers. In the entire Blue Dragon Plaza, only the electric light at Xiao Qin's fingertip flickered. This time, Xiao Qin used the sharp spirit finger at full power, breaking through 3 of Bai Feng's defenses before landing on the deity race's heavenly heart mirror. Crack! Everyone heard it clearly. The deity race Emperor Wu's personal heavenly heart mirror suddenly shattered. The divine pattern scattered and turned into beams of 7-colored spiritual light scattering like meteors in the dark night. How can it be like this? How can his sharp spirit finger be so strong? Such a scene startled Emperor Wu, who accompanied Bai Feng, and they all stood up at the same time. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Even with the sharp spirit finger at full power, it only managed to shatter the heavenly heart mirror. This was not the result that Xiao Qin wanted. It was rare for Bai Feng to lower his guard and think that victory was assured, giving Xiao Qin such a great opportunity. It was not worth it to settle things like this. Chapter 1271. The deity race's heart-protecting mirror was indeed quite famous. The most important thing should be those ancient divine scripts. Without the divine scripts, the heavenly heart mirror's defense would not be so ridiculously strong. However, now was not the time to consider this. The most important thing was to maximize the results of this battle. Whoosh! Xiao Qin shattered the heavenly heart mirror with one finger. Then, he drew his lunar shadow saber at the same time. A saber light shot out like a waterfall, chopping towards Bai Feng's head. Given the other party's golden Emperor Wu body, chopping off Bai Feng's head would not allow him to survive. If Xiao Qin could do that, it would not be a loss to waste the sharp spirit finger at full power. Bai Feng was already frightened out of his wits by Xiao Qin's sharp spirit finger at full power. When he saw Xiao Qin's waterfall-like saber strike, he was frightened out of his wits and quickly moved back. However, he had already comprehended a saber domain. Even if he did not bring out his saber domain, he would not be able to escape. Even without using his saber domain, even a casual saber strike of Xiao Qin's contained great might and extraordinary power. Xiao Qin's aura and speed both improved to varying degrees, far beyond what a regular bladesman could compare to. Blood spurted out. The saber light moved astonishingly fast, chopping off half of Bai Feng's neck. However, it did not manage to chop off his entire head. To Bai Feng, who possessed the first Heaven Emperor Wu body, this minor injury was not fatal. Bai Feng drove his primordial energy and quickly eliminated the remnant saber intent in his wound, allowing his flesh to heal quickly. Whoosh! One finger, one saber. Xiao Qin forced Bai Feng back. There was a distance of 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters was 5 kilometers. However, to Emperor Wu, this distance was equivalent to several hundred meters for regular cultivators, not particularly far. However, this was not the important point. The important point was that Xiao Qin, a consummation blue-robed emperor, managed to force back the bona fide Emperor Wu Bai Feng. In this battle with a martial emperor, the one who held the overwhelming advantage was not Bai Feng but the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, a genius who was only a consummation blue-robed emperor. Whoosh! A thunderous commotion broke out at the scene. Tens of thousands of people stood up to witness this unbelievable miracle. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and revealed a disappointed expression. His saber was not fast enough. Bai Feng held the wound on his neck. His complexion was pale as he said weakly, "Blue Dragon King, I admit defeat in this match. Can you let me live?" Xiao Qin saw the flicker in the other party's eyes. He knew that the other party was stalling for time and not sincerely admitting defeat. He still harbored ulterior motives and wanted to kill him. The other party was stalling for time, which was exactly what he wanted. He unleashed the telepathic finger at full power. This drained his mental energy, primordial energy, heavenly laws, and vital qi. Bai Feng fancied himself clever and wanted to drag things out until his injuries recovered. Xiao Qin was happy to play along with him. "Give you a chance. Why didn't you give me a chance? That day, when I went berserk, you shouted about slaying the devil. Did you ever think about how I felt? Xiao Chen mercilessly rejected the other party's request. Then, he looked coldly at the other party, searching for an opportunity to kill him in one move. Damn it! If you had not tricked me, causing me to misjudge the might of your telepathic finger, how could you be so arrogant now? Xiao Chen retorted calmly, then it is my fault. Your words are really shameless. If you are really that capable, why did you go to the deity race to borrow the heavenly heart mirror? Bai Feng smiled and retorted, do you really think that I borrowed the heavenly heart mirror? Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, even if you kill me today, only death awaits you in the future. You have no idea how many people want to kill you and how strong they are. Your future is dark. Furthermore, Bai Feng paused, and a murderous intent surged out of his eyes again. He lowered his right hand, which was covering his wound, and revealed his perfectly intact neck. His injuries had already recovered completely. Furthermore, it is still hard to say who will be the victor. Bai Feng laughed loudly. Then, he turned into a venomous dragon and charged over again. This time, Bai Feng tore space, wanting to charge over and catch Xiao Chen off guard. However, when Bai Feng arrived within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen, he suddenly felt a formless force forcing him out of that space. It was like the world that Xiao Chen was in did not welcome him at all. When he reappeared, he even felt somewhat confused. Whoosh! Another saber light like a waterfall flew over. Everywhere the saber light passed, it was like a waterfall was dancing in the air, shocking everyone. This time, Bai Feng could not dodge. The saber light cut his neck again, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Bai Feng landed on the ground and staggered. He did his best to cover his wound with both hands, but blood still flowed out continuously from his fingertips. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. Saber. 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 Bai Feng found it incredibly difficult to say a single word. He could not say the word domain no matter what. It was indeed a saber domain. However, Xiao Chen did not activate it. He only used the aura of the saber domain to make Bai Feng appear within 1 kilometer of him. This was not the time to reveal the trump card of the saber domain yet. The first Heaven Emperor Wu had not grasped the state of space yet. He had only scratched the surface and could tear space and teleport short distances. In terms of cultivating the saber domain, when facing Xiao Chen, who had already advanced from aura to subtlety, Bai Feng charging over was no different from sending himself to death. Pu Ci. A saber light exploded out of Bai Feng's neck, and his head flew off. Only a headless body remained, falling on the dueling ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The thoughts of the head flying in the air had not been completely severed yet. Scenes flickered continuously in his eyes. The still calm Xiao Chen, the cultivators covering their mouths in disbelief, and the horrified expression on Emperor Wu's face, who had come with Bai Feng, were all captured in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, Bai Feng no longer had the ability to think. After his head fell to the ground and rolled around, he closed his eyes. If he was given another chance, he would definitely scram the moment Xiao Chen told him to scram for 3,000 taels of silver. He would not say another word. However, there were no ifs in the world, and there was no medicine for regret. From the moment Bai Feng prepared to eliminate Xiao Chen, his fate was already sealed. The blood on the tip of the saber had yet to dry, dripping to the ground. Xiao Chen stared at the blood on the saber and touched it. After thinking for a while, he said softly, aside from the stronger energy contained in Emperor Wu's blood, there is actually no difference. Strictly speaking, this was the first Emperor Wu that Xiao Chen had killed head-on. However, Xiao Chen was different from the cultivators in the spectator stands, who felt like they were in a dream, finding it inconceivable. Xiao Chen's heart was as cold as water, he did not feel anything at all. This was because Xiao Chen had never treated this Bai Feng as an equal. The stronger Xiao Chen was, the higher his horizons were, and the further he was from this world. After wiping off the blood on the saber, Shao Chen sat cross-legged at the side and calmly absorbed by Fang's life essence. Only now did the cultivators who felt like they were in a dream confirm that what they saw was not an illusion. Shao Chen had truly killed an Emperor Wu, creating a miracle that no one had done in the past few centuries. The few Emperor Wus who had come with Bai Feng remained silent for a long time before sighing. In the past, there were some people who were said to be unrivaled as long as Emperor Wu did not show up. Even Emperor Wu was not a match for him. I really don't know how to describe him. After Emperor Wu, the Blue Dragon King is unquestionably the strongest. It will be even harder to kill him in the future. This head will not be easy to obtain. Just as everyone was still immersed in the aftermath of Shao Chen killing Bai Feng, Shao Chen, who had finished absorbing the life essence, suddenly opened his eyes and announced an even more shocking piece of news. Today, Shao Chen, as the descendant of the Qing Emperor, announces that the Dragon's Gate will be re-established on the 28th of this month. We welcome all the heroes of the world to attend the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The moment Shao Chen said this, all the clamor came to a stop. The few Emperor Wus from the divine dragon palaces of the Four Seas, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the ancient noble clans were stunned at first. Then, they became agitated and enraged. Whoosh! 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 A few figures flashed and appeared in the arena. Then, they looked at Shao Chen with murderous intent. Blue Dragon King, are you muddle-headed? Do you know what you just said? Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Who gave you such courage? You are just a consummation blue-robed emperor, and you think you are worthy of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The seated Shao Chen did not get angry or shocked. He sheathed his lunar shadow saber and slowly stood up. Why can't I re-establish the Dragon's Gate? I have the Blue Dragon Medallion, and I have the Shao clan's bloodline. I am the legitimate Blue Dragon King. Isn't it logical for me to re-establish the Dragon's Gate? You make it sound so easy. What do you mean by logical? You are going against the heavens. The Dragon's Gate has already been destroyed for 10,000 years. It should not have appeared in history. Could it be that you want to be the second Qing Emperor? The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Emperor Wu, who had the most direct connection to the Heaven Dragon City, roared uncontrollably. His killing chi became terrifyingly dense. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's reputation in the Western Sea had already been surpassed by the Heaven Dragon City. If the Dragon's Gate was re-established, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace would definitely become a second-rate faction. No matter what, they could not let Shao Chen re-establish the Dragon's Gate. The old men of the other Holy Lands were worried that Shao Chen would become the second Qing Emperor. Back then, the Qing Emperor was extremely tyrannical, suppressing the many factions of the heavenly starry ocean to the point where they could not even raise their heads. How could they let that kind of scene repeat itself? They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate be re-established. The words Dragon's Gate were taboo to all the factions. Some of these factions even participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Dragon's Gate 10,000 years ago. They had a grudge against the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. Shao Chen looked at these people one by one. Even when facing these 7 Emperor Wu's questioning and pressure from their auras, his heart did not fluctuate, remaining as calm as still water. Take back what you said. It is too late to change your mind now. That's right. Quickly take back what you said. Otherwise, don't blame us for shedding all pretense of cordiality. Brat, don't go overboard. Some tacit understanding is an agreement between the major characters. However, once you cross the line, those agreements will no longer be valid. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed Bai Feng. Remember, you have not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. The atmosphere was tense, ready to devolve into a chaotic battle at any moment. Several cultivators in the Blue Dragon Plaza quietly retreated, wanting to distance themselves from the impending storm. Chapter 1272. Today's matter was simply too much of a test of one's heart's endurance. First, Xiaoqin dreamily killed one Emperor Wu. Following that, he announced a piece of shocking news that could shake the entire Kunlun realm. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "How can I take back what I said? Are the few of you planning to work together to kill me? However, even if you kill me, I will not take back what I said." Xiaoqian's white robes fluttered as he held his saber. His clear eyes were as bright as stars and gems. As he stood on the arena, he withstood the auras of 7 Emperor Wus. However, he did not seem flustered at all. Xiaoqian's elegant demeanor made several people who had already left the plaza unwilling to shift their gazes away. A fervent light appeared in someone's eyes as he muttered to himself, "If I can have even a tenth of the Blue Dragon King's demeanor in this life, it will be worth it." Calm, persistent, calm, and tyrannical. If not for the mental barrier of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years, the Blue Dragon King's life would be perfect. Even if he fails to advance to Martial Emperor, the demeanor of the Blue Dragon King cannot be erased. I have never seen a young outstanding talent that can face 7 Emperor Wu so calmly. The appearance of a king made several people reluctant to leave. As they looked at Xiaoqin, their gazes filled with worship. Dong! 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 Footsteps resounded. It was Lan Xiaobai and the others. They arrived behind Xiaoqin at the same time. At the crucial moment, they chose to stand behind him. Even though they were not strong enough now, their intentions were clear. "Are you going to resist to the end?" The red-clad old man from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace said in a low, threatening voice. Xiaoqin retorted indifferently, "What do you mean by resisting? I am purely trying to revive the sect of my ancestors. As a man of the Xiao clan, everything I do is normal. Seniors, there is no need to misunderstand. The Blue Dragon King re-established the Dragon's Gate not to rule the world. He is just fulfilling his responsibility to his ancestors." Lan Xiaobai tried to ease the atmosphere, so he explained. "Is it your place to speak?" The red-clad old man raged in his heart, but he could not find an outlet to vent his anger. When he saw Lan Xiaobai speak, he did not bother to distinguish right from wrong, so he clawed at Lan Xiaobai. The berserk dragon roared furiously. His clothes trembled violently, bringing with it a heaven-shaking aura. His claw slashed out, as if a true dragon had stretched out its dragon claw from the void. It was extremely terrifying. Xiao! A gentle breeze blew in the air. The red-clad old man had just taken a step when he discovered a scabbard pressed against his throat. The person who had attacked was naturally the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. He had only casually raised his hand to silently break the old man's powerful attack. This caused him to feel stifled, not daring to make any moves. Xiaoqin gently moved his wrist, and the lunar shadow saber spun around before he withdrew it. Only at this moment did the red-clothed old man's long hair, which had been blown up by the wind, fall down slightly. Fear flashed in the red-clad old man's heart. He looked at Xiaoqin and quietly took a step back. For this fellow to defeat Bai Feng so easily, he definitely did not rely on luck. The other 6 Emperor Wus all had similar thoughts in their hearts. They all unconsciously took a step back as well. With this step back, the strong aura of these Emperor Wus immediately dwarfed Xiaoqian's. The so-called heir of a king did not depend on who shouted the most ferociously or whose aura was the strongest. There was something called an aura field that would unknowingly make the opponent feel that they were a level lower than them. Where did this air come from? Naturally, it was because one was confident in one's heart and had real moves. Otherwise, with just a few words, an expert would expose one's pretense and trample on one's face. When the tens of thousands of people outside saw this scene, they suddenly understood why Xiaoqin was so calm. This was because Shao Qin did not fear these 7 Emperor Wus at all. In their eyes, the aloof First Heaven Emperor Wu was nothing to Shao Qin from the very start. When an ant shouted at an elephant, how could the elephant lower its status and get angry at the ant? The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony will be held on the 28th of this month. If the seniors are free, we will definitely give you the highest treatment. After the 7 Emperor Wu stepped back, Shao Qin said calmly with a cupped fist salute, not showing any arrogance on his face. When a person performed a cupped fist salute under certain circumstances, it meant that he was sending off the guest. Don't worry. At that time, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace will definitely arrive on time and give you a big gift, the red-clad old man said through gritted teeth. Then, he flung his hand and left, his rage evident in his words. Although the Emperor Wu's present were unwilling, they had to admit that they were no longer qualified to speak on equal terms with Shao Qin. As for being superior, there was no need to even think about it. One by one, they swung their hands and left. However, the expressions in their eyes did not disappear. Clearly, they would not let this matter rest. In a distant pavilion in the city, the 3 martial emperor elders of the Lunar Palace, Myriad Fiend Island, and the Yin-Yang Paradise entered deep thought when they saw this scene. The 3 of them were rather neutral. Originally, they just wanted to watch a duel that would shock the entire circle of Emperor Wu's people. Unexpectedly, the truly explosive thing was what Shao Qin said after the duel. Compared to the news of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment, the commotion caused by that duel was nothing. The heir of a king is clear to see. At such a young age, he already has such an heir. It is easier said than done to get the other Holy Lord to not fear him and believe his words. The Myriad Fiend Island's martial emperor Wu shook his head and sighed. Tigers were feared not because tigers ate people but because tigers had the ability to do so. The Myriad Fiend Island's old man's words hit the nail on the head, exposing the logic of bandits in this world of power. One would not be killed because one wanted to dominate but because one had the ability to do so. The world absolutely could not allow a second Qing emperor to appear. They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate be re-established. The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate would make Shao Chen's luck even stronger. Most of the Holy Lord's people would not be willing to see such a scene. The Lunar Palace had always maintained a neutral policy. They would not express their stance on any matter at the first moment. At this moment, the female Emperor Wu, whom the Lunar Palace had placed in Heaven Dragon City, showed a rare change in her expression. Clearly, the news of Shao Chen's re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate startled her, and she had not completely calmed down. When the Myriad Fiend Palace's old man heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "The Myriad Fiend Island is at the periphery of the heavenly starry ocean and rarely interferes with the internal affairs of the human race." Earlier, when the Blue Dragon King entered a state of berserking chi deviation, he did not rush to make a decision. I wonder if he can remain calm this time. When Shao Chen entered a state of berserking chi deviation, this was a rare opportunity to kill him. The value of Shao Chen's head tested the hearts of many cultivators. However, in the end, the Myriad Fiend Island's old man remained unmoved, choosing to remain calm. However, this time, Shao Chen's words made it even harder for the Lunar Palace to remain calm. The Myriad Fiend Island's ancient fiend smiled calmly and said, "There is no need for the Lunar Palace to worry about this. I am more curious about the Lunar Palace's attitude. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor had a lot of stories with the Lunar Palace." The Myriad Fiend Island's ancient fiend laughed loudly and quickly left, preparing to send news of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment back to the Myriad Fiend Island. Humph! Rage flashed on the Lunar Palace's Emperor Wu's face as she left as well. Only the mature, charming woman from the Yin-Yang Paradise remained. As she looked at the distant Shao Qin, her charming face lit up. Boundless grace, truly moving. No wonder Susu nearly fell for him when she saw him. If he were still young, I would not have dared to look at him. How unfortunate. The Yinyang paradise was famous for its dual cultivation. The female disciples did not have a good reputation, but no one knew about this. Such a sect had the inheritance of the ancient emotionless sect. While it looked unrestrained and unrestrained, one could not fall in love. Once one fell in love, it would damage the foundation of their cultivation technique, resulting in a backlash. After the three left, none of the Emperor Wus from the other holy lands of the Heaven Dragon Island remained. These martial emperors would definitely spread the news of Xiao Chen's re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate to their holy lands in the shortest time possible. After that, the news of the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate would spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm in less than 3 days. This would result in a huge change. Up in the arena, Lan Xiaobai watched all the Emperor Wus leave. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he thought about how many more Emperor Wus would arrive on the 28th, he could not help frowning heavily. Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. He took out a name list that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Lan Xiaobai. He said, "This is the list of honored guests. Brother Xiaobai, I'll have to trouble you to send them invitations." Lan Xiaobai casually opened the invitation, and his expression suddenly froze. When he saw the names on it, he was somewhat flabbergasted. "Xiao Qin, are these really the honored guests of Heaven Dragon City willing to come?" The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony was not an ordinary ceremony. Coming was not just to congratulate Xiao Qin but also to express their attitude, to show their support. Right now, Xiao Chen's relationship with the various holy lands was not very good. Under such circumstances, very few could withstand the pressure and come. Hence, Lan Xiaobai asked this. Xiao Qin replied with certainty, "It should not be a problem to send half. Several of the people here owe me favors. I believe that my judgment of people should not be too bad. All right, I'll go and make the arrangements." Lan Xiaobai revealed joy on his face. As long as half of the people on the name list could come, the pressure on Heaven Dragon City would decrease significantly. Xiao Qin turned his head and said to Mo Chen, "There is still half a month. I'll leave the arrangements for the re-establishment ceremony to you." Mo Chen nodded obediently and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. This is just a small matter." That was right. To Mo Chen, this was indeed just a small matter. The important thing in her heart was that she wanted to personally help Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin improved too quickly. Now, even when facing First Heaven Emperor Wu, he could achieve an overwhelming victory. As for Mo Chen, even if she had the Book of Heavenly Works and improved rapidly, she still could not compare to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin turned his head and looked at the many friends beside him. Yu Chenxi, Jean Lin, and the others all showed worried expressions. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Do what you need to do. This is not too difficult." To Xiao Qin, this was indeed not the most difficult hurdle. Compared to the great tribulation of wind and fire, this was far from it. If Xiao Qin could not even clear this hurdle, then he could forget about his great tribulation of wind and fire. He might as well just scatter his cultivation and be an ordinary person. Chapter 1273. After returning to his own summit, Xiao Qin continued to comprehend the Saber domain. He kept feeling that this Saber domain contained many mysteries. Even Senior Lan Chaofeng probably had not completely comprehended it yet. Many things were still vague to him. Ao Jiao, don't you think that Senior Lan Chaofeng's understanding of the Saber domain is not that incredible? Senior Lan said that the Saber domain was about the word domain. That was the right direction. However, Xiao Qin felt that aside from the domain, the saber was equally important, perhaps even more so. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not dare to doubt their predecessors. However, Xiao Qin was different. He had never been someone who only followed the path of others. Ao Jiao had followed the Thunder King, Sang Mu. Sang Mu could even comprehend the innate thunder crystal. Naturally, he comprehended the sword domain. Hence, Ao Jiao had some understanding of this. Actually, Xiao Qin, think about it. Look at the entire Kunlun realm. Consider the entire Kunlun realm, the vast oceanic world, the Kunlun continent, the ancient races living on the other planets, and so on. Adding everything together, how many Emperor Wu do you think there are? Xiao Qin had not thought about this problem in detail. It was not easy to become an Emperor Wu. However, once one became an Emperor Wu, they would be able to live for at least 2,000 years. How long was 2,000 years? During this time, many Emperor Wu would be born. There would also be some greater heavenly Emperor Wu and sovereign martial emperors who lived even longer. It would not be strange for them to live for 5,000 years. Adding all this up, the Kunlun realm should have more Emperor Wu than Xiao Qin imagined. After all, there were just the 5 major races of the Kunlun continent. Aside from the corpse race and the ghost race, the other 3 races had populations in the tens of billions. However, no matter how many there were, they would not be that many. The threshold of the Great Tribulation of wind and fire was still there. Xiao Qin estimated the number of Emperor Wus in the Kunlun realm. Including those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years, there would not be more than 3,000. This was the highest estimate. Perhaps even fewer, less than 2,000, or a little more than 1,000. Of course, all of these were just guesses. Xiao Qin would only know the real answer when he became Emperor Wu. There were tens of billions of people, and Emperor Wu only had 3,000. With such a comparison, one could see why Emperor Wu had always been so high and mighty. Ao Jiao continued, let's go with the maximum that you mentioned. Of the 3,000 martial emperors, how many can comprehend a domain? Xiao Qin frowned and replied, I'm afraid there are only about 100 people. After saying that, Xiao Qin came to a sudden realization. How could such a small group of people possibly have such a thorough understanding of the various domains? Perhaps, all his doubts could only be answered after he left the land of exile. Right now, although Xiao Qin had not advanced to martial emperor and had not reached the level of a peak expert like the Haotian Prime or the Flame Rock Sovereign, he was still a martial emperor. However, this was the first time he felt the restrictions of the Kunlun realm on him. He felt helpless, hating the heavens for being too low. As Xiao Qin comprehended at the summit, a storm brewed. In the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Western Sea Dragon King, who was a sovereign martial emperor, was the first to receive news of Xiao Qin's intention to re-establish the Dragon's Gate before all the Holy Land's masters. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate in my Western Sea. Where am I? My wild ambitions are finally exposed. Rumble. Waves surged for 50 kilometers around the Western Divine Dragon Palace, and tsunamis surged. A red dragon image could be vaguely seen in the sky, roaring furiously. The Dragon King is angry. When all the affiliated islands of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace saw this mysterious phenomenon, they all revealed horrified expressions. The Western Sea Dragon King had retired for many years already. All the affairs of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, big or small, were managed by the 3 vice palace masters. Ordinary people had not seen the Western Sea Dragon King for many years already. In the most extravagant palace of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang sat on the throne in the middle with a scarily sullen expression. In the palace, the 3 vice palace masters and 10-odd martial emperor elders all sat upright and still, not daring to breathe too loudly. In Ao Lang's memory, the old Dragon King rarely got angry. This time, he was truly angry. In the vast palace, an old man lowered his body and said something in a soft voice. This person was the old man that Xiao Qin forced back that day, the hidden pawn that the Western Sea Dragon King planted in Heaven Dragon City. This old man had the family name Zhong. At this moment, he lowered his head, not daring to look at the Western Sea Dragon King. Continue. What else did he say? That inexperienced brat, with just a little bit of success, he soared to the sky, Ao Lang continued with a sullen expression. Old Zhong thought for a while before continuing. That brat said that he would welcome the Dragon King and many other holy lords to watch the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, and that he would give you the highest treatment. Humph. Ao Lang smacked the armrest heavily, unable to suppress his rage. He stood up and said, "What, the highest treatment? I'll go and meet this brat. Let's see what kind of treatment he will give me." Normally, Ao Lang was not in the Divine Dragon Palace. He spent his time adventuring in the starry heavens, seeking breakthroughs. This time, he received an urgent request from the 3 Vice Palace Masters, so he rushed back reluctantly. Originally, he thought that it was nothing major. Unexpectedly, not only did the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace get overtaken by a Heaven Dragon city, but a youth even beat up one of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's martial Emperor elders silly. The more ridiculous thing was yet to come. This inexperienced brat actually dared to say that he wanted to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. This was simply infuriating. The 3 greater Heavenly Emperor Wu's Vice Palace Masters quickly stood up. At the same time, they advised, "Big brother, you can't do that. You can't do that." The few of them knew that this big brother of theirs was famous for his fiery temper. When he did things, he rarely considered the consequences. Indeed, when the 3 Vice Palace Masters heard that Xiao Qin wanted to re-establish the Dragon's Gate, they immediately had an impulse to charge over personally. How could that do? If it were that simple, the various holy lords would not have been helpless against Xiao Qin until now. One should not forget that the one behind Xiao Qin was the Thunder King. Aside from the Thunder King, there was also the Haotian Prime. If the Western Sea Dragon King went over, he probably would not be able to teach Xiao Qin a lesson. Instead, the Thunder King would teach him a lesson. The 3 Vice Palace Masters stated the pros and cons, trying to dissuade the rash Western Sea Dragon King. Ao Lang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I know how horrifying the Thunder King is. I just want to see what kind of person the descendant of the famous Qing Emperor is." The moment Ao Lang said that, the 3 Vice Palace Masters heaved a sigh of relief. This made sense. After all, Ao Lang was an overlord-class character. No matter how angry he was, he would not act rashly. "The 3 of you, split up and go to the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. This time, not only do I want to gather all of Neptune's old subordinates but also the various holy lands. I want to suppress them with power." When the others heard that, their expressions changed slightly. "Big brother, that is not good, right? After the various holy lands receive the news, I believe that they will not be able to hold themselves back. However, no matter who it is, they will not be willing to take the lead. After all, the bird that sticks out gets shot. If the Thunder King comes to settle scores after this, we will be the first to suffer." A gleam flashed in Ao Lang's eyes. He said, "How can I not understand such a simple principle? However, now that things have reached this point, do you think I have any other choice? If this fellow were not in the Western Sea, I would not be taking the lead. Cut the crap. Just do as I say and do it quickly." After the various factions of Heavenly Star Island arranged for Emperor Wu to return, the many immortal holy lands and ancient noble clans received news of Xiao Qin wanting to re-establish the Dragon's Gate within one day. The upper echelons of the Lunar Palace, the Zodiac Hall, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Yin-Yang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, and the 5 Poison Sect gathered together with grave expressions. The upper echelons of the Zodiac Hall and Heavenly Province Academy, who already had enmity with Xiao Qin, were enraged. Back then, the prestige of the Dragon's Gate was so great that every holy land had records of it. Regardless of which holy land it was, no one was willing to see the Dragon's Gate reappear. What really worried people was the fear that Shao Qian would become the second Qing emperor. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Qing emperor had said, Shao Qian will become the second Qing emperor. Then, the immortal Holy Land, the Minor Thunder Temple, was destroyed in an instant, and all of its inheritances were severed. None of the Holy Lands were willing to see such a tragedy happen to them. However, the upper echelons of the various Holy Lands did not have a good idea as to how to stop Shao Qian. All of them felt a headache. One day later, the news of the Blue Dragon King wanting to re-establish the Dragon's Gate spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean, inciting many cultivators to discuss it. Anyone with some common sense would know what kind of risk this would entail and how furious the upper echelons of the Holy Lands would be. Along with this news came another rumor. The Blue Dragon King, Shao Qian, personally killed a martial emperor elder of the Five Poison sect before tens of thousands of cultivators. After the Four Seas hero gathering, Shao Qian, who had fallen silent in the heavenly starry ocean, became the focus of everyone's discussion once again. When the outstanding talents, who were waiting for Shao Qian to become a meteor, heard this news, they all turned ashen and dispirited. Before advancing to martial emperor, Shao Qian could already kill a bona fide Emperor Wu. Even if he became a meteor, Shao Qian would definitely be the most resplendent meteor in the history of the entire Kunlun realm. 2 days later, the news spread throughout the entire oceanic world. The major factions of the Black Sea, the Human Demon Sea, the Dragon Grave Sea, the Storm Sea, and the Ice Sea all heard of it. When the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, who was searching for the 10,000-year-old ice lotus in the Ice Sea, heard this news, she was stunned. He is too rash. How can he decide to re-establish the Dragon's Gate at this time? Without hesitation, Yu Bingyun immediately put down what she was doing and rushed to the Lunar Palace. All she wanted was to return quickly and see if she could influence the Lunar Palace's attitude. Given her position as the next palace master of the Lunar Palace, she should be able to put in some words. If the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate failed, Shao Qian's luck would be greatly affected. Yu Bingyun could not help but worry. 3 days later, the news spread to the Kunlun continent. All the peak factions of the 5 domains were set abuzz. Compared to the factions of the heavenly starry ocean, these Kunlun continent factions were much more at ease. After all, Heaven Dragon City was simply too far away. The only exception was the land of the human race's 3 holy masters. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate, the 3 holy lords, gathered together once again. The reason for this was very interesting. With just one sentence, Shao Qian stirred up the entire Kunlun realm, shocking the world. Since ancient times, probably only Shao Qian could do this. A huge storm slowly brewed. No one knew how big of a commotion it would cause on the day of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Chapter 1274. As for the main character of this incident, the Blue Dragon King Shao Qian, he was not as anxious or nervous as others imagined. He even looked rather relaxed. Dark clouds churned above Shao Qian's mountain peak, and thunder roared endlessly. Occasionally, electricity flashed in the air. Shao Qian lay on a rock, looking at the scenery with an indifferent expression as he toyed with the lunar shadow saber with one hand. Sometimes, the lunar shadow saber landed on Shao Qian's fingertip. In the next moment, Shao Qian's arm gently bumped into it. The lunar shadow saber moved about nimbly, like Shao Qian had an extra arm. The lunar shadow saber's movements were graceful and natural, revealing a simple beauty. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky were sliced in half by an invisible force, like a sharp blade. It was like a soldier avoiding a general. This was the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. As he walked over step by step, he used his invisible aura to carve out a path for himself in Shao Qian's saber domain. The Western Sea Dragon King is here. Sorry for not coming out to greet you. This junior has been impolite. Ao Lang grabbed the leaping lunar shadow saber with a flip of his hand and gently placed it on the ground. Xiao Qin did not stand up. Instead, he sat on the flame rock and said indifferently as he looked at the newcomer. Within Xiao Qian's saber domain, Ao Lang felt like he was in his own world, completely unaffected. Ao Lang sized up Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had long hair, white robes, and a handsome face. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well. Xiao Qin exuded an unperturbed, calm, and composed air. What a strong mental state. After seeing me, he can still remain so calm, not angry, not arrogant, and not rash. However, Xiao Qian's next words and actions incited the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's rage once more. Since Xiao Qian already knew his identity, he still did not stand up to greet him, putting on airs before him. You also know that you were impolite. You are the first blue-robed emperor who dares to sit and speak to me. Who taught you to be so arrogant? Although the Western Sea Dragon King was furious, it was not that he did not act rashly. Instead, he grasped a point and started to pressure Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "You are a senior, a seventh heaven sovereign martial emperor. He can kill me with a single thought. I was supposed to be humble and bow. But you are the West Sea Dragon King, and I am also the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Thunder King of Bushan Palace. We are both Dragon Kings. If I were to bow my head to you, it would be equivalent to Bushan Palace lowering its head to you. You would not be able to accept my bow." Ao Lang's expression changed slightly. Xiao Qin was eloquent. What a great I am not worthy of his respect. Ao Lang had no way of retorting. He easily neutralized the pressure from his words, not giving him any chance at all. Xiao Qin stood up and continued, "Senior, you are probably here for the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony this month, right? What advice do you have for me? Feel free to speak freely." Ao Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. For the first time, he felt that this youth before him was exceptionally difficult to deal with. It felt like his hands and feet were tied. "Let me ask you this. Did you think about the feelings of my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace when you established the Dragon's Gate in this Western Sea? If the luck of Heaven Dragon City increases, the luck of my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace will definitely decrease. Do you think that there is anything to discuss between us?" Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "Of course, there is. Since the decrease in luck is unavoidable, why not assess the situation and rely on whoever has great luck? Naturally, my luck will not decrease. Instead, it will rise with the tide, rising higher and higher. If we oppose each other, naturally, it will be hard to avoid a decrease in luck." When Ao Lang heard this, he laughed loudly and said, "You are really boundlessly arrogant. You are just an insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor, and you actually dare to say such words before me. You want me to assess the situation and make the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace lower its head to you? You are too naive." "Naive?" Xiao Qian's lips curled up slightly. With a flash, he landed on a tall rock at the edge of the cliff. Then, he stood at the highest point of this world and looked down at Ao Lang. "Dragon King, are you still unable to see the situation clearly? This world has changed long ago. Soon, a golden age will descend. Batches of outstanding talents will push open the Emperor's door. In the situation, all decaying things that do not know how to adapt will be washed away by the current until their bones shatter. If we can take advantage of the situation, the old tree can blossom, the withered tree will gain new life and rise further. Western Sea Dragon King, can't you see through it? Or do you feel that you are a seventh heaven martial emperor and a sovereign martial emperor? That is already something to be proud of and that there is no need to improve further." A strong wind blew. This was the wind of kingship. As Xiao Qin stood on the rock, he silently spread out the state of kingship from his body. The separated thunderclouds in the sky slowly closed. Xiao Chen's saber domain slowly forced the Western Sea Dragon King out. The Western Sea Dragon King frowned heavily. He did not resist, letting the other party force him out. In reality, as long as the Western Sea Dragon King was willing, Xiao Chen would not be able to force him out. However, Xiao Chen's words caused the Western Sea Dragon King's mind to buzz. The Western Sea Dragon King entered deep thought. This world had already changed. If one did not follow the trend, one would end up getting crushed by the surging current. The Western Sea Dragon King's original intention was to use the trend to force Xiao Chen. Who knew, in the end, Xiao Chen actually used the trend to force him. Boom! Suddenly, the Western Sea Dragon King startled awake. He glared, and his aura burst forth. With this glance, the thunderclouds in the sky immediately turned to nothing. The thunderclouds were gone, and the sunlight immediately swept down, bathing the top of the mountain in golden light. What a great blue dragon king! If he becomes Emperor Wu, with such elegance, he will definitely be able to convince me. Ao Lang calmed himself down and said indifferently, if you become a martial emperor, perhaps I might be able to stop after hearing what you said. However, even though you are now in limitless glory, tribulation clouds cover your head. You cannot even determine your own future, yet you want to convince me. After saying that, the Western Sea Dragon King stepped forward. Ao Jiao said coldly, I'll give you a chance. If you give up on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate now, my Divine Dragon Palace will definitely not seek trouble for your Heaven Dragon City in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for forcing you with my momentum. On the day of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, I will show you what the trend is. Even gods and Buddhas cannot stop me. Bathed in the sunlight, Xiao Chen faced the Western Sea Dragon King's overbearing aura. Then, he enunciated every word clearly, in that case, I will respectfully await your arrival. Show me the overwhelming momentum that you speak of. Humph. The Western Sea Dragon King stomped his foot and said coldly, goodbye. Don't blame me for bullying you, not giving you a chance. Bang! 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 The instant the Western Sea Dragon King turned around, the mountain below Xiao Chen crumbled, turning into countless shards. Under the Western Sea Dragon King's foot, the tall mountain crumbled and crumbled effortlessly. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since Senior destroyed this mountain, then bring it back as well. The white-robed Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Whoosh! The originally crumbling saber domain quickly recovered in an instant, and the thunderclouds reformed. The instant the saber light flickered, the mountain, which had shattered into countless shards, reformed with the vast saber intent that Xiao Chen executed with his saber domain. However, this time, it no longer looked like a mountain. Instead, it looked like a saber. A 3-kilometer-long saber flickered with purple electric light. As Xiao Chen swung his saber, it moved like lightning towards the Western Sea Dragon King. Disdain flashed in the eyes of the Western Sea Dragon King. Then, he turned around and threw a palm strike. 7 layers of light appeared behind him. The vast primordial energy caused space to ripple like water. The force of the palm strike blocked the saber. As expected, the scene of the saber turning into powder did not appear. Instead, it gave off a muffled sound like thunder on a clear day, echoing in all directions. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and smiled. I'll have to trouble Senior to take this mountain away. A grave look flashed in Ao Lang's eyes. He could tell that Xiao Chen's saber domain had already reached a certain level. Earlier, when Ao Lang looked over, his vast aura had not shattered the other party's saber domain. However, it had followed Xiao Chen's thoughts and instantly hid in the surroundings. The saber domain had always been there. Hence, the other party could rely on the saber domain to execute such a strong saber strike in such a short time. Good saber technique. You have made this king see you in a different light once again. I will borrow this mountain for now. I will return it to you after the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. In this battle, he had unknowingly fallen into a disadvantageous position before a junior. Ao Lang felt that he was too ashamed to remain here. He suppressed the rage in his heart and turned his head to glare at Xiao Qin. Then, he left Heaven Dragon Island at lightning speed. Like a little bird, Xiao Qin slowly descended from the sky. A light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Saber domain, saber domain. The saber is in front, and the domain is behind. Of course, the saber is more important." This exchange with the Western Sea Dragon King allowed Xiao Qin to gain an even more thorough understanding of the saber domain. Xiao Qin could no longer cultivate the saber domain according to the experience of others. Senior Lan had only led Xiao Qin through the door. Xiao Qin could only rely on himself for the rest. Whoosh! 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 Wind whistled, and two figures landed. It was Imo Chen and Lan Xiaobai rushing over at the same time. When they saw the mountain where Xiao Qin cultivated turn into nothing, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Who was here earlier? Xiao Qin answered honestly, the Western Sea Dragon King, Ao Lang. When Lan Xiaobai and Imo Chen heard this, their hearts sank at the same time. A shadow flashed in their minds. The commotion caused by the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony was already starting to show. It had only been a few days, and the Western Sea Dragon King could not help but come out personally. In that case, what kind of pressure would he face during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony in the future? Ao Lang showed a sullen expression as he returned to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace with a huge stone saber on his back. At this moment, the three vice palace masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had already rushed to the other Divine Dragon Palaces. The martial emperor elders had gone to seek out the many holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean. When the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master Ao Yu saw Ao Lang return, he revealed an expression of joy and immediately led some people to welcome him. "Father, you must have taught Xiao Qin a ruthless lesson, right?" Ao Yu said excitedly. Back then, Xiao Qin had forced him to his knees with one palm strike. That memory was still fresh in his mind. Ao Lang showed a sullen expression, not saying anything. Ao Yu could not make out Ao Yu's expression, so he continued to smile and chatter. As Ao Yu sized up the exaggerated 3-kilometer-long stone saber, he said, "Father, this is your war trophy, right? This saber is pretty good. What rank is it? That brat Xiao Qin will definitely feel the pinch." Pa! After suppressing the rage in his heart for a long time, Ao Lang could no longer hold it in. He slapped Ao Lang's face and said, "Trash. If you had even a tenth of Xiao Chen's elegance, I would not have to worry so much about him re-establishing the Dragon's Gate." Only then did the group of attendants realize that the Dragon King had suffered a loss at Heaven Dragon Island and was currently feeling depressed. Chapter 1275. Bang! Xiao Lang put down the stone saber on his back, causing the ground to tremble. The lightning saber intent on the saber had yet to vanish, crackling and flickering endlessly. Ao Lang said coldly, "Look after this stone saber well. On the day of the ceremony, I will personally deliver it to that brat." After thinking for a while, Ao Lang looked into the distance and said indifferently, "I'm afraid that I will have to personally go to some places." After personally seeing Xiao Qin, Ao Lang's heart turned even heavier. The Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin was much harder to deal with than he had imagined. At the same time, the envoys of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace arrived in the various holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean. When these holy lords heard the purpose of the envoys' arrival, they all rejoiced in their hearts. Just as they were worrying about how to deal with Xiao Qin, the Western Sea Divine Dragon King stepped forward to lead the charge. This was simply the best outcome. One Shao Qin was not scary. What was scary was the Haotian Prime behind Shao Qin and the Thunder King. Since someone was willing to bear this unknown revenge and take the lead to ruin the ceremony, these holy lords were naturally happy to do this favor. The Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, and the Zodiac Hall, these three immortal holy lands, did not even think about it before agreeing to the Western Sea Dragon King's invitation. Only the Yin-Yang Paradise, Myriad Fiend Island, and the Lunar Palace did not respond immediately. As for the other ancient noble clans, most of them agreed. On Myriad Fiend Island, Di Xinhan, who had fought with Shao Qin at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, did his best to dissuade the many fiends on the island from participating in the Western Sea Dragon King's plan. Di Xinhan advised, "Uncles, I fought with this Shao Qin before. It is fine if this person is nothing, but he will definitely not be a second Qing emperor. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony is most likely the responsibility of the Shao clan's descendants, to revive the Dragon's Gate and protect its inheritance. Dear, you are still young. You do not know what it means for him to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Whether he is willing or not, when the Dragon's Gate is re-established in the heavenly starry ocean, the luck of the various holy lands will uncontrollably flow to him." Di Xinhan shook his head and said, "This is a reason that only the weak would agree to. The strong and the weak depend on themselves. If that's the case, then even if our demon island is given great luck, it will certainly not be able to develop." As they argued endlessly, an aged voice suddenly came from the simple and unadorned palace. "Just prepare a generous gift for the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Don't participate in anything else." The moment the voice rang out, the faces of everyone present changed. The one who had spoken was Patriarch Myriad Demon. The old ancestor of the Demon Island has a supreme status on the Demon Island. Like the Lunar Palace's Palace Master and the Zodiac Hall's Astral Lord, he was one of the three primes. When the old ancestor spoke, the group of elders immediately stopped objecting. Di Xinhan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt somewhat suspicious. He had no idea why the old ancestor, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, would suddenly care about this matter. The bewitching women of the Yin-Yang Paradise discussed for a while before rejecting the Western Sea Dragon King's envoy as well. On the other hand, he giggled and asked the emissary to stay in the Yin-Yang Paradise for a few more days. This startled the emissary into laughing abashedly and quickly leaving. The women of the Yin-Yang Paradise were famous for being ruthless. How could the emissary dare to stay? This made the group of women cover their mouths and laugh endlessly. Inside the Lunar Palace, the Lunar Palace's Palace Master, who had been tempted by the emissary's persuasion, was interrupted by Yu Bingyun, who suddenly rushed back. After learning that Shao Qin had saved Yu Bingyun's life, the Lunar Palace's Palace Master showed a complicated expression, remaining silent for a long time. Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, felt very nervous. She did not know what decision her master would make in the end. Just take it as repaying him a favor. The Lunar Palace will not participate in this matter. As for whether he can clear this stage or not, that will depend on himself. The Lunar Palace will absolutely not help the Qing Emperor's descendant. Yu Bingyun's heart sank. This was not the result she wanted. However, when she saw her master's firm tone, she did not dare to say anything more. Of the 6 immortal holy lands, although 3 of them confirmed that they would not participate, the Western Sea Dragon King still managed to win over the other 3 holy lands and most of the ancient noble clans. Together with them, they would be a colossus that could force any faction to give way. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang personally appeared and gathered the leaders of these factions together. Then, he started to discuss the countermeasures that he had prepared long ago. The countermeasures were very simple. They would use their strength to suppress others, using their vast faction to put boundless pressure on Shao Qin, making him give up on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The storm targeting the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony had already accumulated horrifying energy. Once the time was up, it would launch a sneak attack. However, the Western Sea Dragon King still did not seem satisfied. After organizing the factions of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, he personally set off for the Kunlun continent. At a certain mysterious seabed in the Heavenly Starry Ocean, Yi Ling, who had already reconnected his arm, walked hastily through the palace at the bottom of the sea, rushing to a secret room. The most mysterious person in the entire oceanic world sat in the secret room, the treasure master. Yi Ling did not push open the door to the secret room. In reality, even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to push open this door. Outside the secret room, Yi Ling directly said, "Father, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony will be held in half a month. At that time, Xiaoqin will re-establish the Dragon's Gate and formally establish the Dragon's Gate." However, there was no commotion from the secret room at all. It seemed like the person inside was not interested in this news at all. "Father, say something. He broke off both my arms. You have not helped me take revenge for this. Now, he is going to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Could it be that we are just going to watch as that happens?" Yi Ling said in a somewhat trembling voice as he knelt on the ground, feeling anxious. Inside the secret room, the treasure master, who was shrouded in black shadows, opened his eyes. 14 images surrounded him, guarding him. If one looked carefully, one would discover that these images were exactly the same as the huge immortal statues that the treasure master controlled in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. However, they were much smaller. "I have my own plans for this matter. There is no need for you to worry about it. Cultivate properly and don't waste your time," the treasure master said indifferently. Yi Ling did not get up. Feeling dissatisfied, he asked, "Father, when can I take revenge for my arms?" "Anytime. As long as you are stronger than him, there is no need to continue pestering me. You are interrupting my closed-door cultivation." The treasure master waved his hand, and a strong energy surged through the air. Whether Yi Ling was willing or not, he was pushed out of the many barriers, unable to enter again. Undercurrents flowed, and a storm arrived. Xiaoqin, who stirred up such a storm, did not show much anxiety. He continued to comprehend the island in a seemingly leisurely manner, cultivating without stopping for even a moment. Xiaoqin would only read the letters he received when he was free. The people in the letters were all honored guests that he had invited to participate in the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. As Xiaoqin looked at the letters with roughly the same content, he felt gratified. Xiaoqin did not have many friends. However, at the crucial moment, they would help him without hesitation, not delaying at all. The Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Geomaster Jiang Tian, the Merfolk Queen Yao Yan, the White-Boned Sovereign, all these people replied with simple words. However, their attitudes were very clear in their words. After putting away the letters, Xiaoqin muttered, "Western Sea Dragon King, you want to use power to suppress me. Let's see who will be the one suppressing whom." Right after Xiaoqin put away the letters, a guest arrived in the courtyard. Imochen walked in a hurry. Imochen appeared somewhat fatigued. Aside from fatigue, there was also a heavy look in the depths of her eyes. Seeing Imochen enter, Xiaoqin revealed a smile. He stood up and invited her to take a seat. Then, he personally poured tea for her and served her well. "Big brother Xiaoqin, there is no need to be so polite with me." Imochen picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiling faintly. "It's what I should do. I owe you too much. Everything I do is what I should do." Xiaoqin said sincerely, his words filled with sincerity. Imochen and Lan Xiaobai had been the ones handling the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. They had been incredibly busy, not having any time to rest. On the other hand, Xiaoqin, the main character of this matter, was surprisingly idle. Aside from comprehending the saber domain, he did not do anything else. When Xiaoqin wanted to help, Chen sternly rejected him, not letting him interfere. In reality, Chen also knew that Chen felt sorry for him. Chen knew better than anyone that the one under the greatest pressure in re-establishing the Dragon's Gate would definitely be Chen. If Chen could help Chen a little, she would definitely do her best, not letting Chen worry too much. Chen put down the teacup and cut to the chase, directly stating the purpose of her visit. Everything is ready. We will start paying respects to the ancestors 3 days from now. Xiao Bai told me to come and inform you. Paying respects to the ancestors was the first step of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. After paying respects to the ancestors, it was time to open the doors to welcome guests and receive congratulations from all over. What would come would eventually come. However, now that it really came, Chen could not help but feel somewhat rueful. Is it starting? Time really flies. Time did indeed pass very quickly. If Chen counted carefully, he had already been in the Kunlun realm for 14 years. Since he left Mo City Xiao clan, it had been even longer. When he looked back, only a blink of an eye had passed. Big brother Xiao, Chen interrupted when she saw Chen's somewhat distracted expression. Chen recovered his wits and smiled. I understand. I will make my preparations 3 days from now. Paying respects to the ancestors is a major matter. There cannot be any mistakes. Chen revealed a trace of worry in her eyes. There is no need to worry about paying respects to the ancestors. Even if those people do not understand the rules, they will not cause trouble at this time. After paying respects to the ancestors is the unveiling of the plaque. We will have to accept the congratulations from all over. This is the key. When paying respects to the ancestors, no one would come and cause trouble for you. However, it would be hard to say when people from all over came to congratulate you and open the doors to welcome guests. A resolute light appeared in Chen's eyes. I want to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. No one can stop me. 3 days later, the paying respects to the ancestors began. Chen stood in the middle, with Chen and Lan Xiaobai on his left and right. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, Yu, and the others followed behind. The group had solemn expressions as they arrived at the Blue Dragon Mausoleum outside Heaven Dragon City. Buried under the Blue Dragon Mausoleum were the remains of the Dragon's Gate Primes, the heroic spirits that fought to the death for the Dragon's Gate. Many nameless tombstones stood erect, adding a sense of solemnity to this solemn atmosphere. Chen knelt on the ground, feeling a sense of responsibility and emotion in his heart as he knelt before these Dragon's Gate martyrs. In the past, the Dragon's Gate swept through the world, achieving great military merits. However, luck fluctuated. The Qing Emperor fell, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. 10,000 years later, there were no inheritances. Chapter 1276. During the solemn and respectful ancestral worship ceremony, an old man announced the glory and decline of the Dragon's Gate in a loud and clear voice. Originally, most people already knew about this matter. However, such a scene deeply touched everyone's hearts. In the history of the Kunlun realm, no sect had ever had such a glorious history as the Dragon's Gate. The Dragon's Gate swept through everywhere, unrivaled in the world, and no one dared to disobey it. However, such a strong sect did not fall to the deep abyss demon races in the end. Instead, it fell to the many holy lands of the Kunlun realm. The glory came to an end. The Xiao clan's direct bloodline was chased down to the lower realm, becoming a small clan that declined. Just for the sake of survival, they had to struggle in fear. They could not even deal with a few unranked clans. If the story ended here, it would only make people sigh a little before there would be no more. After the Qing Emperor, the white-robed Chen appeared. In a few short years, he gained great fame in the Kunlun realm. He swept through all the younger generation of the Kunlun continent and the Four Seas. Now, as a consummation blue-robed emperor, Chen defeated a true Emperor Wu. After the Qing Emperor, Shaoqin carried great luck and fame, announcing to the world that the Dragon's Gate, which was destroyed 10,000 years ago, would reappear today. The ancestral worship ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner, following the procedure that Lan Xiaobai had prepared long ago, proceeding step by step. Splash! 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 Shaoqin picked up a flask of fine wine and poured it all over the ground. Then, he slowly raised his cup. The Dragon's Gate's direct descendants behind him raised their cups as well, facing the Blue Dragon Mausoleum and draining it in one go. Shaoqin's eyes blazed with determination. He had waited too long for this day. He had also waited long enough to offer this cup of wine to the heroic spirits of the Dragon's Gate's ancestors. Let's go. Everyone, follow me. Let's open the gates and welcome the guests, to congratulate the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment. Shaoqin placed the empty wine cup on the ground. Then, he turned around and led the group to the Blue Dragon Plaza. There was an unveiling ceremony waiting for Shaoqin. There was also a storm waiting for Shaoqin to endure. Many guests filled the Blue Dragon Plaza. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony was a major event that had already startled the entire heavenly starry ocean. Almost all the cultivators who did not have urgent matters on hand and did not need to enter closed-door cultivation rushed over. This was a rare event that happened once in 1,000 years. These people did not want to miss this chance. Moreover, everyone knew that there would definitely be a good show to watch during the ceremony. They casually prepared a congratulatory gift and waited for the show to begin. On the high platform, Shaoqin sat in the middle, looking at the bustling crowd in the square. His expression did not change much. Lan Xiaobai had already made arrangements to welcome these cultivators from all over the world. Aside from a small number of people who were qualified to stand on this high platform, the rest did not need Shaoqin to personally welcome them. I am Feng Bing of the Eastern Sea. I am here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The Southern Sea's sky-splitting sect is here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The Autumn Water Palace is here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. We present a congratulatory gift. People kept coming to congratulate him, and the gifts were casually placed aside, piling up like a mountain. It was noisy and bustling, but Shaoqin's heart was tranquil. Aside from standing up to greet people he knew and reminiscing about old times, Shaoqin's gaze remained fixed on the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet on the high platform. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet was personally made by the Qing Emperor using the heaven-subduing stone. At this moment, it was covered by azure dragon flags. However, when the dragon banner was unfurled and the mountain tablet reappeared, the most crucial step of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be completed. Seeing that it was almost noon, the people around Shaoqin started to get anxious. For some reason, the honored guests of the heavenly starry ocean, who should have arrived long ago, did not show up even though the unveiling ceremony was about to begin. Shaoqin, something seems to have happened, Lan Xiaobai sent an anxious voice projection. Shaoqin remained calm, indicating that there was no need to worry. Reporting. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang leads the divine dragon palaces of the four seas, the seven-colored dragon marquises, the 3 immortal holy lands, and the 9 ancient noble clans, to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. It was a long list of names, and every single one of them had a shocking background. They were all overlords of a region, and as they read on, their voices began to tremble. At the entrance of the Blue Dragon Plaza, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang laughed loudly as he led a group of people over in a grandiose manner. These people's footsteps were heavy as they walked over in a grandiose manner, causing the ground to tremble. Their auras were pressing, and their gazes were as sharp as sabers as they pointed at Shaoqin, who sat in the middle of the high platform. The most eye-catching thing was that each of these people carried a 3-kilometer-long weapon on their back. Be it a stone saber, a spear, or a treasure sword, all of them were made of stone without exception. They looked very strange, inciting discussion among the crowd. After Ao Lang walked in, the extraordinarily bustling plaza instantly turned extremely quiet. No one dared to speak loudly. Everyone knew that Ao Lang was here to cause trouble. When everyone looked at the various major characters with overwhelming auras beside the Western Sea Dragon King, their hearts sank. Under the pressure of the strong auras, they found breathing somewhat difficult. Ao Lang laughed loudly and said, "Little brother Shao Qin, as you wished, this king and the other fellow Taoists arrived on time." "Hey, something seems off. Shao Qin, your pomp seems a little small. Why do I not see a single one of the 9 ranks of the great families? The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate is a little too stingy." Ha ha ha. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that something had happened to the 9 ranks of the great families that he invited, and the Western Sea Dragon King blocked them. However, Shao Chen did not panic. Ao Lang might be able to block the people of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, he did not believe that the other party could block the truly major characters. Shao Chen stood up and said with a double meaning, "Senior Ao is too kind. With the group of people that Senior Ao is leading, the pomp is already sufficient." Ao Lang smiled and said, "Since we are here, we cannot come empty-handed. Blue Dragon King, please give us some face and accept my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's congratulatory gift." Right after Ao Lang spoke, his face sank. He raised the huge stone saber on his back and circulated his primordial energy, charging ferociously at Shao Qin. The 3-kilometer-long stone saber was as large as a mountain. Infused with primordial energy, its destructive power was easy to imagine. "Blue Dragon King, please give us some face and accept my 5 poison sects congratulatory gift." "Blue Dragon King, please do not give us any face for the congratulatory gift of my Heavenly Province Academy. There is also my Zodiac Hall's congratulatory gift. Please, Blue Dragon King, accept it as well. The ancient noble clans have also prepared a generous gift. Please, Blue Dragon King, accept it." Whoosh! 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 Amid everyone's startled cries, 10 odd 3-kilometer-long sabers infused with primordial energy surged towards Shao Qin, who was on the high platform. The honored guests on the high platform had never seen such a formation before. They all paled in fright as they quickly fled. Every 3-kilometer-long saber was made by a greater heavenly Emperor Wu at the very least. Such a horrifying attack was equivalent to 10 odd greater heavenly Emperor Wu launching their peak strikes at the same time. If Shao Qin stood there and did not leave, aside from getting injured to the point where he could not get up, there would be no other result. As Shao Qin looked at the incoming sabers, rage burned in his heart. He had long expected that the Western Sea Dragon King would do anything to disrupt the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. However, he had not expected it to be so direct. A powerful storm roared over. If Shao Qin did not retreat, he would definitely die a horrible death. However, he was the Dragon's Gate's master. If he retreated, this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be a joke. This was a pile of lethal congratulatory gifts. Even if he did not want to accept them, he had to accept them. The Western Sea Dragon King smiled coldly and said, "Blue Dragon King, if you do not even give us this little face, I think you might as well stop holding this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. You are not even accepting our congratulatory gifts. Your Dragon's Gate must be filled with wild ambition, completely looking down on us." The sky was completely covered by dozens of giant blades, blocking all the sunlight. The square was instantly plunged into darkness. The 10-odd huge sabers pressed towards the high platform seemingly slowly but were actually very fast. As they moved slowly, they pressed down on the entire space, looking like waves surging and surging. Everyone knew that with Shao Chen's strength, he would not be able to receive these 10-odd huge sabers. However, the Western Sea Dragon King still said that. Clearly, he wanted to force Shao Qin into a dead end. Although Shao Qin could defeat the first Heaven Emperor Wu with his current strength, he was only a consummation blue-robed emperor, after all. How could he receive so many huge sabers? Each of the 10-odd huge sabers contained a strong strike from a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Even just one saber was more than enough to deal with Shao Qin. Furthermore, there were 10-odd sabers at the same time. This was simply asking for his life. It's over. Now, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony is going to fail from the start. Shao Qin will definitely not dare to receive the attacks of 13 greater heavenly Emperor Wu. How unfortunate. I thought that there would be an evenly matched fight. Unexpectedly, the Western Sea Dragon King is so decisive, not giving Shao Qin a chance to vent at all. The unveiling ceremony of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony has not started yet. It looks like it will die in the womb. Even if it does not die in the womb, he will not be able to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Did you not see what kind of people are following the Western Sea Dragon King? As the discussions continued, all the guests on the high platform had already left in fright. Only Shao Qin and Imochen remained. A horrifying might pressed down, and the two felt heavy pressure on their shoulders. It was like they were carrying a mountain, wanting to crush every inch of their bones. Big Brother Shao Qin, I'm going to activate the Heaven Dragon City's Blue Dragon Heaven Locking Formation. Otherwise, I will not be able to receive these 14 huge sabers. The Heavenly Dragon City itself was a huge secret treasure. When it was built, every corner tower was covered in complicated array patterns. There were restrictions everywhere. Although it was not completed yet, the Blue Dragon Heaven Locking Formation in the city was more than enough to receive these 14 huge sabers. There's no need. The Blue Dragon Heaven Locking Formation was the Dragon's Gate's greatest trump card. It would be too much of a pity to use it now. Shao Qin looked coldly at the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. Then, he said indifferently, Senior Ao is too serious. How can I not accept the congratulatory gifts of the various holy lands? The entire place was set abuzz. Shao Chen's decision was unexpected. Unexpectedly, he chose to step forward. What a madman! Is he committing suicide? The Western Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said in an overbearing manner, in that case, what are you standing there for? Quickly accept it. We already sent you the congratulatory gifts. However, if you do not appreciate it, don't blame us for not giving you face. Disdain flashed in the eyes of the leaders of the various holy lands and ancient noble clans.